guys to sort of push the game forward. I think from a Surrey perspective, I'm not sure you'd, swap these two for anyone else. Pope, we've seen him play for England. There's a certain style that he's going to play with. He's going to try and come down the track and play his strokes. He played a lovely cover drive, sort of walking to Kyle Abbott yesterday. So he's going to play that way, and he obviously loves playing on this ground. And then Jamie Smith at the other end. This February scored the fastest century for England Lions in a 4-day game. So you've got two guys who can play that way, but you look at the attack they're up against as well. You've got Abbott now coming from this end. It's going to be a tricky period, and Mohamed Abbas was some beautiful delivery yesterday. He doesn't get the ball to jag, he makes it sing. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting, let's go straight in with the cliche, it's going to be an interesting first hour.
Yeah, the game feels it's right on a knife edge. These two can get away this morning. Then Surrey got the chance of a first innings lead. Hampshire get 2 early wickets. Then they've got the chance of a very useful first innings lead. So here is Abbott's first ball. Nice confident stroke from Smith. It's a very experienced Hampshire attack that took them close last season in the Championship. Actually won more games than Surrey.
Well, it was really, if you look at Hampshire last season, I don't think they had a batter who averaged more than 40 in the county championship. It was all about that seam attack of Barker, Abbott, Abbas.
Right on target straight away. Sean Abbott. Yeah, the experience is there. Kyle Abbott, 35. It's easy to get them mixed up, and more Abbotts than a monastery in this game. Sean Abbott for Surrey and Kyle Abbott for Hampshire. Fuller 33, Kyle Abbott 35, Mohamed Abbas 33, Keith Barker 36. There's some knowledge in that Hampshire seam bowling attack. Hampshire starting with 2 slips and a gully. The ball is, see it there, 59 overs old, very nearly. And the light is better this morning. The lights were on last night. A bit of natural sunlight out there. A lot of cloud around. It's not a bad morning for bowling. It's breezy and cool. There's just enough in this surface to encourage the pace bowlers. Still a tinge of green. Second run of the morning for Smith. Just the single. Ollie Pope back on strike. His current average on this ground, there's a lot of talk about Pope averages 100 at the Oval, where it's actually just dipped below that, but he's got the chance to push it above 100 again today.
I remember a couple of years ago when he was kind of struggling with his England place, and he got picked here to play against India, and hit 80 odd, and his average at the ground went down.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough thing to keep going, isn't it? To average 100 at the ground. It's actually, at the moment, it's 96.78. But it will, obviously, if he doesn't get 100, it'll go down. 48 not out. Feature his batting yesterday. As you mentioned, Ty, he prepared to use his feet, and we've seen him do it for England as well. Well, 3 balls from James Fuller to complete the over, and inevitably Mohamed Abbas has come on to bowl from the Vauxhall end. He's a sort of bowler that, if he's bowling in T20, batters would just run down the pitch and smack him back over his head into the stands, but different sort of game. He's clever.
It's, especially the way he's bowled in the county championship in the last couple of years. I mean, his record for Hampshire is brilliant. I mean, he started off here with Leicestershire, was brilliant there too. Doesn't play too much for Pakistan anymore, but I feel that's because he's not the most Pakistani of bowlers. He's was born in the wrong country. Pakistani bowlers, you think, strapping lads bowling at 90 miles an hour.
Well, a very friendly opening delivery of the day from Abbott. You look at that, you think, well, how on earth does he cause so much threat? But it's that ball that's around about the off stump, just doing a bit either way. Those figures are excellent. He's got 2 slips and a gully as well. Bit of line after the friendly opening delivery.
Toyed with Sibley and Burns yesterday. You know, getting one to move away from the right-hander to get the edge to slip, and then with Burns getting it to move away from the left-hander. He's just going to keep you guessing all day, basically.
That one was die straight, but the ball that got Burns was classic right arm round the wicket bowler to a left-handed batter. It just needs to angle in, just needs to do a fraction, which it did, away from the left-hander. There we go. Groping for that one. The inevitable piece of gardening.
You feel with Pope, especially against a bus, he's really gonna look to use his feet, because you know the pace, you know, isn't, you know, it's not high pace. You've got that bit of extra time, and you want to kind of eliminate any sort of movement that's there. I know the ball's old, but Abbas will try and find something, won't he?
Jamie Smith has taken most of the bowling so far, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens when Pope does get on strike against Mohamed Abbas. A number of occasions yesterday coming down the pitch. Didn't always score, but he was looking to be positive.
It's definitely become a more prominent feature of his game in the last year. Whereas before there was a lot of talk about him shuffling across his stumps. Now it's about shuffling down the pitch, really.
There we go. Mohamed Abbas starting the day with a maiden over. Very tidy figures for him. And Surrey inching forward, under 3 runs and over. You don't think of the oval necessarily as a sort of under 3 and over type of surface, but I think in these conditions, early April, there's been some rain around, a bit of green in the pitch, and 2 very solid seam bowling attacks as well, able to exploit them. It's not been easy for batters in this match. They had to work very hard. There we go with Pope. Straight away, using his feet.
It's a funny thing that you think technically, is that something you would teach, you know, because it's, you talk about, you know, the coach will talk about keeping your head still, keeping everything kind of as still as possible, obviously moving your feet, but to be playing on the move like that, but you know, it's worked pretty well for him over the last year.
It's one of those that captain, keeper, you think, do I want my keeper to stand up and keep him back? You probably wouldn't to Kyle Abbott. You might to Mohamed Abbas. I've seen that happen before. Keeper standing up with Mohamed Abbas bowling. In terms of the run rate of Surrey and what they might be able to achieve, as pushing ahead, what might be their target today. The bonus point system in the county championship has changed this year, with your first batting point at 250, 5 on offer. First run of the day for Pope, and the not had many runs this morning, and two of the 3 singles have come off the inside edge. Yes, you've got, in terms of batting points and first innings lead and number of overs in which you've got to get those batting points, perhaps 350 in the 110 overs might be a target for Surrey. That's probably been quite optimistic from here. Another 200 runs, side 50 overs. Go to 450 in 110 overs this season to get your 5 batting points. Unless something remarkable happens, I think we can rule that out.
Yeah. And they do have a long batting lineup, but it's still lacking maybe a bit of explosiveness that was there last season. Yeah, you've got Jamie Overton missing with injury. I mean, he can hit a ball a long way. You had Sam Curran as well, with parts last season.
Just on Jamie Overton, a bit of forward notice. We're hoping to have him in the commentary box in about 3/4 of an hour's time. Make his way over from the far side of the ground, give his thoughts on the game so far. Latest situation with his back injury. He's out with a stress fracture at the moment. That was diagnosed back in January. Hugely frustrating for him.
Big loss for Surrey. I mean, they have a battery of quicks. That's what won them the championship last summer, but he's different to the rest of them. He's the kind of sort of enforcer, flat pitch, you know, nothing's really going for us. We're gonna go short, and we're gonna put men out, and they're missing that this summer.
First ball of the morning, Mohamed Abbas to Ollie Pope. Just creeping forward there, just having a look. Not that really positive foot movement we saw in the previous over against Kyle Abbott.
He's going to start with some lunges, get warmed up, and then he'll get going.
There's a man at deep mid wicket, so 2 men out. Fine leg and deep mid wicket.
Steve Smith-esque there, that leave.
It won't be long before we see Steve Smith in the county championship as he prepares for the Ashes with Sussex. Mohamed Abbas yet to concede a run this morning. There's Pope down the pitch, but it's fine bowling. I think there's a smile there from the bowler. An observation passed on.
He's looking for that mid-wicket clip that he played beautifully in New Zealand, that shot in particular.
I mean, it wasn't really a ball to take out to mid-wicket, but
no.
Batters these days, they manufacture strokes. It's a bit wider on the crease there, Mohammad Abbas. That's a good battle, a good early April battle, mid-April battle.
Shot.
That's 50 for Ollie Pope. Keith Barker in the deep with a sliding stop. Quite slippery out there after overnight rain yesterday. A warm applause for Ollie Pope. Not one of his quickest, but a really important innings for his team. That's just an illustration. 104 balls just shows how hard he's had to work out there. That's really nicely played.
It's almost anti everything he's done this morning. You know, he just stayed still there. There wasn't much foot movement, and he just middled it. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, and placement as well. Not looking to hit it too hard, and it goes quickly across that outfield where the outdoor tent has been, where the players were practicing in the lead up to the season. There's quite a lot of bare ground out there, and it will just scoot across it. So 92 runs behind, still 100 overs left in the day's play, catching up some of the time lost on the second day here at the Kia Oval. Just a hint of sunshine, no more than that at the moment, but we're very grateful for that after, well, it's like a bleak day at times yesterday. Oh, gone through him. Kyle Abbott with the first breakthrough of the day.
He's been totally on the money this morning, Kyle Abbott. You know, hasn't given Jamie Smith anything, nothing to sort of get the game moving, get Surrey, you know, really pushing forward. It's been Ollie Pope who's had a few strokes from the other end, but Abbott's been on the money from that end, and felt like that was potentially coming.
Jamie Smith bowled by Kyle Abbott for 11.
Well, through the gate, it's coming back a fraction. And one of those great sights. I mean, it's the old cliche, isn't it? As a quick bowler, if you knock one of the stumps out of the ground, it's a lovely feeling.
Especially if the batter holds the pose for a few extra seconds.
Well, that's a good breakthrough for Hampshire.
New batter, Cameron Ponsonby.
Kyle Abbott with his second wicket. Cameron Steele making his way out onto the ground following his century at Old Trafford last week. Slightly more benign conditions at Old Trafford than here at the Oval. There's something there for the pace bowlers. It's quite a slow pitch at Old Trafford. Hard work for the bowlers. A hard-working draw in the end in that match. But you feel there's enough time and enough in this surface for one of these sides to force a positive result here, as long as the weather holds.
It's one of the stories of last week was Cam Steele. I guess a lot of people might not even have heard of him, but you know, been around at Durham for a few years and then kind of turned up at Surrey in 2021. You know, been a fringe player, kind of only playing right now really because Will Jacks is injured, coming in as a sort of spin bowling all-rounder, having opened the batting at Durham before and not really bowled. He kind of dealt with the yips actually as a youngster.
Well, Kyle Abbott there, nearly picking up 2 in the over. Nice shape, getting the ball to go away from the right-hander.
And Steele, he did a lovely interview with Nick Friend from the Cricketer last week actually, talking about how he's very much aware that he's a fringe player, but one of those kind of team men you need in a county squad who's going to come in and do the job when they're required.
Well, it's a fine over from Abbott.
The sun poke out just for a few seconds. Steele must have felt, you know, this could be my day again, but it's gloomy again, and Abbott's on one.
Yeah, Hampshire threatening to take a grip of the game. Well, that's an excellent over from Kyle Abbott. Wicket maiden. Two for 37 from his 18 overs. Man who's played a reasonable amount of international cricket, not loads for South Africa. 11 test matches and 49 white ball games.
I remember when he obviously joined Hampshire and got that Colpack deal. It was obviously quite controversial at the time because he was just breaking through with South Africa. He'd had to wait his turn for a long time with Steyn and Philander and the kind of depth of that South African pace attack at the time. And just as he was coming through, he took that opportunity to do a Colpack deal. I remember it was quite a kind of decision that kind of shook South African cricket actually.
Yeah, it's tough to take. Tough to take when you feel you're losing your best players, but there was a financial imperative. More money to be made in the English game than perhaps playing international cricket for South Africa.
He's been brilliant for Hampshire ever since, really.
Keeps on probing. subtle arts, going fractionally wide in the crease, angling the ball in, little bit of away movement, not much but just enough.
And the way Pope's sort of positioned himself, you can sense that he's looking for that clip through mid-wicket off a bus.
Yeah, he's not going to get a lot for it because there's that man back at deep mid-wicket.
And if Abbas keeps bowling that line and keeps getting it to nib away, you just can't do it, really.
You tend to think of the Oval as a batting pitch. I was looking back at Surrey's matches here last season, and runs were scored. And there was a big draw in June, the game with Kent, when Surrey made 670 and Kent batted out 361 before. But the rest of the time there were wickets on offer, and then the scores weren't that high. Pope down the pitch, and he's got that away nicely. Well, he's won that little battle. Nothing that Fletcher Middleton on the deep mid-wicket boundary could do about that. He found the gap perfectly. The best of Pope. We've seen a couple of flickers of it this morning, that extra cover drive, and now this one. Yeah. It was on the pads, wasn't it? It was there to hit.
It's the shot Pope's been looking for, and the bus just went a bit too straight there. In terms of this oval pitch, I think the year before last it went too flat and there was just nothing on offer for the Surrey bowlers, and then last season they found the sort of perfect balance of the pitch they were looking to play on.
Yeah, they won, Surrey, all but one of their championship matches at the Oval last year.
And at times when it was flat, that's when Jamie Overton came into play and kind of everything sort of worked out for them there.
Abbott to continue after his excellent previous over. A tough start for Steele. He's had 5 balls and he's played and missed at 3 of them. And the lights are just beginning to fire up into action at the Oval. You think when the lights come on, it's the good time to bowl. So a battle between the floodlights and the natural light, and the natural light's probably just winning, but it has gone a bit gloomy yesterday evening. Got to the stage where the light's really taken over, and it was a tough battle just before the close for the batters. It's not entirely convincing from Cameron Steele. It's not an easy situation to come in at.
Even if you've just played the innings of your life last week.
Yeah, you got the confidence behind you, definitely. Put Surrey in a potential match-winning position in that game against Lancashire. Just too flat in the end, too slow and flat. And that is one of the issues, actually, playing cricket at this stage of the season. I mean, sometimes it's criticised, playing it in April. But there are some decent pitches around, but what they don't have is much pace in them. And that's what you want for really good, competitive, top-class cricket. There's a bit of pace there as well. So that's something for the bowlers to work with. There were some flat pitches around on the opening the opening round of championship matches. Weather playing a bigger hand this time round in this round. Nearly away, but not quite. Maiden over from Kyle Abbott. So 166 for 5. We're through half an hour's play here at the Kia Oval on this third day. Surrey 88 behind. We're going to have a change in the commentary box now. Cameron Ponsonby's coming in, and so too is Simon Hughes.
Thank you, Simon. It's been a good battle this morning so far, with I suppose Hampshire just having the upper hand, having taken that wicket, the wicket of Jamie Smith. We'll have a look back at that wicket in a bit. It's Mohamed Abbas to continue though to Ollie Pope. Waspish movement outside off stump, just probing away. Cam Ponsonby's here as well. Cam, I see you you dug up the story about Mohamed Abbas and Pep Guardiola. Have you talked about that a lot? Yeah, did you talk about that yesterday?
I avoided it as much as possible yesterday. It was an eye-opening day yesterday. It was a can of worms I opened, which I didn't quite intend to. Right. And I got in trouble with my friend who I forwarded it on from.
Was he the person who he was your source, was he? Pope gets a run there again, shifting down the pitch to try and put Mohamed Abbas off his length, really, more than anything. Just get his momentum going, and managed to get a single there. So he moves on to 60. Yes. Sorry, go on.
So my friend was my highly confidential source, and it was the second time in 24 hours I'd kind of dobbed him in it a little bit. Something else, something entirely unrelated. And
okay.
It was a moment, I think I say in the clip, I go, I don't know if I really should say this, but it's a good story and it's harmless. Well, and before I knew it, it was everywhere.
Well, tell us about it a bit between balls, perhaps. So that's the first ball from Mohamed Abbas to the number 7, Cameron Steele. And he hasn't laid about on too many yet, actually. 4 first-class hundreds for Cameron Steele, so he's got pedigree. It's a handy person coming in number 7, but he's got his work cut out at the moment with these two fantastic bowlers operating. Actually, I just figured out that the seam attack of Hampshire, which is Mohamed Abbas, Keith Barker and Kyle Abbott have got 1,674 first-class wickets between them. It's quite an enviable proposition if you're a batter. So, sorry, carry on with your story. So this was last weekend at the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire against Nottinghamshire, and Mohamed Abbas's first match for Hampshire this year, obviously.
So the story goes that as part of Mohamed Abbas's deal with Hampshire.
Just watch Abbas bowl this one to Steele, a little bit too wide outside off stump, that one.
That, as part of his deal as the star overseas player, he gets the premier kind of penthouse suite at the Hilton that overlooks the ground. Now that hotel is also used by football teams when they come to play Southampton away. So Manchester City was staying in the Hilton, and for the night before or after the match or whenever it was, City put in a request to Hampshire to say, would you mind if Pep Guardiola takes Mohamed Abbas's suite? And Hampshire, I'm sure very politely tell him to jog on and go, that's Mohamed Abbas. No one moves Abbas out of the premier penthouse.
Suite. As he bowls now there, and that's nicely played. That's Cameron Steele off the mark. He just rode the movement and bounced there, actually. Managed to get a bit further forward than Jamie Smith did. We'll see that dismissal in a minute. That's the end of Mohamed Abbas's over. So he now has 2 for 2 for 50. He's sort of conceded a few runs. Anyway, I mean, so I suppose Abbas probably wouldn't even have known about this, would he?
I'm sure it would pass him by. And then what happens is that got forwarded to me, and then I was on the Wisden cricket podcast, and we were talking about Abbas, and I was floundering slightly for something to say, and I went, I know this is true, and I kind of forgot where I was a little bit. I forgot there were microphones on in these public podcasts. It turns out people actually listen to them, Simon. I never expected that. And I told the story, and nothing else came of it. And then yesterday, Wisden clips it up and put it on social media, and it was actually the saving grace was the man who's just come on to bowl, Keith Barker. They went off for rain here at 11:27. And by 11:30, he'd commented underneath the post, "This is 100% true.
Right.
Our head of cricket operations is an Arsenal fan."
Here he comes, Keith Barker, the informant, and that's a slightly sort of loose ball, first ball, little bit rusty maybe after some bowling yesterday. Actually, he's been the least impressive of these 3 bowlers, I think, in the first couple of matches, but still seeking would be his 500th first-class wicket. He's on 499 at the moment.
Such a fantastic... I mean, if I was Hampshire, if I was Barker, even though I live in the area, I'd still want the penthouse suite for myself, I think, given how much he's done for the club.
So, sorry, who is the Arsenal fan? The
so
PR
Arsenal
man
fan is the head of cricket operations, so the request came into him by the sounds of Keith Barker's comments.
Okay.
And it went from there, really, and it sparked quite a surreal day.
So Barker now going over the wicket to Ollie Pope. He decided to go round to Steele, but maybe thinking that he can get that angle to Pope to stop him shifting up the pitch. I don't think he will shift up the pitch as much to Barker, actually, because Barker tends to bowl a little bit shorter, more back of it. In fact, the field has been quite spread here. There's a deep extra cover and a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg, so only really one man in front of the wicket saving a single. They obviously want to try and get Cameron Steele on strike and get Pope off it, and that worked pretty well. Pope just dabbing that one down the third man. He's on to 61.
And just to kind of round off the story, I had one of the more surreal moments of my life in that. So I've been working in this world for a year or two now, and that's fine, but there are certain figures that still kind of you're aware of their stature within the game, and Michael Atherton's one of them. And I do know Michael Atherton a little bit. And yesterday I was about walking through a door to try and find someone else.
Because he was here, wasn't he, watching the game and reporting for the Times. Here comes Barker, and good leave there by Steele.
And so as I go to open this door, and the door swings open from the other side, and there's standing Michael Atherton. I go, oh, blimey. He goes, just the man I was looking for. And I go, oh no, what's happened here? He goes, what's this story about Pep Guardiola and Mohamed Abbas? The desk keep ringing me. And I remember having to then explain myself to Michael Atherton. I've never felt like I was more back at school than in that moment then.
I bet he's probably put it in his piece as well as...
He has indeed.
He has, of course he has.
I think he addressed it as sly rumours at the Oval.
Did he not credit you?
No, he did not, and I was absolutely fine with that.
Okay, well, I'm going to take that up with him. Too often he's a brilliant journalist, of course, but too often he nicks other people's stories, I tell you.
Goodness, that's the real scandal that's come out of all this. Michael Atherton, England captain and thief.
Well, not too often, but occasionally. You see, Barker's just not looking as dangerous as the other two. In fact, I'm surprised that Kyle Abbott was taken off there. He was really causing, well, especially Steele, some problems, and yet he's been replaced by Barker. I suppose they feel they have to share the load, but in a way indicative of the fact that Barker's not as threatening was that field setting to Pope in that last over with men back. Maybe, sorry, you carry on.
I was just going to say, agreeing with you about Kyle Abbott, it's a consecutive fantastic spell from him. He bowled fantastically well yesterday evening when they came on for this kind of brief half-an-hour session that was under the lights. It was gloomy. It looked a really horrible time to bat, and Abbott was really puffing there. You could tell it was a real effort spell. And it was the same again this morning, where I almost felt he beat Jamie Smith for pace. I think Smith kind of misjudged the length of it. It was a bit fuller than anticipated, and because of that, he was a bit later on it. But No, I agree in that Barker's not looked as threatening. He's not been extracting as much movement.
He's not getting much swing, is he? Replaced, Mohamed Abbas has been replaced here by James Fuller, and he immediately gets a leading edge that's flown off Pope's bat, and actually a brilliant stop at deep cover point there, really. Is that Felix Organ out there?
That is indeed Felix Organ.
Good stop. So that saved a couple of runs. Let's have a look at the Jamie Smith dismissal. You were just talking about it, Cam. Maybe after the next ball we can just see, because I thought that his footwork wasn't very good, and Carl Abbott in particular bowls just back of the length slightly. He's a very tall guy actually. He's quite hard to get forward to, and we'll just see maybe the replay after this ball. There's a good defensive shot from Pope. He's quite a hard bowler to get forward to, Carl Abbott. So here's the replay from side on. Just watch the footwork. The front foot doesn't move there from Jamie Smith, and that's what enabled the ball to get through. It was, as you say, Cam, just a little bit fuller than the earlier balls from Abbott. Just got that length just a tad fuller and took out the stump as a result, because Smith wasn't able to get quite enough forward. He didn't really move his front leg there, but that's the skill of the bowler in a way to fox the batsman into his lack of footwork. I was standing up next to Carl Abbott a few weeks ago in Desert Springs in Spain. Actually, it was a warm-up game between Hampshire and Derbyshire, and I just stood next to him and I just thought, wow, you are much bigger in person than you realise. TV always makes everybody look around the same height, but he's a strapping individual, and when you get a tall guy like that, it's actually hard to get forward to them, because the difference in the trajectory as the ball is released from sort of 7'5", 7 foot, maybe even 8 foot, makes it just that bit harder for the batsman to pick up the length accurately.
I think you really noticed that when Abbott came on, as he does bowling first change for Hampshire, is that in the first innings, when Surrey started their innings, you had Abbas and Barker kind of challenging the knee roll and honing in on the stumps, and then Abbott came on. He's bowling that kind of waist length, where all of a sudden he was hitting the kind of top half of the bat. And I think it also, with Abbott, or Jamie Smith to be more precise.
Let's just see Fuller bowl this one on the up from Pope. That's a good shot. That's one of his trademark shots actually, the on drive. Lovely execution there, and he's making this pitch look relatively flat, which actually I don't think it is.
And just go back to the Jamie Smith dismissal. I think Smith bats with a very wide stance, and that kind of means he relies more on kind of weight transfer as opposed to large movements with his feet, and that's kind of where he kind of came unstuck a bit there. And that if Abbott's challenging him around his waist, he can kind of play from base. It's a lovely shot by Ollie Pope. He's leant back and cut that behind square for 4. I don't know if he's even cut that or guide that. It's kind of in between. Sort of a beautiful shot.
Yeah. And actually, it's a short boundary there. I can't believe it. Now, just have a look at the replay of Jamie Smith's wicket again. Actually, no, this is the replay of that last ball, actually. Lovely shot from Pope there. Just the way he flexed his knees, actually, and got underneath that to steer it down to third man. It's a short boundary, isn't it? The pitch is quite over towards the eastern side, is it? The eastern side of the ground, and yeah, towards the gasometer. Well, what was the gasometer? Don't think it's there anymore, is it? There's construction work. I think that although it was a protected item, I think they've managed to find a way of constructing some new flats around there. Can we just see, maybe let's just have a look at the Jamie Smith wicket from the bowler's end, and you'll see how he got out, the movement in towards, in between bat and pad. Just see here, his front foot doesn't really move. There's a little trigger movement and then nothing. Actually, it may have just bounced off his thigh there. It nipped through the gate, maybe ricocheted off his back thigh onto the stumps. Good delivery though, pretty good delivery. 178 for 5. So Surrey doing well here, but still trailing by 76 runs. This is a key little 20-minute spell, because still one of the premier bowlers on in Barker. They've seen off for the moment Carl Abbott and Mohamed Abbas. So if they can get through this little sort of 15-minute spell, then they may be thinking, how can we engineer a lead here?
And it's been a running theme of this innings, because it's been such a stop-start innings with rain intervals and the natural breaks in play, is that kind of golden trio that Hampshire have of Barker, Abbas and Abbott have bowled absolutely the lion's share of the overs. I think it's been 68.5 overs we've bowled here, and 57 of them have been bowled by those three kind of Hampshire stalwarts. It was a source of great confusion for me coming here as a child with the gasometer, that sometimes there was a big building to the left of the stadium, sometimes there wasn't.
Trying to get well forward there, Pope. Interesting field set here by Hampshire. Really kind of quite a very defensive field. 2 men out on the leg side, which are just out of shot on the left, and then a man at deep cover, just out of shot on the right, and really no one saving a single on the offside. It's almost as if they're happy to give the single away to Pope and bowl at Cameron Steele. Pope on 69, 179 for 5, Surrey. Round the wicket from Keith Barker. At the moment he's tucking Pope up, bowling that tight line onto about Midland leg. Not really much movement from him so far.
I guess their plans are they're trying to home in on kind of pretty straight to Pope, off stump, try and force him to push the ball into the offside, hopefully open up and induce a mistake there. But by bowling straight, they have got that mid-wicket in, which previously was in the slips. So it's a field where you think the fielding team know they're not getting much movement of the ball and they're having to try and force a mistake and target the stumps as opposed to induce an edge.
Down the wicket, pick up over deep square leg. In fact, didn't really quite time that. I wonder if he was trying to hit that for 6 actually, and maybe got a thickish edge, because it was quite a forceful attempt from Pope, but in the end it just skewed away along the ground out to that man at deep square leg. I suppose you can see why they've got the deep square leg, such a short boundary there, that certainly saved about 3 runs as that over comes to an end. I see Ian Holland was warming up there, so maybe they're thinking about bringing him in, his sort of medium pace. It looks like the kind of pitch where that sort of nagging length and line at about 80 miles an hour is the difficult one to play. The quicker bowlers maybe won't get as much out of it. Powerful shot from Pope for no runs that time. Crowd starting to peter through the percolate through the turnstiles. Quite a few people in the members area. Probably well wrapped up today. It's not all that warm. The floodlights are on, just making sure that, and that's a good delivery. That really jumped from Fuller. Actually, Pope did well. They've just taken out the 3rd slip. Holland had gone down to 3rd man. They had the 3rd slip for Mohamed Abbas, but now only 2 slips. That would have been a nice, easy catch for 3rd slip.
I think he's just trying to replicate his shot from the previous Fuller over, but I don't know if he's just, it's a bit fuller than the previous delivery. Oh, there we go. He has, to his credit, tried to run that down there. It didn't look very convincing, but he's got the result he wanted, if not through the process that he desired. I think I've rarely seen a player as talented that makes me feel less calm than Ollie Pope.
Can you imagine if you were the next man in? It's good at manipulating the ball into the leg side, just finding gaps. Busy, isn't he? So busy at the crease.
Yeah, he has a number of answers to the same question. Basically, there was a 3-ball spell from Kyle Abbott yesterday in that period of bowling, which I mentioned earlier was so difficult. And the first ball he played from the crease, the second ball he charged down the wicket, and the third ball he took a huge step outside off stump, all to try and negate the same kind of probing, good length delivery from Abbott. And it's it is both why he is playing for England at number 3 and scoring runs, and also why he's
a good delivery from Fuller. Well, I mean, he's the difference in at the moment between a parity score and maybe even a lead and a deficit, because no one else, I suppose Rory Burns made a reasonable fist of it yesterday, but Pope has looked head and shoulders above anybody else on this pitch. And actually, when I watched Mohamed Abbas bowl last year for Hampshire in a few games, he was just making the ball talk from a length, and teams were 20 for 4 regularly. I remember speaking to the Middlesex. There's a bit of pace and bounce from that one from Fuller. I remember talking to the Middlesex guys and saying, look, you need to do something. You can't just let him bowl. And they were slightly at a loss to know how to deal with it. And anyway, I mean, in fact, it can't have been Middlesex, can it? Because they didn't play against Hampshire in the Championship for 3 or 4 years. But anyway, I remember talking to some batsmen about what to do, and if you just allow him to bowl, he'll get you in the end, probably. So Pope's attitude to it is right.
It's a phrase that I read in an article the other day from Nick Friend, it was about the Essex bowling lineup, but I've kind of adopted it in general. It's just relentless competency. It's just a bowling attack that just asks the same question over and over and over again. And as you said, if a batting lineup doesn't have the kind of gumption to kind of put something back on it, it's a matter of time as opposed to an even fair contest.
There's the scorecard, 185 for 5. The Surrey reply to Hampshire's 254, was it, I think? So the deficit still in the 70s. But Surrey looking, well, certainly Ollie Pope looking very convincing at the moment. Barker's gone back over the wicket to him now. Well, in fact, I think he started over the wicket. He's bowling round to new batsmen and over the wicket to Pope.
I just wonder if they're looking to bowl dry and just starve Ollie Pope of some runs for this next 10 overs whilst the ball's not doing much. Keep the run rate down and have a real crack at Surrey again with that new ball in 10 overs time.
Ooh, that kept a bit low. It's the right shot, I think, from Pope that time, looking to try and square cut it. Nobody back on the boundary, backward a point. But the ball just skated through low. There's 2 gullies in position.
And we do have a third man as well.
There is a third, yeah. But I think he's looking to hit that quite square, wasn't he? It's always hard. I sort of sympathise for batters in a way, batting in these conditions, because so often in the past, without floodlights, you wouldn't have played in this weather when it's a bit gloomy like this, and the players would be putting their feet up in the dressing room. But now with the benefit of floodlights, you do play in these overcast conditions which are very bowler friendly. I remember talking to Alistair Cook about this actually, and why is batting in England so much harder for especially opening batsmen nowadays, and it partly is due to the fact that you often play in Test cricket or county cricket under floodlights when it's cloudy and perfect for the bowlers. Quite green tinge to this pitch as well at the Oval, but Barker just not really finding a probing enough length, just a bit short, giving the batsman time to adjust.
It's a difficulty that doesn't really translate to the club game or your recreational player, because I think if you go out and you play club cricket in this lighting, you're absolutely fine, and then you hear batters talk about it, and what they're complaining about. It's not that they can't necessarily see the ball as well, but they can't see the seam presentation. They can't see which side's the shiny side. Yeah, that's stuff we don't particularly look for in.
Well, that's close to him, but beautifully cut actually. A typical Pope shot that. A lot of batsmen would have left that ball, but he enabled a run down to third man. I think also, I mean, I bore people rigid, particularly Simon Mann, about this, but if you get sun on a dryish looking pitch, or even a pitch of this colour, you get heat rising, and that negates swing, because the air over the top of the pitch is unstable. Okay. Therefore the ball tends not to swing. Swing needs very stable air. Whereas if it's an overcast day and you haven't got the sun beating down on the pitch, the heat doesn't then rise off the surface. You've got a more stable situation, and that enables swing and movement. And that's why generally you're going to get swing on a cloudy day more than you will on a sunny day. And I know people here, you can email us in, by the way. The email address, Surrey, what is it? Surreybroadcast@gmail.com. or you can tweet at Surrey Cricket. You may have your own experiences of seeing a ball swinging on a bright blue sunny day. I can't explain that, and it does sometimes happen, but generally it's the rule that it will move more on a cloudy day because of the lack of heat rising from the surface and therefore the air being more stable. To get the ball to really move around, you need stable air above the surface of the pitch. You a scientist?
I'm not sure my physics GCSE covers that one. I got a knowing look from Simon Mann over your shoulder as well.
He's heard me sort of talk about this.
It was the look of a man who had heard it before, and I went, right, I'm going to pay attention. So it's not the clouds, it's the clouds are indicative of what is just above the surface of the wicket.
Yeah. Largely.
I'll take that with me.
Please do. Obviously you need a ball in the right condition and bowlers who can actually make the ball move as well. That's a hell of a shot. My goodness me, that's from Cameron Steele as well. A pick-up over deep square leg. Must have just strayed leg side. It's gone all the way for 6. The boundary rope is in. I remember the days when we play at the Oval here and we didn't have any boundary rope. You had to run everything until it reached the fence. But this one's actually gone over the fence. Where did he pick that up from? Well, it was probably leg stumpish, but that's a hell of a shot, isn't it?
Even if the boundary rope is in, that has travelled a very, very long way. We're a long way over to the kind of gasometer side of the ground, and the boundary rope is about, I don't know, 10 to 15 yards in from the advertising hoardings down near the Harleyford Road, and it's gone all the way. And we were talking about it being a bit gloomy. You saw the shot and you kind of expected, you knew the general vicinity of where the ball had gone, but I did not expect the umpire to raise his arms at all. And Cameron Steele, having been on 3 off 26, has all of a sudden got himself 6 off 1.
Pope on 76. We're midway through the 72nd over of the innings, so another 7 overs after this till, or 8 overs after this till the new ball, which I'm sure Hampshire will take. They're saving, you're absolutely right actually, they're probably using these sort of second line bowlers, or especially James Fuller, to save Kyle Abbott and Mohamed Abbas for the second new ball, and that's when they'll look to really try and ram home any initiative. Meanwhile, Surrey here, recognising the threat of the potential second new ball, trying to be positive, trying to get as many runs as they can against this older ball. Yes, actually I spent a bit of time with some aerodynamicists at Bath University who were writing papers on. I'm not just talking out of my backside here, which I know I do.
I'd never suggest you were.
I know I do a lot of the time, but in this particular case, I spent some time with some very, very eminent scientists who'd been written dissertations on swing and had been really, really exploring it. And we tested out all sorts of balls in a wind tunnel. Actually, it was really fascinating. Spent a day with these guys and tried to understand the paper they wrote about it afterwards, with lots of very complicated formulas and, as you say, plenty of physics involved. But they've done a very, very deep and intense study of the art and science of swing, or the science of swing much more than the art of swing.
Well, I think that's what's kind of fascinates so many people about swing bowling, is there is a huge element of science there, but there's also still a huge amount of mystery where people kind of haven't quite cracked it to its fullest extent.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. In fact, funnily enough, I spent the day yesterday with Glenn McGrath, the great Australian fast bowler. He's on a tour, which people are probably may or may not be aware of, and he was saying, I'll hand back to Simon Mann actually, but he was saying that he hated the ball swinging because he couldn't get his line right, and it would tend to take the ball off the line he was intending, so he hated it when it swung. Probably wanted to bowl cross seam.
Well,
so
in terms of
time now for a change. Cameron, you finish up.
Well,
there,
all I was going to say, in terms of answering
a
question about whether you prefer bowling with a ball that's swinging or not, I don't think I should be the one to answer that. I'm being replaced by Jamie Overton. Simon Mann is replacing Simon Hughes, and Keith Barker is running into bowl the first ball of his next delivery, which I'll cover. It's tucked away into the leg side. It is a dot ball. Simon Mann is on the tools. I'm leaving you, and Jamie Overton is joining.
Thanks very much, Cam and Simon. So an hour's play. We've got through an hour. The lights have been on. It's been Hard work for the batters and for the bowlers actually as well. It's been a real arm wrestle of an opening hour to this third day at the Kia Oval. Surrey looking for a first innings lead. Keith Barker looking for his 500th first-class wicket. Cam still getting a single into the offside. So, Jamie Overton, welcome.
All good. How are you?
Very good, thank you. How about you? Yeah, it's been probably a tough year for you, hasn't it?
The last sort of 6 months have been, but other than that, it's been quite a good year. Can't really complain of how last summer went. Obviously playing for England and winning the championship here, sort of quite a good season to be honest. And then the winter didn't go quite as well as planned, but these things happen, and hopefully we'll be back. Won't be too much longer. Sharp.
Well, that's glorious from Ollie Pope. Takes him into the 80s. It's been a real feature of his innings. Coming down the pitch, using his feet, almost using his feet as you'd expect a player to do sometimes against spinners, but he does it against the pace bowlers and creates something for himself. So Pope to 80. Worth having another look. Beautiful stroke.
Can't complain like that, can you?
What would you feel if a batter did that to you?
Well, I know what I'll probably follow him up with. But to a player like Ollie, it's hard to bowl at the best of times. He hits your best, can hit your best ball for four, and you can bowl a good ball, and he might play and miss at it. So you just got to try and be as clinical as you can most of the time, and hopefully the next one eventually or misses one.
So Keith Barker there, pitching it up again. Yours would have been what, around about throat height, would it?
Oh, I wouldn't say throat height, but it might have a bit more energy behind it. That's for sure. You don't like getting hit back past you that much. So, but I think in these conditions you probably don't mind getting hit back past you. So, I think you got to try and get the ball up as much as you can and give yourself the best chance of picking up wickets. Pitch that side leg.
Keith Barker asking the question. He's bowled 16 overs now, close on 16 overs. He's still looking for that wicket that would take him to 500, but not there. Let's have a look. You called it pitching outside. Yeah.
Just.
Yeah.
I think for a left armour, it's got to swing back for it to be able to pitch in line and hit the stumps, and same with the right arm. If you bowl into a left-hander, it's got to do something to come back, and that sort of just went straight on. So you always think it's in the batter's favour that way.
There is a sweeper out, so it's only a single to Ollie Pope. Takes the bowling at the end of the over as well. So we've had 73 overs, 7 away from the new ball. Surrey's 200 is up. Now normally that would mean a batting point, but not this season. This season the batting points have changed, so 250 is the first batting point. That's great to have Jamie with us. Great to have some guests in the box as well. Enjoying your day out at the Oval. Are you on a tour around?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's his birthday. It's your birthday. What's your name? George. It's George's birthday.
George.
On Monday. Okay. You over from Fuller.
Some good pace in the wicket, isn't there? Seems to be carrying through quite nicely. So I'd like to bowl on it, that's for sure.
We were talking earlier about the pitches here at the Oval. You normally think of them as being flat and really good for batting, but actually, just looking at the scores last season, there were runs scored, but there was enough in it for the bowlers as well. Surrey winning all but one of their games here. There was one big high-scoring draw against Kent.
I think, well, to win the championship, you have to win games, and you're not going to win games by playing on good flat wickets. I think even last year, I think we managed to get 20 wickets, but I think most of the time we always got over 400 runs here, or I don't think we ever got below 300.
Yeah, I think it's more that. Yeah, I think.
And like first innings runs, it puts you in a great position for the rest of the game, and it then puts pressure back on the opposite team. So I think with the bowling attack we've still got this year, and it's a very good bowling attack, and it puts a lot of guys and a lot of teams under pressure. I think it was probably only the last game of the season that we didn't get over 350. I think most of the games before that, maybe the Essex game was the only one that we didn't get that many runs. But I think we always managed to get over 300, and that sort of sets up the game quite nicely.
Yep, that's exactly right. Surrey scoring over 300 in all of their first innings at the Oval last season, and there's a 400 as well, actually at this time of the year.
Yeah.
Against Hampshire.
Hampshire
here, yeah, April the 14th,
oh, yeah.
the 16th last year. Surrey 467. That's Ollie Pope got 100. He's got a chance of 100 here as well. Watching on at the non-strikers end at the moment. And Hampshire, yeah, bowled out twice. Surrey winning that game.
That was my first game last year, Hampshire. Didn't play at Edgbaston, managed to get a 5 for as well, so it's quite a good memories this game. I always do quite well against Hampshire, so I'm a bit gutted I'm not playing this one.
Well, I'm sure you are, but you can give us an update on your injury and when you might be playing again after this ball.
Yeah. Yeah, injury's going well. It's a slow progress because you can't really rush a stress fracture. It's just one of those things. If you try and rush it,
so isn't the bottom of your back?
So it's an L4 left-hand side of. It's basically the L4 vertebrae's got a thing called the pars, which is basically bits that stick off the side of it, and the stress fractures on the side of in the pars. So it's quite common in fast. That's basically where all the fast bowlers get their stress fractures in the pars. So it is a small little bone, and obviously there's a lot of forces and a lot of stress that go through the fast bowler's action. And yeah, it was only a small crack it was a crack that I've already had.
Well, he's holed out. Cameron Steele, he's picked out the fielder at deep mid-wicket. He's been there all morning. You cannot believe what he's done there. Now that's a very useful wicket for Hampshire before the second new ball. And Cameron Steele, who played that excellent innings at Old Trafford last weekend, he's already hit 1 for 6 out there. Well, more deep back with square leg. But that one's straight out to deep mid-wicket. And Surrey lose their 6th wicket, and Hampshire pick up a bonus point. It was a bit of a bonus wicket as well, really.
Which is a bit straighter than the one he clipped for 6 before. I think the one for 6 before was just a bit more leg side. You can get a bit more square on it, whereas that was a bit straighter. You couldn't quite get it in the same area.
Cameron Steele caught by Middleton off the bowling of
So Fletcher Middleton with the catch.
Hampshire's second bowling point.
And Surrey 6 down. Yeah, he hit it pretty well. It was full middle leg line. Sean Abbott on his way in at number 8. Sorry, you've got a lot of players in your team who are sort of similar types of cricketer, bowlers who definitely bat, and you're one of them as well.
Yeah, I think, well, it helps the balance of the lineup. If you can get batters and bowlers, you bat all the way down, it extends your batting lineup. Even look at Hampshire, I think they bat to 9, 10, so if you can get some bowlers that can give some valuable runs down the order. I think even last year, I think Dan Worrell said it in one of his interviews at the end of the season when we were celebrating the championship. It was, if you're 8, 9 and 10 can get 100 to 150 runs each time, then it makes a massive difference to not only the bowlers that are going to potentially bowl afterwards when you go out to the field, but for the batters to give that confidence, we can keep going, and gives us a bit more time to rest, and then you get a chance of keeping them out in the field and keeping their batters on their edge because they want to get out and bat when they can't actually get out and bat. So yes, it's valuable runs when you get some down the order.
Well, I know when you arrived here, Alex Stewart said he wants you to be a batter as well as a bowler, didn't he?
Yeah. That's always been my main goal. I've always done both. I think at Somerset I was a little bit of bad at 10, 11, and just sort of get into a mindset of I haven't got very long to bat here and I need to try and get some runs quickly, and it didn't really help me, whereas coming here I've been pushed up the order a little bit.
Ian Holland is coming into the attack for the first time today for Hampshire. Ollie Pope 82 not out. And immediately used to the feet.
So yeah, got pushed up the order a little bit, and given that extra responsibility to actually make an innings and score some valuable runs, and I feel like I contributed quite well last year. I'd like to contribute more, but I think you always like to contribute more. And yeah, if I can keep scoring runs, that's an added bonus as well.
We didn't finish, got a bit diverted by the wicket, but we didn't just finish with your when you might be back
hopefully
again.
Hopefully he'll be back for the blast. That's what I'm hoping for. Maybe not bowling wise, but as a batter that can definitely run around the field and potentially offer a few overs to CJ if needed. But I think bowling wise, it probably won't be till sort of end of June. Probably full bowling wise, because it just takes so long to get back up to full workloads. Like I'm hoping to start bowling sort of first, second week into May. And it's just then gradually building up. You can't rush it. It's just a slow progress. So hopefully, as I said, end of June would be mid-July would be a nice feeling.
Just a slight hold up. Wicketkeeper Ben Brown needs a helmet to stand up. You can understand it as well with Pope prepared to use his feet. We were talking about this earlier. Would you stand up to Mohamed Abbas? Possibly in certain situations. Definitely standing up to Ian Holland. So with a stress fracture, is it, I just feel something in my back. You're not quite sure what it is, and because lots of people get backache, don't you? But not everyone goes for a scan to see what's going on there.
It's very bizarre because just walking around day-to-day life, you don't ever really feel anything. And can get a bit achy at times, but it's not that bad. It's only really sore when you're bowling.
Nicely cuffed away by Pope for a single.
It's mainly the force when you land, or your front foot lands, and then you rotate over your front foot, and the rotation force and the force that goes down, that's when it can pinch, and then it feels a bit sore. But you can get shooting pains down your leg. It's not very nice. I've not had that for a long time. The first stress fracture I had, I got shooting pains that every time I ran, I got shooting pains down my leg.
So you knew something was
I knew something was wrong that time. This time, I think I had it for 3 or 4 months and didn't really realise what it was.
Right.
And just sort of kept them bowling, still managed to bowl. Probably wasn't bowling as quick as I could do, but still managed to bowl, still managed to get through my overs. And it got to a point in Dubai for the new T20 league over there, and it was just got to a point where it was just too much, and I was just like, I need to go for a scan just to make sure I know what's going on, because if I need to get an injection, I can still get an injection for it.
Sean Abbott's first ball. Positive route. So 52 runs behind. Yeah, it was there to hit, wasn't it?
It was.
But perhaps not so easy to hit the
first ball. No.
It's like a couple of sighters first. Although, actually, you get something short and wide, it's a bit of a freebie to get off the mark.
Fair, it's just a bit of an instinct. You just sort of see it wide and you just go, okay, I can hit that. A lot of people don't really realise. You might be a little bit nervous when you face first ball, but I think once you get out there and you sort of get into the process of doing it, you sort of just forget about it and just see the ball and try and hit the ball wherever it is.
Jamie Overton alongside me in the commentary box in the JM Finn stand at the Kia Oval on a much brighter early afternoon now than we've had so far today. It's been overcast skies, but just brightening up a bit. Some patches of blue sky above. And Ollie Pope, the main man here for Surrey, with some support from a sturdy tail to try to get them over Hampshire's first innings score, above Hampshire's first innings score. 50 behind, 4 wickets left. Good game developing on a pitch that you can score on, but there's also something there for the bowlers as well. And it's mainly been that seam throughout. Do you think back to that? How often do you think back in your quiet moments to that when you're in the 90s? I mean, Ollie Pope's here, 84, he's moving towards the 90s. I was there at Headingley last year. That fantastic partnership with Johnny Bairstow. Let's watch Fuller go into bowl to Pope. Do you replay the shot?
Not really. But I keep getting questions, but like, were you nervous overnight? How did you sleep? And I was like, slept like I normally would. Like, to be honest, I didn't really expect myself to get 87 I think it was overnight. I didn't really expect to get that many, to be honest. So any runs that I did get was a bonus. So I think going into the next day, I was just trying to not start again how I finished the last night, because obviously we were being quite positive. Almost you have to start fresh and start a new day. But yeah, I didn't really feel nervous. Runs at the ball, I think outside edge.
Single to Pope. Looking more for that extra cover region.
But yeah, I was just trying to start fresh again, and I don't think I would have played a different shot to the ball I got out on. I think maybe I probably could have probably tried to hit it too square potentially.
Just a reminder, it was Trent Bolt.
Trent Bolt bowling from over the wicket, just sort of he angled it across me quite well that morning. I sort of played and missed it probably 5 or 6. And he actually bowled really well that morning. I probably tried to hit it a bit too square, and I probably should have waited for it and tried to hit it a bit square rather than trying to hit it a bit straight. But that's just one of those things, and 97 on debut, can't really complain. So it would have been nice to get the 100, but that's just one of those things. It's
a weird game, cricket, isn't it? How you can have a lot of success but still be disappointed, or have that tinge of disappointment. That 100 thing is it's an absurd thing, really.
It is, yeah, it is really. It's only another number because you could get 99 and the next number is 100. So it obviously sounds nicer, but I think the main thing for me was that I contributed to a winning team, and managed to get some position that we could bowl them out 3rd innings, and then obviously Joe and Johnny knocked it down in the 4th innings, and sort of capped off a memorable start of the summer.
It's an extraordinary Test match, and a summer of extraordinary Test matches, that one at Headingley, as Abbott gets another single. New ball now, 4 overs away, and you'd imagine Hampshire would take it straight away, wouldn't they?
I think that's probably what they're doing a bit with Holland and Fuller bowling here. They're sort of trying to keep it tight, but trying to give their big guys a rest before the new ball comes to have a real go at us just before lunch.
4 men on the boundary for Fuller, bowling to Pope.
Sure.
Looking for 2 here. Get it comfortably.
Might get 3.
Might get 3 actually. It's been rather escorted towards the wide long on boundary by the Hampshire Abbott. Now that was the run back of a bowler who's bowled quite a few overs already this season. So 3 to Ollie Pope. And you're on a fast bowling contract, aren't you?
Yeah.
Which is something that's relatively new.
I think new for me. I think it's probably been around 3 or 4 years. I remember Craig had one 2 or 3 years ago, and I think he was one of the first to have one. So yeah, it's been around for a few years. I think it's just a sort of a next step. They want to look after some fast bowlers.
So what does it mean in practice for you? Does it mean that the England hierarchy get to say when you play and how much you play?
To a certain extent, yeah. So basically, they pay 50%. The club, your county club pays 50%. So they got a bit more say of when you can play and when you can't play. But I still think it's a conversation to have. It's not like you're not playing this week, you're not playing this week. They'll be like, how are you feeling? Do you feel okay? We think you should have a break this week. How do you feel? And most of the time I'm off the lines of I want to play as much as I can. I know I've had my injuries, so it's like obviously don't want to play too much that I get injured again, but I want to play as much as I can when I am fully fit, and I don't want to miss any cricket just because I'm having a rest week, because I actually find having a rest week I get out of rhythm with my bowling, and then I find it harder to get back into it. So yeah, I like to play as much as I can, to be honest.
Yeah, I remember hearing Jimmy Anderson talk about bowling, that the idea of resting, it's not always about resting, because he says he actually bowls most weeks because you need to keep ticking over. If you stop, then it can be bad for your body.
Yeah, it can be. Like generally they try and say bowl 20 to 25 overs each week. Obviously game weeks you might bowl a few more than that.
So you're not just talking about games, you're talking about nets as well.
So next week, yeah, on a week, so like next week we got a week off here, I'd imagine the guys that have been playing probably won't bowl a massive amount of overs. They might bowl probably 15-20 overs just to try and keep that top up, because you get your injuries when you have a big week and then you have a low week. So if you don't bowl at all, that's when you get your spike, and then you come right back down and you back up again. That's when you get your injuries. So yeah, it's just trying to keep your loads up to a constant level throughout the season. Sometimes you are gonna peak because you might have to bowl 45 overs in a week. But that's when you got to try and be sensible, and I think having a big squad like we got here does help, and you can rotate bowlers and keep everyone fresh for as long as possible, because it is a long old season.
Yeah, starting early April, finishing late September, but it doesn't really end though, does it?
No, it doesn't. No.
Players fly off and play in all sorts of leagues around the world.
They do. And you need to be sensible when you try and take your breaks and time off. And even in like October last winter, I was still bowling. I had 2 weeks off the end of the season. I was still bowling in two weeks after the season. So it's you try and keep going as long as possible. it doesn't have to be max intensity every time. It's just trying to get a decent amount of overs in and just trying to feel good, really.
Ollie Pope edging towards those 3 figures. Such a fantastic record on this ground. I was mentioning it early, started the day with an average of 96.78 on this ground. If he gets out now, that average will come down a bit.
Yeah.
It just shows how good he's been. He just loves batting here. It's an important phase of the game here. The new ball not far away. Hampshire's lead is a small one at the moment. And Abbott's got a big job to do, supporting Pope and scoring runs himself. So 211 for 6 with 3 overs to go until the new ball. Still a lot of overs left in the day's play. Still 85 overs with overs to make up from yesterday. So there's the feeling this, if the weather does hold today and tomorrow, that we could be in for an intriguing, possibly even really exciting finish to this match.
Could be an exciting afternoon. We can get, so hopefully try and get 50 ahead.
50 lead and then try to put some pressure on.
It feels like one of those wickets you can potentially go 2 or 3 quite quickly. So with the bowling attack we've got this year, you'd like to think we can potentially go quite a few early on, and then they fall right under pressure. We probably didn't bowl our best in the first innings, I'd say. Listened to a few conversations. I think we obviously had them quite a few down quite quickly, but they still had quite a few 4 balls and loose balls that they could still score on. So if we can tighten up a little bit and still take those wickets, then we could put them under some right pressure.
Hampshire have lost their last 2 matches on this ground by a considerable margin.
I actually think it's the same wicket as well we played on last year, or very similar wicket. Like actually,
physically the actual pitch.
Yeah, physically the actual pitch. I think even in the last 2 years it's been this sort of part of the ground. It's hard to tell, obviously you don't.
Yeah.
It's either this one or the one to the left of it. I can't quite remember, but it's definitely one of these two, those two.
And I mean, you haven't been here for stacks of time, have you?
No.
But, are some of the other pitches different? You know, if you play on different parts of the square,
I think they are. I think obviously the Test match wicket in the middle, I haven't played on it at all, but
that's a fine delivery, an appeal for catch from behind, but nothing from the bowler at all. That one left him and bounced. And inevitably, when that happens, both batters coming down the pitch. Well, to have a look at the pitch and look what happened there.
Yeah, we're just talking about. I actually think this side of the square is generally a bit more helpful for the bowlers. Not necessarily helpful for the bowlers, but it's got a bit more carry, a bit more pace in the wicket. Whereas we come over to sort of the change room sides of the square, it can be a bit slower. Not sure why that is. Maybe the water runs towards the left as we're looking.
Another one as well.
But like looking at those 2 last 2 balls, they both carried through quite nicely, and he doesn't look like he's bowling express pace, but it's going through quite nicely.
Well, 2 in a row. The ball before was unplayable, angled in and left him, and bounced.
Same thing.
And that wasn't a bad ball either. A bit fuller from Fuller.
I think it's one of those, if you try and hit the wicket, it comes off slower, whereas if you can try and kiss it and let the ball sort of skid off the wicket, it comes through a lot quicker.
Would you believe it?
Action replay.
Yeah, that was live, everybody. It looked the same.
Still a bit of swing. Would you actually take the new ball if it's still like this? If it's swinging like this?
Well,
that's a question for them.
Yeah, that's James Vince's decision. I mean, the way they're shaping up here, Hampshire, you feel they are trying to get through to the new ball, holding one end full at the other, and they've just rested the new ball bowlers for a while. Gentle single for Abbott. What can sometimes happen is you take the new ball and it starts to go around the park a bit, which is hugely frustrating for a captain. You think, oh, the new ball is my banker.
It's one of those because you can't, like, low order batsman can score quite quickly as well. So it's one of those, do you take it and potentially take that risk of potentially having the ball do a little bit more than what it is doing now, or do you potentially have that risk of it could go around the park a bit and you don't really know what's going on?
To come for Surrey, Tom Laws, who's a very promising young cricketer, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell, the three to come. Pope's lost strike for now. Tom Laws, wickets in the first innings.
Good bowler, very promising young cricketer. I was very impressed with how he went last year, and it looks like he's come back and he's worked quite hard over in Australia in the winter. And yeah, he looks like he's actually put on a bit of yard of pace. So every little bit helps, and hopefully he's got a good season for us. And who knows what can happen, because he's certainly got the ability to be a good all-rounder into the future.
Well, that's a magnificent shot from Abbott. Plenty of bottom hand, that bit short from Ian Holland, and Abbott onto it. Clubbed away. There are two fielders back on that leg side boundary. It's quite a short leg side boundary on the gasometer side. That raced away. It's funny, actually, young cricketers can make quite big leaps in quite a short space of time. You talk about extra yard of pace. You're a bit stronger, and that's a good comeback from Holland. I remember watching Ian Botham bowl at the age of about 21, and he was sort of medium fast. A couple of years later, he was quick.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that's just of habit of bowling and getting used to your body and how your body feels when you are bowling. You obviously can do a bit of work in the gym and stuff, but you can't ever you can be fit in the gym, but you can never be enough bowling fit, and getting used to how your action works and how you feel going into the next day. And he's obviously learning how his body feels, and he's obviously not going to bowl quick all the time because he's a youngster, and that's not always what happens. And like, I remember when I was sort of that sort of age, I have some spells where I bowl quite quick, and then the other days I wasn't quite up to where I wanted to be. And that's just a matter of learning your body and learning how it works. But he'll learn, and he'll get there, and yeah, he's certainly showing what he can do at the moment, that's for sure.
Solid from Pope. 37 runs behind. And the new ball, an over away after this one. It's pace bowling, and paces. Do you sometimes find it a mystery how some days it just comes out perfectly, and the pace is up, and other days you're trying whatever and the pace is down?
Yeah, it can be frustrating. I think there's no real science of why it is like that. I think sometimes when you potentially try too hard, that's when it comes out slower.
What does trying hard to
for me, it's almost rushing into the crease and trying to almost force it down. Whereas when I'm probably potentially bowl my quickest is when I'm actually relaxed and everything just sort of flows and it just happens naturally, and not trying to bowl too quick.
Yeah.
Whereas when I try too hard, that's when my front arm falls away, and then I actually lose some energy off to the left rather than actually keeping everything going straight through to the target. So yeah, there's no real science behind it. I think you start to learn your action and learn what things you need to do to be able to bowl fast.
On the previous over, Fuller went past Abbott's outside edge, 3 consecutive deliveries. So this battle's been rejoined. It might be the final over of Fuller's spell for now anyway. Game in the balance. It's been a real tight struggle over the first 2 and a bit days, this game. Two sides who are hoping to be towards the top, if not at the top, at the end of the season. Pinching a single there.
Some good sides in the county championship this year. Obviously we played Lancs last week and Hampshire this week, 2 sides that you probably think will be near enough the top.
Well, those were the top 3 last year: Surrey, Lancashire, Hampshire.
And then obviously Warwickshire managed to stay up at the end of last season. Their bowling attack looks a bit stronger this year. And even looking at Somerset, they've sort of bolstered their batting a little bit as well. So teams are starting to look a bit more fuller, a bit more packed. So it's certainly going to be an exciting year, and it's not going to be hard to win, that's for sure.
Single to Pope. He is into the 90s now. And the games are a little bit more spread out this season. I mean, previous season, I mean, quite a lot of blocks of cricket, and you sort of switch off from the Championship. I know there's a gap in August.
Yeah. So I think there's 5. I think there might be 6 or 7 Championship games at the start of the season, and then a bit of the Blast. I think there's a couple games during the Blast, and then there's a little block after the Blast finishes before the 100, and then I think it finishes with 4 Championship games right at the end of the season. That's flown through again as well.
That's, yeah. But looking for the sort of flicky uppercut. Could have taken it over the boundary rope if he made contact. It is quite a small boundary down there. There's also a fielder lurking at deep backward point. This is what actually is probably quite annoying for bowlers in this situation, is when as a lower order player, you've got the license to play a little bit like this, and you get a few away, it can be so annoying.
That's, I think, you sort of can get into the mould of trying too hard at the lower order, trying to bowl too many different balls, whereas realistically, if you can just try and hit the top of off stump like you do to a top order batsman, they're still going to find it hard. They're probably going to find it harder than a top order batsman. So it's just trying to keep things as simple as possible, which isn't always that simple. So
one of the lessons of what you were saying in the last 5 minutes or so is actually, as a cricketer, don't try too hard, which seems a strange thing to say, because you think, well, you always want to be trying hard out there. And
it's not you're not trying, it's just trying to keep
sort of relaxing into it, rather than really
keeping things very simple, and just relaxing is probably a good word for it, to be fair.
Well, that is more frustration for the bowler there. He's found the edge along the ground through the slip cordon, and more useful runs for Abbott. And 80 overs have now been bowled.
New ball might be being taken.
So
Kyle Abbott.
Kyle Abbott looks as if he's going to take the new ball. So how close was this? Well, it was just in front, but to the left of the third slip fielder. You can see Fuller's head rocking back there in frustration. That's what we were talking about. You can go past the outside edge 3 times. You can a little swishy shot that goes past the outside edge. He nicks it through the slips.
Yeah, can be very frustrating at times. That's just cricket, unfortunately.
Abbott returning to bowl at the pavilion.
He might have a couple with the old one before he takes the new one. Oh no, he's taking it straight away.
He's had enough of that.
He doesn't want that one anymore.
Don't want that one anymore. Working hard to get that one off the field. He lobbed it out towards the dressing room area. Lunch today is a bit later than previously advertised because of the extra overs today. So lunch is at 1:10. What's Ollie Pope's approach going to be with a new ball, 2 slips and a gully. There's no one at home at deep third. I think he was frustrated there. He was looking for 4.
He was.
Down towards deep third. There's a fielder on the offside in the deep, but it's more deep backward point. Fletcher Middleton patrolling down there. Well, Abbott's been right on it. We're going to have Abbott to Abbott in a moment, I dare say.
Looks like the Bass is getting warmed up from going to be bowling from this end.
Mohamed Abbas, who was doing some stretching exercises down on the fine leg boundary to get up and lob that one back.
You've got Abbott to Abbott now.
Yep. Kyle to Sean. And, Sean Abbott's made a useful contribution here.
Oh.
Clubbed away. It's not going to be 4.
I think that was meant to go in the air, but we'll take him. probably won't see much swing from Abbott. He's not generally a big swing bowler. Sort of more of a seam bowler that tries to run the ball back into the right-hander to try and get LBWs and bowled. And he might just hold one up and then try and get you nixed with that way. But you won't see a massive amount of swing from Abbott, so not great knowledge for us potentially going into the second innings whether it's going to swing or not. With obviously Dan Worrell swings the ball quite well, Lawsey swings the ball, so Kemar swings the ball, so yeah, we'll be hoping that it swings when we get our chance. That's 4.
That's 4, yep. Keith Barker can't get onto that. Timing and power in the shot. It wasn't a full-blooded stroke, but really nicely played, very useful runs here. And this is the thing we were talking about, how the new ball can sometimes leak runs. Really nicely played. I don't know if you were listening to Simon Hughes' theory about why the ball swings or not. Do you? Well,
no,
what did you make of it?
I couldn't tell you why.
All right.
All I know is you've got to try and get the ball and release the ball in the right way, and hopefully it swings, and sometimes it doesn't. Obviously it does swing a bit more on.
That's another fine shot.
Overcast days, but I couldn't tell you why. Because yeah, as I think Simon said, you can get days where it's cracking flags and there's not a cloud in the sky and it still swings.
Well, you can come and have two fast bowlers can have a chat to each other now for a little bit. I'm going to make way. I don't know how long you're going to stay for, Craig, but Simon's going to come in.
Thanks, Simon. You're probably thinking about lunch now, Jamie,
no.
aren't you? It's the bowler's time of the day, isn't it? Sort of 20 to 1.
It is.
You're eyeing up. If you're not due into bat next, you're eyeing up lunchtime now, aren't you? Thinking, I'll just get up there early and get the starter in, or get the main course in, or whatever. And you have a bit more time to enjoy lunch. Yeah, I mean, swing is fascinating, isn't it? I mean, I regret, in a way, being a swing bowler, because it was great when it worked.
Yeah.
But on the days when it didn't, it was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, I spent, I was saying earlier actually, I spent yesterday with Glenn McGrath doing an interview with him for an Ashes podcast I'm doing, and he was someone who, he never swung the ball,
yeah.
and in fact if he swung it, he didn't bowl very well, because he didn't have the line, he couldn't control his line, he didn't know where to start the ball, because some would swing more than others. Here's another man who doesn't really swing the ball, Mohamed Abbas, and he's got Pope out immediately, dragged on I think, looking to cut that one from probably not very wide, and Mohamed Abbas has struck again. What a bowler he is. And Pope, well, departs, absolutely furious with himself, whacked his bat on his pad. The crowd inevitably will stand and rise to that innings, because he didn't make 100, but he's made a very significant contribution. 91, superb innings, and well, he would have wanted 100, of course, but he's still made an emphatic contribution, hasn't he, to the game?
He has indeed. I think knowing what he's like, he wants to score as many runs as he wants, as many runs he can, so he'll be disappointed, but I think getting 91 on a pitch that looks like it's doing a fair amount is it's great for us.
What did it do? Did he drag it on?
Yeah, it looks like he dragged it on a little bit, yeah. Probably was just a bit too tight to cut. He obviously trying to run it down the third man again, like he's done most of the morning. And probably just come back a little bit at him, and it's just got a bit too tight to cut.
Yeah, he's quite wide of the crease there, isn't he, Mohamed Abbas?
Yeah,
just angled into him a bit, just cramped him for room there slightly. And it is the shot that Ollie likes to play, isn't it? That little dab shot. Big stride back, hasn't it, as the bowler bowls. It's interesting, his footwork, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes he'll go down the pitch, and they're there. He really took quite a big step back.
I think that's just trying to keep the bowler on his toes and see what... Trying to not let them settle into a length that they feel comfortable, because if you don't know whether he's coming forward or back, you can't get into a rhythm of what's going on, and he's just trying to get the ball a bit more in his court rather than on a pitch that's potentially doing a little bit. If he just sits and sort of plods around and for a period of time, he probably feels like he's going to get out quicker rather than not. Key wicket, of course, for the match situation, with Surrey still in arrears, 20 behind. Tom Laws is the number 9, and that's a big shout, an LBW first ball. He didn't get forward, and Mohamed Abbas has pinned him LBW, and this is a very swift change in the match situation, with 2 wickets falling in 2 balls, just when Surrey were thinking we could get a 50-run lead here.
now suddenly they're thinking, can we even get a lead? 234 for 8.
Yeah, obviously another good ball from Abbas. He's always trying to hit the stump, so looks like that's, yeah, it's just didn't quite get it. It might have just come back a little bit, and Lawsy just didn't quite get his back down in time.
Again, he's quite wide of the crease, isn't he? Perhaps trying to avoid footholds. I don't know if he's normally as wide as that. That just nipped back a bit. Could height there maybe? Could have saved
maybe,
the batsman, I don't know.
Probably not. Lawsy's not the tallest. Nah, it's hit him just below the knee roll on the side angle there, so you probably think it's probably going to hit the stumps, and I'd be very disappointed as a bowler if that wasn't giving out.
He's a deadly bowler, isn't he? Especially with the new ball, just with a slight hint of help in the pitch, he's so potent. So he now has 4 for 51, and still Surrey 20 behind with the number 10. So this is Kemar Roach, is it? I think number 10.
Yep.
Coming in. I mean, we should just finish the conversation about swing. I always found that. You know, I know you've talked to someone like Jimmy Anderson. He tilts the ball slightly for his outswinger and in-swinger, and also he tries to take one finger off the ball slightly when he's bowling one or the other. So more control with the index finger for one swing and more control with the middle finger for the other swing. I mean, I just bowled it seam up, and sometimes it swung and sometimes it didn't.
No, so what you're saying about McGrath, I'm the opposite of. I feel like I'm the opposite. I find it easier when the ball's swinging to find my length and find where I need to bowl.
You can bowl fuller, can't you, if it's swinging?
Yeah, you can.
Because it's more of a dangerous ball.
But then when it doesn't swing, I find it hard to then find my length and where I need to bowl, where I need to release the ball, because I'm so used to seeing the ball do that. It's like an away shape, to actually then find the length where it goes onto the stumps. You think, it's a straight.
This is a hat-trick delivery, sorry to interrupt.
If it's
and Kemar Roach negotiated it well.
If it's just the ball that doesn't swing, you think, you just bowl it on a straight line and it's easy, but you get into a rhythm of seeing the ball swing all the time. You start the ball on probably middle and off, whereas if you start the ball on middle and off with a straight ball, that's obviously on leg stump, and it's easier to score. So
yeah, I mean, the thing about swing is you never know from one day to the next, and you were saying this before, you never know from one day to the next whether it's going to swing, or even from one innings to the next, even one ball to the next. One new ball might swing and another new ball when Surrey come out to bowl might not. Kemar Roach off the mark there, I think, or maybe that was a leg by, but certainly one more to the score. And I think it can be frustrating because you run up to bowl your first ball of the day and you don't know whether it's going to swing or not. So therefore you don't really know where to set it up. And some days you can think, well, I think it is going to swing today because it was swinging in practice. So you started on leg stump hoping it to swing away, and that ball, the match ball, doesn't go, and there's a half volley on leg stump. And then you bowl one outside off and it swings beautifully, doesn't it? Just because your action's slightly different for a different line. I mean, it's a fickle art, swing. Sometimes I think that I'd rather have been a bowler like Mohamed Abbas, who just relies on knowing he can bowl that line every day of the year, and some days it will move off the seam and some days it won't. Yeah,
you think the bowlers that potentially are towards the top of the averages, you think Toby Roland-Jones doesn't necessarily swing the ball a mass amount, Sam Cook doesn't swing the ball a mass amount, Abbas and Abbott don't swing the general ball that much, but they're always at you. And it's always hard work, whatever conditions are. Even if it's a good flat wicket, they're still at you, and it's still hard work. They're still challenging all three edges.
Absolutely.
So yeah, there's different ways of bowling the ball. It's not exact science, and you can do it multiple different ways.
I mean, if you look at the stats of Test cricket and the most successful bowlers of all time in Test cricket, fast bowlers, most of them are line bowlers. McGrath, Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, people like that. They were line bowlers, and really, Stuart Broad. Jimmy is an anomaly, really, for me, because he's a swing bowler, and yet he's the top of the tree. I just think it's incredible.
It's a phenomenal career. The fact he's still going now is remarkable. I think I said yesterday in the Q&A. The fact he's still going at 41, 42, I don't know, is he 41 now? 40, 41?
Yeah, I think he's 40 actually.
Like, it's just a remarkable fact that it's still a remarkable feat that he's still going and still putting in outstanding performances at the highest level.
That's a boundary to Abbott. That's Sean Abbott, the Surrey version of Kyle Abbott. So valuable runs here. Surrey desperately trying to sneak a small lead. Actually, I mean, how much do you think a lead is key here? Get 30, 40 lead.
If you can get a 34 lead, it's I wouldn't say it's it's massively important, but obviously it does help. If you can get a 40 lead and then you get them 2 or 3 down before they go past us, that does make a massive difference. But I think even if you get to, well, we're near enough level now. It's going to be the third innings.
Yes, it's a 2 innings match almost.
Basically, I call it the moving innings, or it all happens in the third innings. You can either win or lose the game in the third innings. So if we bowl well in the third innings, then we're only chasing hopefully 150, 200. If you bowl badly, that's when you could be chasing 300, 400. So yeah, it all comes down to the third innings, really.
This is Carl Abbott again, who bowls, and some valuable runs here from Sean Abbott so far. 29 from 29 balls. Who was your influence as a bowler? Who taught you how to bowl, and who was your kind of idol when you were growing up?
My idol was probably a bit of Jimmy and a bit of Freddie. I think the 05 Ashes was the one that I grew up watching. I was sort of that age when that was I think I was 11, 12 at that sort of time. So watching that was probably got me hooked into cricket. Freddie being an all-rounder, sort of similar to what I'd like to be. He was inside edge, 1 run onto the offside. But yeah, he was the guy that I looked up to. And then probably recently is Jimmy. The fact he's gone on for so long and still has the same impact on games. I see myself as a swing bowler at times. That people see me, I'm an out-and-out pace bowler, but I can swing the ball. And if I can bowl the ball fast and swing it, it's an added bonus. Probably a little bit more like Stain, I'd say. More recent in international cricket, he bowled probably a bit quicker than Jimmy, but still have the ability to swing the ball both ways.
He learnt his in-swinger, didn't he, actually?
Yeah.
He didn't really have an in-swinger to start with. You're listening to Jamie Overton, by the way, talking as we watch the Carl Abbott bowling there to Kemar Roach, the West Indian, who still hasn't got off the mark in this county championship top of the table tussle. I think these two teams are going to be competing for the title later in the season, perhaps partly because they've got such good seam attacks, which hopefully Jamie will be part of at some point in the season. What has Jimmy taught you, apart from the ability to stay on the park, I suppose?
Yeah.
Just after this ball, tell us, what kind of things you've learnt off him. And just watch Carl Abbott bowl this delivery, well defended by Kemar Roach.
I think the big thing is just watching him and how he goes about his business. Like, he doesn't miss his length. I'd say he might miss 1 in every 5 overs, and that's where you get your wickets from. You get your wickets from being really patient. I know you're obviously trying to get wickets every ball, but it's being really dry, really not letting them score any runs, and then them almost getting themselves out. And if you can, if you go at 2 and over, that's when you get your average down, is because you've not gone for any runs in 10 overs where you've gone for 20, and then you potentially pick up 1 or 2 wickets, and you get your wickets by being dry, and then you get your average down by not going for any runs. That's
a good way of putting it. 242 for 8, Surrey at the end of the 83rd over. Actually, I was saying I spent some time yesterday with Glenn McGrath, and I was talking to him about his role in the side with Shane Warne, and as a pair, they just regarded, and they took 1,001 wickets between them, which of course has just been overtaken by Broad and Anderson. And he talked about just drying up the runs and giving the batsman nothing. And over time, 3 or 4 overs of no runs, batsmen
they want to score runs. All batsmen want to score runs,
and they make mistakes.
And there might be a ball they think, I can score off that one, and it's not really there, and that's when you get your nick, or you miss it, you get bowled, or LBW or something like that. So yes, there's many ways of getting a wicket. I'm probably a fraction different than other fast bowlers. I can get used as a bit of an enforcer at times. I'm probably not happy to go for more runs, but I know I'm probably going to go for a few more runs because
you're a bit more attacking,
trying a few more different things. And I probably won't get. I might bowl the odd worse ball, but I might get a wicket because of it, because they think, I'm there, I can score off that one, and it's still not quite there. But yeah, it's everyone's sort of got the same mold, as trying to be as
persistent,
persistent as possible, and then get your wickets through that way.
That's a great good shot from Kemar Roach.
Good before.
Just eased it past the bowler, and it's running away for a boundary. Very valuable runs these for Surrey, because
down to single figures
trail, and it 246 for 8, so 8 behind, And just a nice, simple shot, this actually. Kemar Roach, who only averages about 11 in first-class cricket with the bat, but that was better than a man who averaged 11, that shot.
Kemar's got a very good technique. He may not score the runs, but he's always there to hang around for other batters.
He doesn't have many shots, does he?
No, but I think that's where you learn yourself as a cricketer. You sort of can. You may not have many shots, but if you can hang around for other batters, like obviously Sean at the other end is a very good batter. So if he can hang around and help Sean get us up to a decent lead, that's his role in the side. The same with the bowling. If you can hang around and just be in and around the area, and the other guy at the other end that takes wickets, it's a team game at the end of the day. So you try and do what you can for the team.
I wonder if that actually did bounce. Some batsmen have a habit of playing a bit low, don't they? And they get hit on the hands quite often. We'll have a see here how much this did actually bounce, or if it was the batsman.
It bounced a little bit. Yeah,
hit the handle, didn't it? Took his hand off the bat. Spitting cobra from Mohamed Abbas, who has
Might have been a bit more
56
energy on the ball after being hit for 4.
Yeah. Oh, that could be close. That's out, and that is a 5-wicket haul for Mohamed Abbas. I don't think that the batsman would review that even if he could. That looked plumb. He was stuck on the crease. It nipped back a little bit. A typical Mohamed Abbas wicket. He kisses the surface, of course. He loves it. He's enjoyed bowling here. Absolutely top of his mark, top of his ability, skill-wise. And 5 for 56 means that Surrey are still 8 runs behind with only 1 wicket left.
There's a bit of an inside edge there.
Did you think it was an inside edge? Well, we'll have a look here.
We'll have a look.
Like wide of the crease still.
Oh no, that's out.
No, do you think that's out?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as plumb from that angle as I thought. He tried to get a bit of a front
come back in a lot
front stride in. Yeah, it did come back a bit, didn't it? Yeah. But I think, did he get outside the line? I don't think so when he was struck. And he's happy to go. He probably appreciated the skill of the bowler there, because he didn't really get his left leg very far forward, but I think it hit his back leg there.
Back leg, yeah.
So unfortunately, Kemar, you've got to go.
Good bit of skillful bowling from Abbas, trying to get the ball running back in again. Like I said, not trying to swing the ball, but just trying to get the ball to come back into the right-hander batsman.
I love the way he kissed the ground at the end there. You get a mouthful of dirt.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that?
No, I've not done that. Kissing the grass, not the mud.
Lovely. Appreciating the surface he's been given here, and it's Dan Worrell who's the last Surrey batsman. 246 for 9. Just slightly extended morning session, so another 15 minutes to lunch. So I suppose actually, if there is a wicket now, the Hampshire openers would have to come out for like 1 or 2 overs maybe. Unless they take an early lunch.
If it's within a certain time, I think they can take early lunch.
Oh, that's a big swing.
I did wonder whether you'd try and do something first ball.
Yes. And he got away with it. Inside edge, thick edge down to fine leg. Well, I mean, I'm glad to hear that you at least can get out there with the bat, Jamie. We're still talking to Jamie Overton, of course, who is out at the moment with a stress fracture of his back. Is that right? The right description?
Yeah, stress fracture of L4, yeah.
What's that? What was that? The vertebra for L4?
Yeah, L4 is basically the lumbar back. There's lumbar spine, and there's 5 pieces or 5 bones on the lumbar spine. So
and when did you do it?
Bottom. The scan, when I had my scan was sort of early January.
But when did you feel it? The injury.
I've had it. Felt it most of the winter, to be honest.
Right.
But I've been still managed to bowl with it. So I couldn't tell you when I exactly had it. I might have had it. I might have got it in Dubai. I could have got it. It might have just been a bit of achy pain before. So.
And you still think, do you, that another big swing? So that was Sean Abbott that time, playing and missing. Hands on hips from Mohamed Abbas. Another successful over from him. 5 for 57 now from 27 overs, and Kyle Abbott will take over. Just have a look at that one again. Big swing there. Not really probably looking at the ball too much.
Might have gone over the stand if he hit it.
But yeah, he would. And talking of that, I mean, I watched an innings you played last summer at Lords in the Blast.
Yeah.
Where you absolutely belted the Middlesex attack. I think it was Middlesex, or was it London Spirit?
Well, it would have been Middlesex. I've not played in the 100 just yet.
No, right. And you smashed about, I don't know, 30 off about 10 balls or something. I'm just wondering if, I mean, I hope you're able to do this, but you say you might be available for the Blast as a batter, but mightn't you damage your back playing some of those shots?
Like, I think the only issues it's the force that when you bowl that goes through your back.
Yes.
Obviously, if it's up to the doctors and all the scans and stuff, but at the moment they're quite positive, and that I will be able to play in the Blast as a batsman. Obviously, I've got a scan in a couple of weeks' time just to make sure everything's progressing nicely. But it's one of those, I don't want to put myself in a situation where I risk doing that and then potentially coming back and bowling and it's sore again. So, but there shouldn't ever be a problem. There's not as much, the rotation force of that is never the same as what you get with bowling. So it should be fine, but you can never say it might not happen. But yeah, with fingers crossed it will work.
A shout out, by the way, to Graham K. Taylor and his son Jacob, who were at the Pride of Lions Day with Jamie yesterday. The field spread now for the intent of this last pair, and just as well too, but it's gone straight through him. A belt by Sean Abbott, and a ball that should have been stopped. I think he slipped probably at long on there. I couldn't quite see who that was. Who was that, Jamie?
I think that was Fuller down there.
You think it was James Fuller, do you? It was a good ball from...
He's number 26.
And that is Surrey's first batting point, Simon Mann reminds me, having gone past 250.
Yeah, that's James Fuller.
So a key moment in the match there. 1 point to Surrey with the bat.
And only trailing by 2, so scores are pretty much level.
4 men on the leg side boundary here. And he doesn't care, and he smashes it over their heads. What a shot. Incredible. And into the lead, yes, as Jamie Overton says, smashed into the MAR Galadari stand, the new stand here at the Oval, caught probably, or at least retrieved by a member of the crowd. What a hit. And it is a pretty short boundary actually there.
I don't think that would have mattered where the boundary line was. I think it would have gone over it anyway.
Yeah, probably. Well, it's certainly encouraging, I suppose, as a batter, if you can see that short boundary. Square leg, it's about 55.
Yeah,
can't be much more than 55 yards.
Might be a change of plan here. They might be going a bit wider.
Yes.
Just try and limit
the
option of going
the death over
side.
tactics.
Yes.
So this is Keith Barker still seeking his first run of the wicket of the match, and what a shot that is from Sean Abbott. Belted back, nearly took his partner at the other end down Worrell's head off there, smashed back past him for another boundary. These are very handy runs. He was going for the wide Yorker, I think, there, as Jamie Overton suggested, but he hit it so straight that long off couldn't get there. Fantastic striking by Sean Abbott, 44 from 34 balls. What have you got, Keith Barker?
Well, that looked like a bit of a slow ball, the last one, so he might just go a normal pace wide again. Yeah, always the bat broke as well.
Bat smashed the bat. New blade, please.
A little bit of the toes come off.
It's a
bit of a shame because that looked like quite a nice bat.
He'll hate that, won't he?
I think that might be his number 1 as well, so he's be a bit frustrated.
Do you know, I interviewed Ian Bell the other day, and we were talking about bats, and I was asking him how many bats he has in his locker, or how many he had in his locker, and he said about 12 or 13, but he always looked after the number 1, and wouldn't let anyone touch it or use it. He never used it in the nets. You only kept it for match situations, and poor old. I mean, and also with bowlers, do they have many bats? How many bats have you got? Well, you're a main batter, so we just have a look at the replay.
I think
what happened there.
I think I've probably got 4 or 5 mini champion halls that keep me going. I wouldn't say
good plug for your sponsor there, Somerset Company, aren't they?
Yeah, they're based on the ground at Taunton. Yeah, and I would say I've got 4 or 5. I do break bats quite a lot though, especially T20 cricket. I try and hit the ball quite hard, so they can break quite quickly. But I mean, I'm glad to hear you have a few, because certainly, tailenders. They didn't used to have many at all, did they?
I mean, we would only have one every sort of. You get given 1 bat per every 3 years, basically.
Yeah. I think they're a bit different nowadays. They're not as pressed as much as they used to be. They're certainly softer than they used to be, but it seems to help the ball go a bit further. But they break a lot quicker.
And he's decided to play a more conventional shot with that delivery from Keith Barker, perhaps just to keep the strike. Yes, Abbott 45 now. Sean Abbott.
They might have missed track of balls there because I'd been trying to keep him, even if they went for a boundary.
They should have brought him in,
everyone in. Yeah, trying to give yourself 6 balls at down Worrell at the other end.
Yeah. Yes. Well, how are they going to play Mohamed Abbas? Because there isn't the short leg side boundary that Abbott was eyeing up in that last over. But Surrey now have a lead of 9. Abbas looking for his 6th wicket. Abbott looking for his 50. I think I wrote down how many 50s he's got, or did I? He's best. He's only got actually no, I didn't write it down. Sean Abbott, yeah, batting average of 22.29, 100, one first class 100. So definitely credibility as a batter, as a lower order batter, and 45 from 36 balls here. 10 minutes to go until the lunch break. Can he do any more damage?
Hopefully.
Field spread, he's hit, that's 6. A mighty blow, and that has gone a long way over the leg side boundary into the stand. The rope was well in anyway, and there's a man there sort of with putting out an abject hand to see if he could catch it. And of course that is 50 to Sean Abbott, 51 from 37 balls. Potentially a match, could be a match influencing innings.
It could be, like you're saying, what was he going to do? He probably doesn't think any boundaries are too big for him, so he was happy to go over the leg side, and yeah, he's got up to 50, and this could be a lead of 15 now. Any more would be a nice little handy lead.
Well, and it gives the Surrey bowlers a bit of heart as well, that having faced a potential deficit, they've now got a lead of 15. It could be more. 4 men back on the leg side boundary, 4 men back on the offside boundary. The swing and a miss that time. In fact, I've not very often seen a field like this. You don't get this field in a one-day game, do you? Because you can only have 5 men maximum on the boundary. But we've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4,
10, 9, 8 men out.
Yes, 4 on each side, and a sort of fly slip and a wicket keeper. So everybody spread out, and I wonder whether he should be looking here at extra cover rather than the deep mid-wicket area, because it's short boundary there, and Abbas will probably bowl offside anyway, or off stumpish. Goes for a short ball that time. Big swing. And so far, those last 2 balls, no contact. Is Sean Abbott, is he here for the summer?
I think he's here for the summer.
I suppose he's hoping to get.
But I think he's here for this whole summer, yeah.
Well, he's hoping to get a call up for the Aussies, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely here for the start of summer, and I think he's here for the T20s as well. So, I think until definitely to the mid part of the summer. I'm not sure what he's doing during.
Plan. Yeah.
If he's here for the 50 over comp during the 100, I'm not 100% sure. So, but yeah, he's definitely here for most of the summer. That's for sure.
Right, 5 men on the boundary
until
now.
July.
Simon Mann says until July. 5 men on the boundary on the leg side now, 4 on the offside. Everybody except the keeper on the boundary. A good Yorker from Mohamed Abbas that time. They could have run 2 there actually. In fact, in the end it was well fielded by Kyle Abbott. Diving stop at long on. This is entertaining stuff. Worth the admission money.
Certainly going to enjoy your lunch after this, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Won't have much time though. If he's out, he's going to have to get his bowling boots on. That's the trouble, isn't it, with bowlers? You know, by the time you've come off the field, you know, so the Mohamed Abbas and Kyle Abbott, you're sweaty, aren't you, when you get off the field, and you've got to take 10 minutes to get your socks off and all that, and then you get up to the lunchroom. You've only got about 15 minutes. Gone! Finished! The innings is over. Mohamed Abbas finishes with 6.
Lunch, I reckon.
Middle stump out of the ground. It was Dan Worrell who was the last man dismissed. Abbas has 6 for 64, but Surrey have a 16-run lead, which was probably unexpected 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think you probably would take that. I think at the start of the morning, I think even batting through yesterday, I think it was quite hard conditions. So I think any sort of lead would be very huge for us. And yeah, we have a bit of fresh time now, sort of recovery time over lunch, and then we come out and give Hampshire all we can do.
52 not out then for Sean Abbott. Here's the final dismissal. I think he played inside that in the end, actually. It must have just nipped away off the pitch. He was playing down the line of about middle and leg. quite surprised how wide of the crease Mohamed Abbas is bowling here. No, in fact, it cannoned in off his thigh pad, so it got him through the gate and then took out the middle stump. So a fairly comprehensive end to the innings, and excellent performance by Sean Abbott to make those 54 not out to give Surrey that slender lead. So how do you see the game? Jamie Overton's here. He's going to pop off to have his own lunch in a minute, but how do you see the situation of the game now? 15-run lead for Surrey.
Yeah, like you're saying, it's probably going to be a one-innings game. What is a one-innings game now? There's not much in between the two sides, so I think the way we would try and come out is try and take a few early wickets with the new ball, try and limit them as much as possible. I think how many shot overs are left? 76 overs today, so ideally probably want to bowl them out by the end of the day. I think if you want to try and win.
What do you think you can chase on here?
I think you can probably chase 250, 260, maybe even 300. I think the wicket's only going to get better. I don't think it's going to. It's not going to get any. Only not going to get worse. That's for sure. So yeah, I think if we can, we'd like. I think probably any more than 300 might be quite tricky. But I think whatever, if we can bowl them out for anything they'll get, we'll definitely try and get them. That's for sure.
Well, 270 plays 254. So I suppose that shows that the par at the moment is around about sort of 260. So as you say, a 250 to 300 run chase, if the pitch is going to get better, could be possible. So Surrey have to somehow manage to winkle Hampshire out for, I suppose, 250 or under. Anyway, there's the final stats for you. 3.15 runs per over was the Surrey scoring rate. Pretty good. Not quite Bazball, but decent, especially helped by that 52 not out from Abbott from just 40 balls. The standout innings clearly that Ollie Pope 91, and for Hampshire, fantastic performance by Mohamed Abbas, taking his first class tally now to 622 first class wickets at an average of 20.51 with his 6 for 64 today. 2 wickets also for Kyle Abbott and James Fuller. So Hampshire finishing off that Surrey innings for 270, a lead for Surrey of 15, is it, or 16? One or the other. 16 lead. Okay, so that's lunch here at the Kia Oval. We'll be back to cover the third innings of this match when Hampshire come out to bat again, with Surrey about to bowl. The players will be at lunch now in the pavilion, and I suggest that's where you are going as well, Jamie Overton. Good luck with your recovery and your rehab. Can't wait to see you back in action soon, as I'm sure all Surrey and even England fans will feel as well. So we'll be back here at the Kia Oval at 1:50 p.m. for the third innings of this match. See you then.
For this, the first LV Insurance County Championship home game. Over 120 guests will be joining us here at the Kia Oval during the course of this match. The Carers Trust works with a network of more than 120 local organisations across the UK to provide funding and support for unpaid carers while campaigning for them to get a better deal. A similar opportunity will be offered to adult carers in May, when they will be able to attend Surrey's home fixture against Middlesex. Lunchtime scores to follow towards the end of the lunch interval. Division 1 of the County Championship. And Edgbaston, Warwickshire have advanced to 368 for 3. Sam Payne moved on to 125 not out against Kent. At Trent Bridge, Somerset are 151 for 9 against Nottinghamshire, who scored 256. Redmond 6 for 40 in that Somerset innings. Chelmsford, after a delayed start, Lancashire 90 for 2 in their second innings. Their first innings 207, Essex 219. At Wantage Road, Middlesex 149, Northamptonshire bowled out on the stroke of lunch for 198. In Division 2, match at Bristol has been abandoned completely, and no play today either between Leicestershire and Derbyshire at Grace Road, with 2 matches that are live. At Chester Street, Worcestershire 192 for 3 in their first innings. That's in reply to Durham's 425 for 9 declared. And indeed, that is the only live match in Division 2. field. And opening up for Hampshire, Felix Organ and Fletcher Middleton.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the second session of play in this third day between Surrey and Hampshire. The news that Surrey finally were bowled out for 270. Star performer this morning, undoubtedly Sean Abbott, with that 52 from 40 balls to get Surrey a narrow lead of 16. And now we see the Hampshire openers out in the middle. Felix Organ and Fletcher Middleton. Mohamed Abbas there you saw on the caption, 6 for 64, the standout bowler for Hampshire. It's Simon Hughes here at the Kia Oval with Cam Ponsonby, the burgeoning journalist and cricket expert. We're going to talk you through the next half hour's play with Hampshire undoubtedly seeking early wickets. Who's got the upper hand, Cam, do you reckon, at the moment?
I still think, despite the lead only being 16, I still think Surrey will be the happier of the two. I think by virtue of the game being basically even, I still think Surrey have a stronger batting lineup than Hampshire will be the happier of the two.
Here comes Kemar Roach with the first ball of Hampshire's second innings, and that's slung down the leg side, and the keeper couldn't gather it. So the score opens with he signalled a bye there rather than a wide. It would be a wide in a one-day game, that. Kemar Roach not just quite getting his radar sorted early on. It's always the thing, actually. We were talking about this with Jamie Overton before lunch, whether the ball will swing or not when you get a hold of a brand new ball. Sun's out here now, sort of behind clouds, but it's quite a bright afternoon as Kemar Roach bowls his first ball to Fletcher Middleton, who played well in the first innings. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Both openers from Hampshire's first innings had a really tough time. Fletcher Middleton did battle through and ended up scoring a very useful 30 for around 60 deliveries. But Felix Organ in particular against Kemar Roach was given a bit of a going over. As Roach and Worrell was getting the ball to beautifully shape away from both the right-handers. Roach was swinging it both ways and causing all manner of problems.
Here he comes again, and that's down the leg side again. Must have been a bit of pad on that. Maybe there was a noise there, whether it just glanced off his pad or not. The keeper again couldn't take it cleanly, and it was a leg bye in fact. So neither batsman off the mark, but Hampshire with 2 for naught in their second innings. The Surrey innings coming to a close just on the stroke of lunch. Ollie Pope made 91, and as I said, Sean Abbott 54 from 40 balls, which was a real match-shaping innings. Very powerful, thunderous blows by him. Big appeal from Kemar Roach there, but I think Organ got a bit of a stride in. Probably would have hit him outside the line. He's had his challenges with these first 2 matches of the county season. I don't think he's got into double figures yet, actually. Let's have a look at this in replay. Kemar Roach, such a clever operator with the new ball. That did come back quite a bit, but too much doubt there for the umpire. Whether it would have probably would have gone on to miss the leg stump height-wise was probably something in the batsman's favour as well. 3 for no wicket. Hampshire, they desperately need a good start here. Try and see off this new ball. Three slips and a leg slip, interestingly, for Kemar Roach. Don't often see that. That perhaps reflects what you're saying, Cam, that he was swinging it both ways in the first innings.
Absolutely, we've seen those 2 deliveries slip down the leg side today already, and that LBW appeal against Felix Organ. He is really bowling on both sides of the wicket, focusing at the stumps.
There's the field, you see, the 3 slips there, very close actually to the keeper, and the leg slip as well. Looking to pitch the ball up, and the first one that really hit the middle of the bat actually, but well fielded by Kemar Roach in his follow through. So the Hampshire innings manages to be unscathed after that first over. What have we had? Five. We've had 5 wickets today. This morning, was it? Were they 5 down? I can't remember what the score was at the start.
It would have been 6 wickets because Jamie Smith was in.
Yes, it was 4 down, wasn't it? That's right. So 4 down. So 6 wickets in the morning session, and I guess this may be approaching the best time to bat today, because the sun is sort of trying to break through the clouds, and the pitch now has had a bit of time to settle down, but obviously it's a new ball, so maybe the best time to bat will be post tea actually today. So somehow Hampshire need to try and get through these next 10 overs or so, and then try and build a lead. This is Dan Worrell, the Australian, who tends to swing the ball away, bowling his first over of the day. This is Felix Organ on strike, who of course also bowls off spin. I watched him bowl actually quite a bit in a practice match about a month ago in Spain at the Desert Springs Resort, which actually is quite a superb cricket setup. Nice shot, but for no runs. You heard about Desert Springs?
I was going to ask, was this a mixture of business and pleasure, finding a way to watch some games in Spain?
Yes, it wasn't. I mean, pleasure always to go to the southern Spain in the middle of March when it's 24 degrees. So undoubtedly some pleasure, but it was more a business thing, trying to experiment with a new camera system for cricket, which has a Spanish headquarters, this particular company. So it suited them to potter down from Barcelona to the south of the country to film a match between Derbyshire and Hampshire. They were both out there doing sort of spring training, I suppose you'd say.
So is this a kind of ball tracking camera type, or is what is it, a new broadcast method of filming?
Now you're asking.
Now I'm asking.
Well,
yeah.
it's just some updated cameras really, more than anything, and some technology to go with it that's been employed. Good shot, a nice stride into the ball there from Felix Organ, but can't quite get the timing. It's more about analytics and I mean some sort of new technology which is sort of evolving, I suppose, to try and just maybe raise the general level of coverage. I mean, this obviously the Surrey stream here we're working on today is excellent, but some counties I think would accept that theirs isn't quite up to these standards. Got a bit of extra movement there from Worrell, just getting that ball to bounce and sort of swing away from the right-hander. I mean, it was a short-lived experiment because the match itself only lasted 20 minutes because Kyle Abbott, I mean, it's a fantastic resort, Desert Springs. It's down in the southeast of Spain, and it was started out as a golf resort, but it now has cricket facilities, and England made it famous actually by, oh, look at that bounce and carry. Unfortunately, he didn't get it quite straight enough, so the batsman was able to leave it alone. 3 for none after 2 overs, Hampshire in their second innings. It's a very impressive place because the weather is so reliable. It's the only desert climate in Europe, and it's sort of dry for basically the whole season, whole year. And they attached a cricket resort or cricket facility onto the side of the golf resort, with villas all built around the golf course and other sporting infrastructure as well. England made use of it. So one of the batsmen off the mark, Fletcher Middleton with his first run there, quick single. England made use of it in 2015 actually, before the 2015 Ashes. then they didn't actually have a cricket pitch. They had nets and a sort of cricket ground, but not an actual high-class pitch. And England went down there for a sort of fielding session with their new coach at the time, Trevor Bayliss, and it was just before the Cardiff test of 2015, the Ashes test of 2015, where England spent a lot of time working on their fielding. Oh, strange leading edge that time from Fletcher Middleton, looking to try and work that away on the leg side, and that one obviously bounced and left him and finished up at deep third man. So now they have a very good nets and also a centre wicket as well, which has been used by quite a number of different teams. The Irish team were out there in March, I think. The Middlesex Academy were out there. Spanish team, I know it might sound a joke, but the Spanish cricket team play out there as well.
I hope so too.
So Derbyshire and Hampshire decided to go and spend a week there practicing.
And they got 20 minutes of cricket in.
They got 20 minutes. Well, they got lots of nets because there's a net set area which are very good. So they had hard graft nets every day and beautiful weather and some fielding practice. But then when they set the match up, unfortunately, because it had been so dry, and this is the other bit of the story which is quite amusing really, is that the cricket groundsman, got another job in England, so he left 10 days before this match was due to take place between Derbyshire and Hampshire, a 2-day game. Nicely stroked through the offside by Felix Organ. Don't think he's timed that well enough to get a boundary. It's just going to be pulled in, but they'll get back for 3. That Rory Burns pursuing it. A little bit of exercise for him this afternoon. So the actual cricket groundsman wasn't there when Derbyshire and Hampshire were, so the pitch was actually prepared by the golf greenkeeper.
Right, okay.
And you'd
Different
imagine,
skills?
well, yeah, that's a good question. You'd imagine, therefore, the pitch would be like a green, absolutely verdant. But, in fact, they've appealed there for that. It was a sort of half attempt at a shot by Felix Organ that time, and he wasn't sure, and he sort of pulled his bat out of the line at the last second, and there was obviously a noise, but I think maybe the noise was his bat hitting the ground. Anyway, no sort of severe appeal from the Surrey bowlers. So anyway, I mean, I'll conclude this story at the end of this over, as we just watch Kemar Roach setting up to bowl the last ball of his second over. A nice clip to mid-on, but no run. So 8 for 0 after 3 are Hampshire, still 8 behind on first innings. So this greenkeeper prepared a pitch, but it didn't have a blade of grass on it. And part of the reason for that was it hadn't rained for about 6 months. So, and they didn't have watering systems they would have on the greens, so they just couldn't get enough water on the pitch. Anyway, it went through the top, and after 20 minutes, Carl Abbott bowled a ball to Brooke Guest of Derbyshire. He played sort of a half-forward shot to a good length ball, and it cracked him on the head.
But an excellent facility down there.
To be slightly forgiving, it wasn't their fault that the pitch wasn't quite up to standard, and I think it will be. And you know, lots of very eminent teams. In fact, Denmark were there soon afterwards, and their head coach, or one of their coaches, is Paul Hutchinson.
Okay.
Who played for Yorkshire, didn't he? I think, and a bit for Middlesex. Left arm fast bowler, and no reports of any injuries since. So they've obviously got it sorted.
Perfect. Amjad Khan's a great famous Danish cricketer, isn't he? After one test for England in 2008. I think that's about the extent of my Danish cricketing knowledge.
Well, the great Danish cricketer of my era was Ole Mortensen, played for Derbyshire, and he was a fantastic bowler actually. He was a really good carry here from down ball, but he's not making the batsman play enough, I'd say. Ole Mortensen, known as Stan after the famous footballer Stan Mortensen, was also known as the Great Dane, and he came rolling in off a long run and with a whir of arms sent a decent pace delivery down, and he took a lot of wickets for Derbyshire. In fact, I'm going to look up how many he took because he was part of an attack which also included Devon Malcolm and latterly Dominic Cork and a guy called Alan Warner. They were quite a potent seam attack Derbyshire in those days. Still, Worrell not really making the batsman play. So let's just see on here how many wickets Ol Mortensen took. I mean, he was an absolute tyrant to face, and if you played and missed against him, he'd stare at you down the wicket with his big burly moustache. You know, I'm showing you a picture of him here. He was known as Blood Axe as well. Yeah, I'd forgotten that. And
him and Ramprakash.
First-class wickets, only 709 runs, but 434 wickets at 23. So I'd say he's been the most famous Danish cricketer, presumably born in Copenhagen. No, actually born in Jutland. He's now 65. I tell you what, he was a severe opponent who, if you played and missed, he stared at you down the wicket with those starey eyes and sort of glared at you and went, "God hell fire!" And I know many cricketers who played against him will chuckle at the memory, because it was pretty ugly, actually. It was nasty. And he was a fine bowler. 434 wickets at 23. I love because he could have been the sort of bowler that has. There's a few around, still too wide from Worrell, I'm afraid. From Surrey's point of view, there are a few bowlers around who actually took more wickets than they scored first-class runs. I love to find anyone who can remember. Please put that on the email or the Twitter feed, surreybroadcast@gmail.com or @surreycricket. Tell us who you remember scored or took more wickets than scored runs. I'm pretty sure that Kevin Jarvis of Kent was one. He was Stiff Jarvo, he was known as. Played for Kent for many years. That's the end of the 4th over. Actually wasn't it looked good, that over from Worrell, but it didn't actually make the batsman play. So Fletcher Middleton was happy to just watch it go by. So I think Jarvo would have probably taken something like 500 wickets, we can look it up, and only scored about 400 runs. He was a real rank number 11.
A fine record. Was there any ever suggestion that Mortensen could qualify for England with a record like that, or was he a proud Dane to the very end?
Well, he was a proud Dane to the very end. It's a good question. I think that good take down the leg side. It's Jamie Smith, isn't it, keeping wicket this time for Ben Folkes, who is out of the game with, is it a back injury? I think
a minor back complaint.
Yes.
Is the official word from Surrey.
Let's see this again. Actually, we won't see the take there very well, will we? But it did swing quite a lot down the leg side from Kemar Roach. I mean, the English bowling attack at the time, was pretty good. There were a lot of very good seam bowlers around, so it wouldn't have been that easy for him to get into the side. He probably just wasn't quite at Test standard.
Sure.
But he wasn't far away. But I think I'd suggest he's probably the outstanding Danish cricketer that's ever played. Certainly there's ever played county cricket anyway. Let's have a look at, I'm just going to look at Kevin Jarvis's stats, actually, because I'm pretty sure that he was one of those ones where bowlers who took more wickets than he scored runs. Let's have a look here. What does it say? 403 runs and 674 wickets. Quite a big discrepancy. What was his batting average? 3.59.
A fine player.
I don't know how we got onto that. But anyway, we'll have a look and see if you've got other examples. I've probably unfairly have
taken
classed people like Peter Such. Sorry?
You got the best answer as well.
Yeah, well, I've got a answer. I mean, it's sort of stuck in my mind, that one, but I'm sure there are others. Someone like Phil Tufnell wasn't far away, but he did actually score a few runs here and there. He could bat if he was prepared to forget about his fear of the ball. He wasn't the worst batsman, actually, although he was the worst ever night watchman in history by backing away and flailing at the ball even when there was only 3 to go in the day and losing his off stump. Nice shot by Fletcher Middleton, steering that one just wide of cover. Picks up a couple of runs. The crowd have swelled a bit.
It has, absolutely. As the sun's come out,
yeah,
a few more fans have entered the ground. It's warmed up a tiny bit. I've just noticed Surrey have slightly changed their tactics. That leg slip that Roach had has come out and gone into the cover, so it's a slightly more conventional field now. But it did feel for the kind of opening exchange, Roach and Worrell have been kind of operating at either side of the extreme. Roach has really been trying to swing that ball in and drifting down the leg side, whereas Worrell's been hooping the ball away, but from well outside off.
Nice shot. Good crisp drive from Fletcher Middleton, over pitched by Kemar Roach, trying to find some swing. Not that much footwork. We'll probably see on the replay that he kind of jumped into the shot a little bit, almost played it off slightly off the back foot, but good contact, good bat alignment as well. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah, you see, not much movement of the front foot, but it was so full it didn't matter really.
He was able just to throw his hands through the line of the ball. Flex forward. Hampshire will be very pleased with this start. I was quite slightly concerned on their behalf that Surrey's opening pair had such a kind of good go at them in the first innings, and Felix Organ is having a tough time of it. He's yet to get out into double figures this season. Scores of 0 and 1 in the first game, 8 in the first innings here. And now on 2 not out with facing up to Dan Worrell.
He's a nice chap. I chatted to him actually in Desert Springs when Hampshire and Derbyshire were out there, and they were just about to head off onto the golf course actually. Lovely place to spend a March couple of weeks or a few days. Lovely weather, bit of golf in the afternoons, bit of cricket in the morning, lots of sort of team building as well. Felix was playing with Nick Gubbins, and I think who else? I can't remember who else they were playing with, but they were having a nice time anyway. Great place to go. Just lovely to get out, be outside, play outside, especially if you've had a winter where you've been doing indoor nets and things like that. It's just lovely to be outside in warm weather and sun on your back. The bowlers all had a good workout.
It's something I've somehow managed to avoid. Not avoid, it avoids the wrong. It's avoided me as opposed to I've avoided it as a proper pre-season cricket. So I guess I've never. It's very rare that Spencer's second 11 get taken out to Desert Springs, to be honest.
Well, you should get your captain to organise it, or your team manager or something. Get them to organise a trip away, because it's a great location for club players as well. You know, it's absolutely superb. You can play your golf, you can have a sort of tennis tournament and go to the beach. It's a lovely way to spend a sort of long weekend. Share a 3-bed villa or something, which a lot of the players were doing. There's a pool there, so you can do a bit of swimming. Who's that with their baby then? That's not is that a player?
I don't think that's a player. I think that's a happy punter.
Yeah. Still Worrell not making the batsman play quite enough. That time he did. Organ just getting, he's just rehearsing his straight drive there. He was getting across his stumps a bit too far for that ball, and just getting himself into a little bit of a tangle. Just needs to delay his movement a touch, which is always the way when you first come in, especially when you're struggling for runs. Everything happens a bit too soon. You're trying to get at the ball if you haven't made any runs and haven't found any form. And that's a nice ball to get if you haven't found any form. He's put that away for 4. Lovely shot. Worrell struggling for his line, I think, a bit here. He's overcompensated there, having bowled a few outside off stump that were left alone. He's gone for the straighter delivery and got that wrong as well.
I think you're exactly right. He's been bowling a long way outside off to begin with. He's kind of straightened up in, just strayed too far, kind of a tale as old as time, really. And Felix Organ will be feeling much better for that. I'll be interested to know from a batter's point of view, how quickly you can find yourself out of form at the beginning of the season, whether someone like Organ will be feeling the pressure already.
Another inside edge. That time that one didn't swing either. That might just make it to the rope. Dispatching a good stop. Very good stop. Saved a run.
Fantastic. I believe that's Tom Laws who's chased that down and dived heroically in the name of 1 run.
Well, Brendan McCullum would have been happy with that. That was one of his mantras, wasn't it? Chase everything absolutely to the end. Which I would have thought you would do anyway, really, if you were playing, especially if you were playing for England. Why wouldn't you chase every ball?
I think the idea, there's a great article written by Andrew Fidel Fernando from Crickinfo about the kind of McCullum mantra, and it was before McCullum joined. It was about his kind of captaincy at New Zealand, and it very much was that thing of we chase the ball all the way to the end, even if it's a lost cause. We show that we're kind of every movement we make, every decision we make is going to show we're up for it. And then, of course, first game under Brendan McCullum, Jack Leach did exactly that, knocked himself out, and
yes.
Matt Parkinson came in.
Yes, I can remember thinking exactly that at the time. Now we've got a change of bowling here. Got Sean Abbott taking over from Kemar Roach, the star of the morning with the bat, and he thinks that one wasn't far away that Felix Organ left alone.
Well, he took a wicket with his first ball in the first innings, so he might have felt like repeating the trick. He bowled 16 overs, 1 for 52 in the first innings, and that one wicket was that of James Vince, which came off the very first ball of his spell.
It was a close leave, actually. I mean, it was the bounce that, in fact, almost took it over the stumps rather than the line. So it was a dangerous leave, that one. That's better from the batsman, anyway.
Only 3 overs for Kemar Roach this time.
Yeah.
Abbott came on in the 13th over, the first innings, which suggests, well, it's a symptom of Hampshire being 22 for none after 6 overs. A period of play where we kind of would have expected Surrey to perhaps be on top and show a bit of kind of dominance over, or have the best of the conditions against Hampshire's batters. And Organ and Middleton have batted very competently to guide their side into what's now a narrow lead.
Perhaps you can, if you don't want to tweet onto the Surrey cricket feed, you could send it to mine Twitter feed at the Analyst, for if you happen to be listening and know of any other bowlers who took more wickets than they scored runs. I've just had a quick look at the Surrey cricket Twitter feed, and there's lots of good content on there, but no answer to my question. But somebody who was listening was a Dr. Michael Davis earlier. Thank you for your email, Michael. Dr. Davis. When we were talking earlier, me and Jamie Overton, about swing, he says, enjoying your conversation about the aerodynamics of swing bowling. The most important factor is the humidity level, which increases significantly when cloud cover arrives, rather than moisture rising from the pitch, as is often assumed. As the density which the ball is to be pushed through increases, the more pronounced the effect bias on the ball will have. I have to say, the scientists that I worked with thought that moisture and humidity was a total myth in the context of swing. It's nothing to do with, they said, and that's a nicely flicked away shot to the short leg side boundary by Felix Organ just for a single. The scientists I worked with said it was much more a condition of the stability of the air over the surface of the pitch, caused by, for now, its sun is now beating down on a fairly light surface, so although it's early spring or sort of mid-spring, quite a cool day, there will be a little bit of heat rising from that surface now the sun's shining, which will have an effect on the stability of the air. And we aren't really seeing it swing much, are we? Interestingly.
It's been pretty straight so far.
I mean, Worrell's got it to swing from wide.
And Roach has also helped on its way. I guess the movement has been going on with the arm, kind of where you'd be expecting it to go, as opposed to either bowler really moving it in a direction which would be surprising to the batter. We haven't seen Worrell, for instance, bowl a big in swing or get one to really nip back in, and we haven't seen Roach really getting that ball to leave the right-hander either. They've very much been, the ball's been going in the directions of the plans as opposed to in both. I do know that John Surtees, our leader in this Surrey operation, is wanting people to get in touch at Surrey Broadcast at gmail.com about where people are watching from, whether people are doubling up, whether there's people at, apparently someone was at Anfield recently and they had the Surrey stream on, or something like that, whether you're at fine leg in a kind of inter-club game.
There might be people here plugged into it, actually, from a deep third man at the Oval. Shot, lovely steer through the offside. That's Fletcher Middleton with his first boundary, I think, today. And I've seen him do that a few times. I think he did it a couple of times in the first innings, actually.
That's
again, Worrell too wide and too full.
That's the best shot I've seen Fletcher Middleton play this match. He's looking very composed this innings. In the first innings he was on about 1 off 22, 23, and he really looked like he was having a bit of a tough time of it. That shot he timed wonderfully well. It's gone all the way across the square, and where that marquee was as well, so it lost no pace at all.
Well, that's a better ball from Worrell. That was straighter, and that definitely did swing. Swing and seam off the pitch. Good delivery. Good follow-up after being driven for 4. 28 for 0 though, Hampshire, so they've taken a 12-run lead now. And, well, if they can just get through these next, say, 5 to 10 overs against the brand new ball, they will feel, if they can keep this opening partnership intact, they can head towards 300, I suppose. It's a pretty good pitch against the older ball.
It's amazing how quickly things can change. I thought Surrey would be feeling very, very confident, very, very happy with their standing in the match. And of course that can change ever so quickly. If it can change in Hampshire's favour quickly, it can change in Surrey's.
So will you be playing, well obviously you're not going to be playing today, are your club playing matches this weekend?
Well, they were meant to be, but I think like many clubs around the local area, they have been rained off before it even started. A lot of rain around this week. So I was quite pleased. I had to make myself unavailable this weekend, and then I got the notification yesterday that it was off anyway, which always makes me feel very satisfied.
It's very sad though, isn't it? Because, you know, people will have been looking forward to their games for months. I mean, it's a long winter, isn't it? If you don't play after kind of mid-September, it's an absolute age until you get out there again in April. And to have your first match of the season washed out is such an anticlimax.
I think for my club at least, this was the inter-club weekend where you're playing against your mates, which is always a kind of, always feels like a good thing to have done as opposed to something you massively look forward to. There's obviously not that same competitive edge of playing against another club, but that will all kick off next week.
Let's hope so. Oh, what a delivery! That's amazing, isn't it? Just when you think the bowler's probably about to be taken off because he just can't get his line right, he produces a jaffa. Dan Worrell totally uprooting Fletcher Middleton's, he's off stump, I think it is.
Indeed.
Sending, what a sight for a fast bowler that is, the best sight. The stump catapulting out and sending it halfway back to the keeper. Wide of the crease, and just the look at that late movement. That's a Jimmy Anderson delivery. Absolutely beautiful. Nothing much really the batsman could have done about that. Let's have a look at it from this other end. Angled in, and that is top of off stump. That is a fantastic ball. The batsman, no blame attached there. That is all credit to the bowler. Quite an angled run, of course, he has, Worrell, doesn't he? And it's that shape, a similar Anderson sort of shape, where the ball angles in towards, you see from his wrist position, it's almost starting to come in to the batsman and then just ripping away through the air and off the pitch. And I'm sure he tried his best, but even if the bowler had told him that's what he was going to bowl, he might not have been able to play it.
It's perfection. I think Rory, you can see his real frustrated celebration there. He knows he hasn't started the way he would have wished to. Fletcher Middleton, having played the shots of the match so far, from a personal point of view earlier in the innings, earlier in the over, is now on his way. It is that run-up that Worrell has. It's my favourite tame anecdote at the moment. Is that his very wide run-up stems back to growing up bowling in the garden. There was just a tree in the middle of the garden, so he had to come from wider. As it now contributes to, he does come in very wide, and that allows him to get that amazing shape away. But that was the perfect delivery, both leaving batsmen slightly in the air and then off the pitch as well.
It was absolutely very well explained, and that's a fascinating story about his the tree in the middle of the run-up. That is what gave him that run-up. And actually, your point about his celebration was interesting. We just might see that again, actually. Let's see his first ball, though, to Nick Gubbins, who failed in the first innings and is solidly behind them. Can we see the bowler's reaction again? I liked your point, Cam, about the bowler, because Dan Worrell knows that he hasn't bowled a good opening spell. And so actually his response to getting the wicket was quite muted here. He gets the wicket and look, he doesn't celebrate at all. He's almost actually apologetic. I'm sorry lads, I haven't produced any of those before. I've given them far too many runs. Actually he was you know, almost slightly reticent to celebrate that, because he knew he hadn't really delivered until that ball. Talking of people who were affected by their circumstances as a young player, great subject actually that you raised there with Worrell's run up, having to circumnavigate a tree when he was growing up. I once went to Viv Richards's growing up region in the Antigua, where he and his brother were brought up in a little townhouse, and they used to play in a paddock out the back. And the paddock out the back was a sort of basketball court, really, a sort of large, like a playground, really, a hard surface. And we'll just watch the first ball from Sean Abbott to Nick Gubbins here. That's a good delivery, actually, that he didn't know much about. This paddock had some gardens, some houses sort of backing onto it, and some gardens. And on one part of it, there was a big wall, big brick wall, about 30 foot high, which was a building. And they played 6 and out. So if you hit the ball for 6 over the fence, you were out. You got 6 runs, but you were also, you had to hand, because you lost the ball, and often people didn't throw it back. That's Gubbins' first run. Actually, he might get 4 there as well. That's a good bit of timing. Outfield already quickening up, so Gubbins away with a nice little flick off his hip for a boundary. Takes the Hampshire score to 33 for 1. And Viv was obviously an incredibly good young player, and kept initially losing his wicket by hitting the ball over long off and into this garden of this fisherman who never threw the ball back, and his mates were getting quite annoyed with him. So he worked out what to do. Was this this building beyond the confines of the playground was at long on. Fantastic. And it was quite a high wall. So he worked out when they bowled outside off stump, he would get across to the offside and hit them over long on, and it was 6, but the ball bounced off the wall and came back into the playground, so he could carry on.
So he could do it again the next time.
So he could do it again, and that's how he told me that's how he got the ability to get outside off stump and hit the ball over the leg side, or hit the ball over long on.
It's amazing, the stories of how you find people the products of their environment.
Yeah. Oh, what a good delivery that is. It just shows if you get it in the right spot, there's something here for the quick bowlers. Mohamed Abbas demonstrated it earlier with his 6 for 64, and Sean Abbott is showing it now. Just that spot just around the off stump on a good length, leaving the batsman groping.
Sean Abbott bowled fantastically well at the start of his spell. We have our first update of someone listening in from the stream in an unusual place.
Okay. I don't think he's going to get that.
What? Just the umpire just twitched his hand there. He was clicking the ball over, and I thought, I think he's got bat on that. Perhaps not an unusual place, but it goes back to another mention for Spain. So we have Seb Batchelor Walsh, studying for his GCSE maths, listening to the cricket from Asturias, northern Spain. He's played a few matches for Madrid Cricket Club. He's tuned in. Well, he can get himself down to Desert Springs much easier than everyone else.
I'd highly recommend it, actually. Although I think I was hearing that Malaga this weekend, which is near there, fairly near there, was like 34 degrees. The south of Spain is really roasting hot, and Portugal at the moment, or it certainly was earlier in the week anyway. Some strange weather we're getting at the moment. I mean, I was in Desert Springs in mid-March, and it was 26.
Very pleasant. Seems like a good lead. From here, I thought that was a lot closer to the off stump than the reaction from Surrey's slip cordon suggests. I think Worrell's just honing in now. He's just kind of finding his line. It was a celebration of kind of a frustrated catharsis almost. He was annoyed at himself, pleased to have rectified many of his mistakes.
Well, yeah, I mean, in actual fact, a bowler like this is not that easy to face, because he's bowling quite a lot of slightly wide balls and a few down the leg side, and then suddenly produces an unplayable delivery. And those bowlers are often harder to play than the ones who are on the spot ball after ball, because you never quite know how to set yourself up against them. At least with a Mohamed Abbas or a Carl Abbott, you know roughly where the ball's going to be ball after ball, and you can kind of make plans. But with Worrell today, you're not quite sure if it's going to be on the pads, wide outside off, or knocking out your off stump.
I think it is a testament to the normal standards of Surrey, though, that at 33 for 1 after 9.2 overs, we're thinking they haven't had the best start here, when really...
That's a chance, and it's taken at the second attempt. And Felix Organ departs. A second wicket to Worrell, almost on cue there with the way that he's bowled. That actually probably was in the slot to be driven for 4, but maybe he was done for pace. Organ, perhaps he was done for a little bit of late swing, and the catch juggled at first slip and eventually taken. Was it Sibley who took that?
It was Sibley, and the reason they're laughing so much is that's his second catch of the match in the slip cordon. It's the second time he's juggled it. So he's refining a technique here where he drops it once to give himself an easier second opportunity. Perfect technique, if you ask me.
Keeps you interested. Now, did this swing? I'm just going to see if we can see. Yes, it did actually. It did. It was a late swinger, and it was one of those that it's a bit of a teaser. Do you go for the drive early on? Well, if you don't get your foot a bit more towards it, you can pay the penalty, and I'm afraid Felix Organ did there. In the end, I'd say credit to the bowler actually, because it was one of those, it was pushed up there, but it did actually swing late. And thank goodness for the bowler that Sibley clung on at the second attempt.
Similar to the Jamie Smith dismissal earlier, it's just that fullness of length that I think is done for the batter there. Because it was that bit fuller to Felix Organ, the ball had an opportunity to swing and has now taken his outside edge. Because as you said, he didn't quite get forward. It gave a simple enough chance to Sibley at the second attempt to hold on. And he got a very loving hug from his friend and teammate Ollie Pope. It's not the
yeah.
It's not the worst reputation to have, being the person who catches it at the second attempt. You're still catching them. Yeah.
And it came with quite an awkward height, didn't it? Because it was one of those where, because of the drive, it added a bit of sort of height to the catch. It was one of those where you're not quite sure whether to take it with fingers pointed upwards or downwards, and his fingers were pointed downwards. Maybe we could have a look at the catch again after this ball, perhaps slow it down a little bit just to show the catch at the end. Sometimes you don't have the time, do you, to change your catch position, so you sort of have to rise up with the ball. Anyway, new batsman is James Vince, who's off the mark straight away with a nice calming push into the offside. 34 for 2, Hampshire. So Surrey have made early inroads, relatively early inroads.
Dan Worrell, who only in that matter of minutes ago we were saying he's not really found his line and length, not being quite on it this innings, has 2 for 12 after 4.4 overs.
Yeah, he's starting to get his radar sorted now, isn't he? I imagine here he's going to be looking to bowl fairly full and try and get Gubbins playing round his front pad. He's just found that little bit of movement, but Gubbins gets well forward to that.
I'll be interested to know if Worrell ever, because in the kind of last 5 years it's become very trendy for bowlers to come round the wicket to left-handers, as people tend to swing the ball less and look to seam the ball more and try and challenge those stumps all the time. But Worrell naturally swings the ball away to the right-hander into the left-hander from over the wicket. So I imagine he'll stay with this tactic.
Well bowled and well played. Good footwork by Gubbins to end that 5th over by Dan Worrell. Maybe we can just have a look at the catch again, the dismissal of Felix Organ here, and you'll see there as he edges it, see he has to go up. It's quite high. He could have possibly taken that with the fingers pointed up, but because his fingers were pointed down, he had to sort of rise up with the ball, and that would have caused the juggle and the relief in the end as it came up and down in a nice easy spot for him to take the rebound. A lot of delight there from his Surrey slip cordon teammates.
It's a very wry and knowing smile from Tom Sibley. That would be a fine photograph if it was snapped on the boundary's edge.
So this is Vince on strike now to Sean Abbott. James Vince, I mean, the number of people who tell me, and they're nearly always Hampshire fans, who tell me that he should have been playing for England for years. And And they say, you know, he's the best uncelebrated England player around, and he could fit into the Bazball culture so well, and I'm sure that's all true, but the trouble is he keeps getting out the same way all the time, just when he looks set, and he looks so good always. And there he is again, almost on cue. He's out in the way that he always gets out, and that probably was a good delivery from Sean Abbott. Sean Abbott just getting that bit of extra bounce and movement, but once again Vince is caught in the slips.
That is an identical dismissal to the first innings, both in shot selection and bowler. It was Abbott who dismissed him in the first innings, and it's Abbott who's dismissed him in the second innings. Vince has faced 3 balls from Sean Abbott in this match, and he's been out twice, caught punching off the back foot and edging to the slips. We'll see a replay of it here.
I'd love to see if he could have left this, because he always is out in a similar way. Well, he could have left, actually. I mean, why is he playing that shot so early on? I know it's easy in hindsight, but he's the side of 2 down. It's a newish ball. It's a bowler who's just taken a wicket, and okay, he could have forced that for 4, but he didn't, did he? And the way he kicked the ground at the end there just illustrates to me he knows that's a bad shot.
He knows that's a rough one for James. That's a dismissal that is going to confirm a lot of criticisms, as it were. And I know I mentioned on the first day interviewing him just after England won that T20 World Cup, and the only thing he says that frustrates him is when people feel, because he makes the game look easy and because he has such a kind of relaxed style, that he doesn't care. And I think you can see that in his reaction there. That's gonna wind him up quite a lot, because he knows that's a poor dismissal. And it continues what is the Oval is known obviously as this kind of ground where runs are scored aplenty. Ollie Pope has 10 first-class hundreds here, averages about 95. James Vince has a very, very modest record at the Oval. He averages 24. Before going into this game, he averaged 24.54, and that will have dropped across these 2 innings as well. So Hampshire, all of a sudden, in slightly more than a spot of bother, 34 for 3, and the lead is just 18.
Yeah, I mean that's the ultimate point, really, the ultimate important point, that Surrey have taken 3 early wickets and Hampshire have barely edged in front. So number 5, Liam Dawson, who also failed in the first innings, and I mean Liam Dawson's a good cricketer, very good cricketer. Should he be at number 5 in a county side? I just wonder. Well, we'll see. We'll see if he's up to it. His county record, he has got a best of 171, 8,400 runs, average 32, so you know that's decent, I must say. But you know, in a way, someone like James Vince, you know, such a classy player, and there's Liam Dawson off the mark. Good bit of fielding at backward point, but can't stop the single. James Vince, you see, first-class record, you know, looks fantastic. He's played nearly 200 matches. He's averaging 38.94 in first-class cricket. He looks a better player than that. To be averaging under 40 is disappointing, really, for a guy of his ability.
I think it is disappointing, but it's also I often feel he's like the cricketer's cricketer. I feel like a lot like people talk about Paul Scholes in football.
Yeah.
And other footballers would say, what a player, what an amazing player, he can do things that no one else can do. And I feel like we get that impression it happens every year. You talk to players who are in the county championship and they go, James Vince, he is the guy. And that is where that source of frustration comes from. Just seeing that delivery again. Sean Abbott has been bowling absolutely beautifully in his spell so far. He's into his 4th over. He's been beating the bat on both edges. Has got a wicket as well, and after his 50 this morning, he's having a day of it. Pigeons have got in the way of play. 2 pigeons. Yeah. They don't know the game. Walking behind the bowler's arm.
I tell you what I like about Abbott is this: he's got a bustling run, and he puts everything into his delivery. Watch his follow through here. Unless the ball is hammered back at him, he will follow through 3/4 of the way down the pitch, and that just shows he's got all his body and rhythm really going effectively. You know, it's a bit of a coast, I suppose, at the end of his follow through, but sometimes he ends up really almost into the batsman's face. Another very good over. He's got rid of James Vince during it, and now Hampshire 35 for 3 from 11 overs. So we've had 9 wickets in the play so far, and we haven't even had 3 hours, I don't think.
Well, if it continues, Surrey will be in a very happy spot by the end of the day. The game is just pressing the accelerator a little bit. Surrey's last 6 wickets fell in the opening session. We've now got our way through the Hampshire top order. I wouldn't bet against a few more wickets falling before tea either, because the cloud cover is just coming over. It's just a little bit murkier than it was. And the pressure's just ramping up on what could be a fragile batting lineup.
And I think that could be the thing that hampers Hampshire in their quest to achieve their first county championship for 50 years. Of course, it's 1973 was their last championship title, and I'm sure all the players have been reminded of that. This is the 50th anniversary of that success, and being narrowly beaten to the title last year, having won more games than Surrey, this game was definitely regarded as a sort of early season top of the table clash.
Well, with the bowling attack they have, that trio of Abbott,
Yes.
Barker, you're going to be in every game, always, and you know you're going to be bowling off. Taking 20 wickets isn't going to be a problem with those 3, especially when you get later into the season and Liam Dawson then becomes not just a batter in your side, but a real genuine all-rounder. They are a fantastic team.
But, as I was going to sort of finish to say, and you're right about the bowling attack, have they got the batsmen to deal with undoubtedly, you know, tricky situations? They managed to overcome knots in the first game, but they haven't really registered some big scores yet, and I just wonder, and I make the point about Liam Dawson at number 5. He's a good player, he's a good cricketer, but I just feel, you know, they've got slightly inexperienced opening pair, a lot of responsibility on Gubbins and Vince really as the sort of experienced middle order.
Yeah, so Dawson was batting at 5 last season for Hampshire as well, and he averaged 34. So I think he's fairly solid in there. But I think you're right; they've got a very young opening pair. I think you might not, if Brown and Dawson were swapped around.
Yeah.
It just takes the outside edge and runs down to 3rd for a single. It's the same combination of players, but Brown may want that extra time to rest as the wicket keeper. But was he at 5? We probably wouldn't bat an eyelid as much, because he's averaged 40 across a very lengthy first-class career. But no, as a team, it is obvious that Hampshire's strength lies in that bowling attack, and it's a matter of whether James Vince, Nick Gubbins and co can score the runs to keep them interested across the season. And
this is a good test of them really, and Vince has already failed it. Can Gubbins stand up to it? I mean, he's a classy player, and that illustrates it really well. Lovely poise and positioning and balance in that shot. An easy caress down the ground for 4.
And Dan Worrell has come round the wickets to the left-hander, which I'm interested in, because maybe it suggests the ball's just stopped swinging a little bit and he's trying to get movement off that seam rather than kind of bowling with his natural shape. Also interested to see if he still has that wide run-up, because if he was to copy his run-up from over the wicket, round the wicket, he'd start from almost behind the umpire and still on the left-hand side of the umpire and come around. Got 3 slips, kind of cover point and mid-off, a 3rd, a wide mid-on. That ball squirts into the offside. There's been 2 fielders on that leg side, that shorter leg side over on the gasometer side of the ground. 2 fielders on that boundary for both teams for the entire game. It is very short out there, and with the square running all the way and the fact the winter marquee had been there, such a fast boundary down there.
Let's just have a look at this 4 from side on. From in fact, this is the bowling part of it from the 4 of Nick Gubbins, and we might be able to see the batting end of it as well, or perhaps we can't. I was just going to illustrate the fact that the footwork there was good, but we saw the bowler putting everything into it and then just watching it fly past to the boundary. So Sean Abbott to take up the attack from the pavilion end here at the Oval. Just a little bit of a breeze helping his potential outswing. If he's not really a swing bowler, but if there is any movement away to be had. That slight breeze, maybe more behind him really than across the pitch, will just help a little bit. It's a great thing, wind and bowlers, they always like to be able to bowl with the wind if they can, for obvious reasons, fast bowlers that is. Spinners not so much, actually it's quite nice to bowl a spin into the wind sometimes, because it can cause the ball to drop a little bit more and cause the batsman not to quite get to the pitch. But by the same token, bowling into the wind as a spinner, the batsman's hitting with it. So sometimes it can be a bit of a disadvantage. But fast bowlers nearly always want to bowl with the wind. At the moment it's actually pretty much blowing straight down from over the pavilion roof.
I sometimes wonder whether it's, and maybe this is me talking as a very average spinner, whether it's more difficult to bowl in very windy conditions as a spinner rather than a fast bowler, because if you imagine a bike going slower in your run up, you're less balanced.
Yeah, that's true. So do you ever get choice of ends as a spinner?
I choose the one with the longest leg side boundary.
Yes, well, that's very wise. What do you bowl, off spin?
I bowl off spin around the wicket.
Spin.
It doesn't spin. I put everyone out on the boundary.
Don't tell anyone. Don't tell people. Jeff Miller made a career out of that, and then he became a test selector for 15 years, bowling non-turning spinners.
Well, that's the plan. That's the plan.
Listen, Shane Warne. I mean, obviously he had a fantastic leg break, but he took a lot of his wickets with the straight-on delivery. But that's partly a product of the fact that he also had a big leg break at his disposal. That one from Sean Abbott just left the batsman a bit, but slightly too wide. He looks like he might be indicating to the captain there. Was he indicating to the captain that I wanted another slip? I don't know. 3 slips in this situation. Would you have another one maybe? With the ball only 13 overs old and the lead is only 24. They can get another couple of wickets now. I think I would be thinking about a 4th slip here and take out that bring deep square leg up.
I think if they were to bring another one, imagine they might take it from 3rd down at 3rd man, because what they have by still having this 6-3 field is it allows them to bowl straight and still target the stumps. Whereas if you were to lose one of those fielders from the leg side, it might just tempt Abbott into even subconsciously coming out too far outside off stump.
Yeah. The third, when I mentioned this morning that spending a bit of time with Glenn McGrath yesterday, he hated a 3rd man fielder. He said, what's the point of having a fielder for a bad ball? I want him in the slips for a potential catch. Forget the 3rd man position. That's slightly risky single from Dawson, and I suggest if Kemar Roach had hit there at mid-on, from mid-on, he might have been struggling. Anyway, he missed. So Dawson made the run. 41 for 3 from 13 overs. Time for a change in commentary here at 20-3 at the Keir Oval. Some thoughts. We haven't heard from him for a while, actually, from Taha Rashim, and then it'll be Simon Mann.
Change of bowling at the Vauxhall end, Kemar Roach.
So Surrey on top and looking to press home their advantage in this post-lunch session. 25 for 3 effectively. Single for Dawson. Talk about bowling with 3 slips at one end. Roach only bowling with 2 slips against the new man Dawson.
I thought I saw a bit of sun poke out there when James Vince was at the crease, and then he nicked off and it's all gloomy again, and Surrey are right on top.
The weather reflecting the Hampshire mood. There's some dark clouds over the ground at the moment. The forecast actually for the rest of the day is for dry weather. One more to the total. Feel Roach against the left hand opens up some possibilities for Kemar Roach. Seen him do it so often in his career, bowling from that wide angle, round the wicket, just taking it away from the left-hander.
Shows his confidence in bowling to the left-hander that he's got 3 slips in there, but just the 2 for the for Liam Dawson.
Yeah, the forecast is good for the rest of today, and I had a look at the forecast for tomorrow, and that suggests dry weather tomorrow. So Hampshire 27 ahead, 7 wickets left. There's still 62 overs left in the day's play today. Light, of course, might be an issue later on, or the evenings are drawing out now. But there's a possibility if the weather stays like this, some bad light later on. There's still plenty of time for, well, either side, but Surrey at the moment to force victory in this game.
I wonder if Hampshire could have just been a bit more flexible after that last wicket and potentially get Ben Brown in there earlier, considering how well he batted in the last innings.
Brown instead of
Dawson. I mean, Liam Dawson is very much a firefighter type of cricketer, and this is a situation that he can thrive on. But you know, these two, I think they contributed to 3 runs between them in that first innings. Get the guy in who's looking the part earlier, especially with the way the pitch is playing.
Burns again, no run. I suppose, I mean, batters like to know where they're batting, don't they? And also if you say, oh, hold on a second, no, I'm going to change the order here, I don't know whether it just takes a bit of confidence away from the person who's dropped one in the order. I mean, Dawson's a very experienced cricketer, and he's going to, having said that now, you'd probably come out and make 100. Shouldn't be batting at 5. I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that there's a suggestion that he shouldn't be, or that 5's a bit high. So where are you watching the stream from today? Surrey Broadcast at gmail.com or at Surrey Cricket. Here's one. Someone, I can't see what their name is actually from this, but I'm watching from my flat in Berlin. Our matches, Berlin Cricket Club, been rained off today. Though I've my foot up having broken my toe practicing against the bowling machine pre-season. That's good from Abbott. Across Gubbins. Yeah, that's a bad pre-season, that, isn't it? To break your toe practicing against the bowling machine. I suppose a broken toe is not the worst injury you can have. It's pretty painful, but I mean, there are worse cricketing injuries than that one, not least the one that Jamie Overton has got at the moment, which is the stress fracture of the back, which keeps you out for a long time, around about 6 months. And again, with Gubbins was just holding the bat inside the line there. I mean, he knows what Abbott's trying to do, bowl it across him, and if he can, just bring one back in as well. I just wonder whether he just held the bat inside the line there, possibly.
I'm curious about that bowling machine. I mean, surely you've got that bowling machine angled at pitching on a length, not Yorker length.
Well, it depends what you're practicing for, doesn't it? If it's for short form cricket, T20 match, actually practicing against Yorkers probably okay. Yeah. But you're right. This time of the season, if it's an early season practice, you're thinking, yeah, length deliveries.
Not sure what the bowling style is on the German T20 circuit at the moment.
Well, also you might have been trying to groove a particular shot or iron out a weakness or whatever. I noticed that some of the weather around, that Gloucestershire Yorkshire game called off after only 2 days. Well, I think after 2 days they haven't had any play at all.
Yeah.
But for a game to be called off 2 days before the scheduled close of it, this gives you an indication of how much rain they've had in the West Country. I know Somerset had problems last week as well, getting their game on against Warwickshire. First day of that one washed out, a bit of the second day as well.
Quite a bleak start to the season for Yorkshire. You know, you would have thought 2 games in that they'd be where they are.
Yeah, and who knows what's to come as well in terms of potential sanction. It's a rollicking pull shot from Dawson. There's a fielder out there. Excellent work from Cameron Steele away to his left-hand side. It goes very quickly across the practice pitches out there. And saved 3 runs. And he got a single for that. Normal service resumed. 3 times in the over. Well, it's a challenge. Good bowler.
It does seem like you mentioned earlier, that Gubbins is kind of happy to just tuck that bat in. You used to see it with Marcus Trescothick as well. Kind of always looks like they're playing, but there is a logic to what they're doing. They are looking to just leave it at the last moment.
Yeah, the problem comes if you just push out at the ball. You just hold your line. You can survive those. Full from Kemar Roach. And again, it's been the feature of the game. 2 men out on the leg side. So it's only a single. And we did see a catch out in the deep earlier today. And Cameron Steele, I think, kicked himself as he went back. Hold out towards deep mid-wicket, made decent contact, but the man was out there. Not even at the halfway stage on this that 3rd day. A lot of cricket left. Hampshire feeling the pressure. Nice from Gubbins though. And a real appreciation there for Burns, pulling off a fine piece of fielding. Saving a run for his team. And yeah, you see an indication there from his whites. Well, not so white now. How much rain? Talk about the rain in the West Country. There's a lot of rain overnight in London, but play starting on time today. But the extremities of the ground, they normally are a bit damper.
I had a little walk on the outfield during lunch, and yeah, trying not to slip over. It's definitely still quite damp out there.
Well, the ground staff were out there just after the start of the day's play and sprinkling sawdust around about where the slip cord is, where you can see the slips just to the left of that earlier today, just off where perhaps some of the covering was overnight. There's persistent rain in London last night, throughout the evening, some more this morning. Burns in action again. Again, only a single this time. Hampshire playing a similar sort of game to the one they played in their opening match of the season. A game where the bowlers were right in the game. That's nice from Kemar Roach, and Gubbins equally playing it well. Good ball, good leave.
You just feel with Hampshire that, knowing the bowlers they've got there, that they just need to get a little something. You know, it's not, you don't need a massive ton here. Even a 70-80 gets you going, and then you just let Abbott, Abbas and Barker do their thing. But then, sorry, can say the same thing about their attack.
Yeah, so what sort of lead would Hampshire feel they could defend?
I think even with 200, I think, or probably 250 really, you're thinking game on.
Yeah. I mean, you could win with 200, but you'd have to bowl well, and things have to go your way. 250 is a challenge, but Surrey, I mean, last season they were able to win games when they were chasing that sort of target in the fourth innings. A couple of narrow victories. Well, Surrey will feel they're 2 wickets away here from quite closing out the game, but you're not far away. If your lead is 50 and you're 5 down, you'd expect to win from there. At the moment it has that feel of Hampshire just clinging on a bit.
The early signs from Gubbins, at least, look good. I mean, he's leaving well. That straight drive is coming through from the other end, at least. It's the Abbott battle that he's dealing with. He's leaving just at the last second. Abbott's got that bouncer as well that he's just tested him out with, but he's just waiting for the one to come in. He's moving them away, and there's going to be one that's going to be coming right back in.
Yeah, bowlers are like that, aren't they? Go one way, and then you know it's around the corner, or it's always in your mind as a batter. That one that just nips back in. Question whether how long you wait to bowl it, and then if you can get it right as well.
It's an interesting one, Abbott. Obviously took 5 for last week. One of the kind of few Aussies who's sort of turned up early in county cricket, looking to make that big splash ahead of the Ashes, getting that squad. He's just slightly unfortunate in just the array of options Australia have. I mean, throughout his career, there's been that big 3 in front of him of Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, but then you look at the other men around him who bowl a sort of similar style, who could kind of fit in, especially in these English conditions. Boland, Nisa, he's trying to get into that group, really.
Yeah, Hazelwood, of course, has been struggling with injury all year. That's got to be a concern for Australia. There we go, the wonderful clear scoreboard at the Kia Oval. It's not looking good for Hampshire at the moment, but both sides have battled hard. It's been a real arm wrestle, this match. From Roach and kept out by Dawson. You feel one side's getting on top, and then it forces your way back into the game again. It's been a fluctuating match. And actually, when the scores are as they are, it's almost like the best form of cricket, really, when the bowlers have got something in the game, but you can score as well. Yeah, just going back to Australia, so Hazelwood and Jai Richardson had his injury problems as well. You wonder how many others might succumb. At some stage, so it's always handy to be playing, bowling in the country. It's happened in the past. I remember way back when, 81, Mike Whitney playing, before your time, but Mike Whitney playing a test match. He was in the country playing county cricket.
And it's also just the style of bowler he is. Australia was smart here 4 years ago in recognising that it wasn't all about high pace. They had, you know, they only played Mitchell Starc in one test.
That's the point. So you talk about the top three. So if you say Hazel's struggling through injury and Stark's not necessarily going to play that much, you know, who are the other bowlers who might be bowling as well?
And then, as we saw today, he's got something with the bat to offer as well. So he strengthens the tail. I feel like Kemar Roach has just not got it completely right yet. You could sense it a bit earlier in the over as well. Kind of maybe a shake of the head. Just feeling that his length is maybe just been a bit short so far. Just needs to pitch it up because he's got Liam Dawson sort of playing a back foot punch at the moment. And with the ball still, I mean, nearly 18 overs old now, but still want to get it just a bit fuller. Still got 2 slips in there.
Drawing Dawson forward that time, but probably a bit too straight. A nice inviting offside boundary where you get full value for your shots when the bowling's from the Vauxhall end. Roach is bowling from the Vauxhall end at the moment. There's a practice pitches in the, not quite the eye line of the batter, but it does scoot across there. The pigeons are feasting at the moment. Nicely guided away by Dawson. It's not been a game for running in and banging it in to this pitch. It's been a game for testing the batters out around about that off stump area. As indeed are probably quite a lot of games in England and Wales, especially at this stage of the season. Not much pace in the pitch, although Jamie Overton was saying earlier he thought there was a bit of carry in this surface. He wouldn't mind bowling out there. Bowlers always say that when they're...
And he'd get a bit of carry, yeah.
He would. But they always say it when they're not, you know, they're sitting out here, when they're out there, oh, it's hard work. Right, Tom Laws is going to bowl. His one main contribution today was a lack of a contribution. He was out first ball. He's a talented young cricketer. One of those cricketers just worth keeping an eye on. Looks as there might be a problem with the ball there before he's going to deliver his first ball in this second innings.
Bowled well in first innings as well. Took 4 wickets. Showed off a pretty decent Yorker. Got Ben Brown with quite a fuller delivery. As Brown tried to whip through the pad and was trapped LBW.
Right, I think the ball's gone out of shape. Umpires have signalled for a change. And cue at least 2 players going off the field for presumably a comfort break. One heading to the changing rooms and the other one to the groundsman's toilet. And also the change of ball has forced the pigeons to leave for some reason. So let us know where you're watching the live stream from today, at Surrey Cricket or surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Big sporting day, Grand National, Premier League football, or full football programme. one of our viewers has come up with another Kent cricketer, actually, who's took more wickets and scored runs. You're talking about Kevin Jarvis earlier. Norman Graham, Kent seamer, 614 first-class wickets, 408 runs, average of 3.88. That really was 9 out, all out. Right, we've had the change of ball, and Tom Laws is going to bowl with it. Took a wicket early on in his first spell in the first innings. Oh, another broken bat. For a minute I thought he bowled him because I saw something fly off to the left. I thought the bail had come off, but actually it's another broken bat. It's the second time we've seen that today, where a player's played a shot at the ball and part of the bat's come off. So we're going to have another delay. Change of ball, change of bat. And it's not Mohammed Abbas, playing in this game. 616 first-class wickets. 622 actually after his 6 in this game. As we just see that toe end fly off Liam Dawson's bat. In the old days, of course, that bit of brown, it would have been a bail, but we've got coloured bails out there. Green bails. Have another look at this from side on. There, off it goes. They don't make them like they used to. Well, they literally don't, actually. Jamie Overton was saying earlier how they don't press them as much these days. They press them more, sorry. They press. Yeah. So they're a bit brittler, not much moisture in them.
Not a bad start for Laws. That'll get your confidence up. Breaking bats.
Yeah. I bowled so fast I broke his bat.
Yeah. Nearly dragged on.
Yeah, so just on Mohammed Abbas, 622 wickets and 809 runs. So he's got a few more runs and wickets. Keith Barker today of Hampshire, not reaching that 500 wicket mark, but his numbers in first-class cricket are excellent. He's actually got the sort of numbers you'd expect a player of a test match player, of an international player. Batting average around about 28, bowling average around about 24.
Possibly because he was a late starter to the county game, he maybe wasn't really talked about in that kind of as a potential England player. I guess there was a time where he was a kind of, especially during the Warwickshire days, where it felt like it could have been a thing, but at that time England's test side was obviously quite a strong one as well.
He played a bit of Lions cricket in 2012, I think it was. That's nice from Gubbins.
That's 3 straight drives he's nailed now. He's looking in very good shape.
Oh, that was beautifully played. It was full. It was there for the. I mean, Laws in a way shouldn't be too discouraged because he's got 3 slips. He's bowling from round the wicket. If he can get Gubbins driving and just take one away from the from the left-hander, he's perhaps in business. That's another fine shot, but no run that time. Patel with the fielding.
And he won't be too discouraged because that length worked for him in the first innings as well. Yes, you're going to get driven, but you're also going to get the opportunities for taking those stumps out, which is what he did in the first innings.
Yeah, full again, 2 full. Time to work on the new ball, or the different ball. Oh, he's done it again. Laws makes the breakthrough, and Surrey taking a firm grip on this game. Dawson on his way for 10, and not for the first time in this match. You've seen a stump knocked out of the ground. An excellent start from Tom Laws.
He's got something about him, this guy.
Definitely.
He's just this young guy, carries himself well, just has that sort of inner confidence.
Absolute delight, you can see that in the celebration.
Don't think it did much, really. Just kept it quite simple.
It did a bit after it had gone past the bat, I think it's fair to say. Splattering those stumps. You're looking for an obvious reason why he missed it there. Liam Dawson.
So he starts off the over breaking Liam Dawson's bat and finishes it by sending off stump cartwheeling. That's pretty decent. It's not too bad.
He seemed a bit late on it, actually. So 4 down and only 42 ahead. Ben Brown out to number 6, the Hampshire hero of the first innings. They would have been in big trouble without his contribution, falling just short of another first-class 100. He's got a very good first-class record, Ben Brown, averaging around about 40.
Like Keith Barker, you look at Ben Brown's numbers, you also wonder whether, you know, you're surprised that England never came calling, but you can also you look at the players they have picked and you can understand it as well.
Yeah, you're tempted to say, well, you can only play one. It's a bit like a goalkeeper in football, isn't it? You can only play one, but of course there have been times when England played 3. so there is room. But I mean, there shouldn't be. But there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of talent in that wicket-keeper batter role. I mean, not least Surrey have out there today. Ben Folkes obviously on the sidelines in this game, but Jamie Smith's another very promising young player. Sense that Kemar Roach preferred to be bowling to the left-hander. As Tahar pointed out a little earlier, Roach to the left-hander has got 3 slips, was to the right-hander he's only got 2. Not much room for error here, Hampshire, at 42 for 4 effectively. I feel as if there is going to be a positive result in this game, one way or the other. A lot of time lost yesterday, but the game has moved forward quickly enough. It's not impossible the game could finish today. But it was from this sort of position in the first innings that Hampshire showed some resistance. So you'd expect there to be some along the way.
And you've still got Barker to come, who played really well in that first innings as well. You just feel with Kemar Roach, you know, there's, especially the way he was bowling to Dawson, such a stark contrast to how he is against Gubbins right now. He's got that shape going, moving away from the left-hander, but he's also got a better length, and he's getting Gubbins on the front foot.
There we go, just a fraction wide there, the final ball of the over, but it's that sort of length. some others as well who tend to get more wickets than runs. Bhagwat Chandrasekhar, that's from Kit Harris, Jimbo Wilson, Chris Martin. Yeah, New Zealander, and another one from Jimbo Wilson. Ed Giddins has more Test wickets than runs, as well as List A wickets than runs. First class, he has 50 more runs than wickets. Laws' second over.
I'd argue that if you take, you know, more wickets than you make runs, that shows a single-minded focus. You got to respect that.
Yeah, as long as the wicket haul is reasonable.
Yeah, sure.
If it's 3 wickets and 2 runs. Yeah. And Mohammad Abbas is, he's got a great swag of wickets. Laws testing out the middle of the pitch. It's helped on its way for 4. 2 men back, and the gap between the 2 of them. Economy of movement there from Brown.
Bit of swagger to that.
Yeah.
I liked it. Leg up in the air.
Dismissed.
Little swivel. Yeah.
You do get full value, I think, on that leg side. It goes so quickly. Even at this stage of the season. Oh.
Tried it again. Bit too wide this time.
Craig Overton was saying earlier that Tom Laws spent some of the winter in Australia, and he's just put on a bit of muscle and a bit of pace. Just getting the ball to do something out there as well.
It's all that protein. It's just been such a confident start to his career in general now. Obviously debuted last summer, and I think that average of the ball was probably in the low 20s, potentially even dropping below 20 in this match. And then we haven't totally seen it with the bat in first class cricket yet, but performed pretty well in the One Day Cup last summer as well.
The bat on that and pad is causing problems. He's only played a handful of first class cricket. But you see a young cricketer, and I remember watching Stuart Broad actually on this ground when he was playing for Leicestershire in a championship match against Surrey way back when, and you'd heard little whispers about him. He was a youngster, but he looked to have that phrase. He looked to have something about him. I'm not saying Laws is going to go on and take 500 Test match wickets, but he does look to have something about him.
He's out of the Sam Curran school of just making things happen. That's the kind of vibe he's giving off, I think. Because he doesn't look like he's express pace. He's not hooping it miles or anything like that, but he's just pretty sound fundamentals and kind of just gives off the belief that he's going to get a wicket.
But he's also one of those young bowlers who you think, come back and have a look at me in 2 years' time, and you see the big improvement and the extra, and potentially the extra pace as well that might be there. He's got it. There's a bounciness about his run up and action. Some players, they're very promising at a young age, and they plateau, and then I think you see some young cricketers and you think they've got some promise, and then they make big leaps forward in a short space of time. I think the example, I was talking about this with Craig Overton earlier, the big example that I can remember, I mean it is a big example as well, when I mentioned his name, was Ian Botham, who at 2021 was medium fast, quite a medium pace really, but then within a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, I mean before he had back problems, and he was quick. He was capable of bowling quick spells and swinging at a high pace as well.
So what I'm getting from you right now, Simon, is that Tom Laws is either the next Stuart Broad
or the next Ian
or
Botham.
the next Ian Botham.
Yeah.
You don't want to put too much pressure on him.
Well, I would definitely, I think I would row back from that. But it's, as Gubbins gets a single out to deep square leg, it's illustrative of the fact that players don't just stay the same.
Sure.
You can actually have a bit of a dip and never quite achieve what you hope to achieve in the game, but you can have a big steep upward curve. I think Chris Woakes is a sort of example of someone like that as well, who was medium fast and then just put on a little bit.
Well, there was complaints when I remember when he first made his Test debut. He's not quick enough.
No.
And somewhere along the line, he just got that bit sharper. It's that thing with all rounders, I guess. They kind of keep you guessing. You know, someone like Botham, like you say, that has had that extraordinary start to his Test career as a bowler as well. And then you look at maybe the other great all rounders like Imran Khan, who kind of went the other way. You know, sort of the bowling. It took a while for it to kick in, obviously, and then with his career as well, by the end he was this great batter. And so, you know, they kind of, you never really know what path they're going to take.
Yeah, Imran was one of those bowlers that when he was younger, actually, well, he did get much quicker. Well, those who've watched him side on bowling down the hill at Hove, I think were a bit terrified as they waited to bat against him. Here's Laws for his third over.
Just wait till you watch Laws' left arm spin, Simon. It's going to be the next Gary Sobers.
He's slight, isn't he? You think of bowlers as being sort of, typically you think of them as being sort of solid, muscly, but you see Jimmy Anderson, you could get through the crack in the door. You know, he's that, even at his age of 40, he doesn't look as if he's a sort of classic old style quick bowler. There's another shout for LBW there. It just looks a bit optimistic, leg side. Around the wicket.
Probably doing too much.
Yeah. Look where the wicketkeeper's going. Jamie Smith. He was heading down the leg side. Could have been a strangle. There was a shout of catch it. One of those that could so easily have flicked the glove on the way through. A man at fine leg and deep square as well, waiting for the lofted pull stroke. A lot for these two to do, Gubbins and Brown.
I mean this in the nicest possible way, but Laws also seems like the bowler who could get you strangling down the leg side because of that kind of intangible quality of he'll just sort of find a way.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, how you think of those balls down the leg side that take the glove or the edge of being a bit of a strangle, but some bowlers will bowl for them, and it is a legitimate dismissal tactic. Bang it in short, 2 men back. There's the fuller one. Thickish inside edge. A few arms raised out there. End of another Laws over, so 64 for 4, Hampshire. Effectively 48 for 4 after some enjoyable, from a Surrey perspective, late order hitting from Sean Abbott, who for a moment thought he was playing in the IPL at the end there, launching the ball into the crowd on several occasions.
That was a one off the knee off Keith Barker. It went all the way. That was the highlight.
It's funny, isn't it? At the start of the day's play, if you said to Hampshire that Surrey's first innings lead would be only 16, they probably, with Pope and Smith going out there overnight, they probably would have accepted that. But from the situation they were in, where they thought they might get a first innings lead, and then they were just knocked around the ground a bit. I know it wasn't, they didn't suddenly have to go straight out because they had the lunch break to sit down and collect their thoughts before they went out to bat. But it's funny, isn't it, how those late order runs can alter the psychology of the game a bit and just suddenly feel under a bit of pressure.
It's also because of the confidence it gives those guys who are hitting those late order runs. You look at Abbott, he's just hit a quick fire half century. You're going to be standing, 10 feet tall as you get the ball when it's your turn to bowl.
That's a nice shot from Gubbins. Shaping well. Knocked away for a single. Well, the weather's cleared, the clouds have cleared now, and after some difficult batting conditions earlier when the lights were on, it was overcast. Not quite the best batting conditions of the match, because actually it was sunny on the first day as well. But it's a chance for Hampshire to haul themselves back into the game if they show a bit of grit and determination.
I think you'll get some of that with Ben Brown at the crease.
And we are about halfway through the day's play now. 104.3 overs at the start of the day's play, 52.1 left. And 3 men back, 2 behind square on the leg side. So inevitably Kemar Roach bowls a length delivery on off stump. So the end of Roach's over, 65 for 4, then 49 runs ahead. Time for a change in commentary. Simon Hughes is coming in, so too is Cam Ponsonby.
Thank you, Simon. Gorgeous afternoon now at the Oval, the Kia Oval. It's been a Kia Oval for quite some time actually now. Very loyal sponsors, Kia. Great cars as well, I have to say, actually.
We'll be keeping the sponsors very happy.
Well, I've been driving a Kia for a while, and I've different Kias, and I tell you, they are absolutely, no BS, they are absolutely fantastic. Totally reliable. Haven't had a single problem. The only problem I've had is one was stolen.
Well, that shows how good they are.
That shows how good they are.
Exactly.
It also shows that, and this was stolen from outside my house in the middle of the night. It's got remote, you know, there's no key. It's an unkey startable car, and there is a way apparently of hacking into the Bluetooth connection between the fob and the car ignition, and some gang was able to do that.
The Kia Oval and Kia's Simon Hughes.
Yeah,
in tandem.
I mean, I drive a Kia Niro hybrid, and I tell you, it's the best car I've ever had. It's a fantastic car. It's beautiful driving on, partly on electric. There's a little bit of petrol when you need it, and just beautifully made car. South Korea. Take your hats off. It's fantastic. Oh, that's a meaty blow from Gubbins. It's probably going to make it to the boundary yet. Rory Burns has given that one up, and just a bit too short from Tom Laws. He's an exciting cricketer though. Now he got a first ball today, but you can see definitely something with his bowling. He's got a bustling run up, and you know, a sort of very ambitious, optimistic approach to his bowling. Got some good pace. That occasion just banged in too short. Not much in the pitch if it's short on this track. 69 for 4. Hampshire leading by 53.
Yeah, without wishing to undersell Laws' achievements, I think there's a sense of Surrey can't quite believe their luck at how this 19 or 20 now, but last year 19 years old, there was a bit of an injury crisis. A few players were away on international duty and whatnot. He got thrown into a T20 game, and he just went from there, and he performed so fantastically well that to go for a club with as many resources as Surrey, who often sign these big name players, to all of a sudden pluck a kid out of the academy and see him rise to the occasion the way that he has, I mean, that's as good a bonus and as good as much as you could ever hope for, really.
Just when you look at a player like that, he's got lovely athletic sort of frame, not too tall, but a good height for a bowler. You know, maybe you want to, I suppose, a couple more inches ideally, but he's got a lovely bounding run up, good action, good strong action. Seems to look as if he tries to swing it into the left and away from the right, and it just looks like an enterprising cricketer. Somebody who's going to make things happen.
It is interesting, and Simon Mann and Taha Hashim were talking about beforehand about the intangibles that surround him, and Will Jackson commentary was mentioning the same thing, and that he's a bowler who feels quicker to face than he looks, and I'm particularly interested in where that comes from, because it's not like he has a very unusual action. He seems quite orthodox. He sometimes reminds me of a kind of he bowls with almost a knuckleball style in football as opposed to cricket. I'm not saying he's trying to bowl a slower knuckleball delivery. When he bowls, it almost wobbles its way down there, and not, again, I mean in the traditional wobble sense where people are purposely trying to get that seam to scramble on the way down. He just seems to impart some movement on the ball, which means it skips onto the batter and just beats them either for pace or off the pitch. I mean, he's done Liam Dawson twice in the game. He's taken out Liam Dawson's off stump. So no, a fine game back into the 11 for Tom Laws, and Jordan Clark has come into the attack for the first time this innings to replace Kemar Roach at the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, they've got a good range of bowlers. I suppose they're all right arm, but they don't have the alternative left arm that Hampshire had with Keith Barker. But they're all, I suppose they're all slightly different. Kemar Roach angling it in, and Worrell looking to swing it away. What does Jordan Clark do with it? It's a start-up delivery that certainly looks as if he's trying to shape it away.
And just to perhaps labour the Tom Laws point, Laws wasn't in the team for the first round of the fixture, and then a spot in the side became available through Ben Folkes coming out, and he was the man who came in, so he beat out the likes of Gus Atkinson, Nick Kimber, James Taylor, I think even Nathan Barnwell. There's 4 other seamers, but he's bowling first change ahead of Jordan Clark, which goes to show, it's taking too long, I'll wait for the ball, which goes to show that it's probably Jordan Clark's batting that has him in the side over Tom Laws as opposed to his bowling, because if Tom Laws then comes into the side and bowls ahead of him, Surrey will, by that logic, see Laws as the kind of 4th seamer at the club, which is a pretty good going for someone who made his debut last year.
I mean, to win the championship, as they did last year, Surrey, you generally need quite a big squad, don't you? And especially a county like Surrey that are going to lose players to Test cricket or to international cricket. They benefit from a bigger squad. It's interesting, isn't it? Last year, these 2 sides, who were sort of neck and neck at the top of the championship for a long time, but Surrey had 23 players. They used 23 players, and Hampshire, I think, only used 13 in their entire championship campaign, which it could illustrate consistency of selection, but probably what it more illustrates is strength in depth.
No, absolutely. And it goes to show as well that it's just Alex Stewart and Gareth Batty, you've got to build an environment where people are happy to be here and only play a handful of games. It's got to be an enjoyable place to be.
Well, yeah, I can identify with that a little bit, actually, because I was in a Middlesex side in the 1980s that won 4 championship titles, and we had a very talented squad, and you didn't always get in the side. I mean, we had a lot of players that were England qualified or played for England, and it wasn't an easy team to get in because everybody was practically everybody was an international player. And actually there were times in my own career when I was offered an opportunity to play for a lesser county that was performing less well, Simon Mann's Gloucestershire being one. I have to get that in because, you know, he's always sniping at me, so I'm going to snipe back at him while he's not got the chance to respond. And Hampshire, in fact, was another. But I preferred to stay at Middlesex because we were always challenging for titles, and we were always. I don't think that's a very convincing appeal, really.
I don't think
by
Jordan Clark was convinced either.
And I think it's probably off the bat anyway. Looks like it's going to be given as a leg bye, but it was more exciting to play for a team that were challenging for titles all the time than one that was just turning up. And without being rude to Gloucester and Hampshire, especially Gloucestershire.
It's too late for that now.
Well, especially Gloucestershire were a bit of an apology for a team for a long time. I mean, they were great to play against, good fun, lovely people. They never really threatened. And this is in the 80s. I mean, they've had obviously better times since then. Hampshire were slightly more serious opposition, but still they tended to be teams mid-table, and it was more exciting playing for a team that were always pushing for titles, even if you didn't always get in the side, because it made you play better. You know, if you play with good players, it's going to raise your game, or you fall out the bottom and shouldn't be there anyway.
That's very interesting. Like, I guess there are what were consistencies that have existed over the last however many decades. If you're saying that you had that experience in the 80s, this is very much what's happening here in 2023.
Yeah. Well, Surrey, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. And you know, there's a feeling about teams when they have a number of really talented cricketers and they are always in the running for titles. There's a sort of aura about a team like that, which raises everybody's game. You know, there's an expectation which, you know, just makes people work a bit harder at their game and have a bit more optimism, maybe have a bit more aggression, maybe have a bit more confidence. And I'm sure it will pay off on somebody like Tom Laws, who, you know, is playing amongst, and actually also when you're playing with people who are in the England side, like Ollie Pope, like Ben Folkes, or whoever, or Kemar Roach playing international cricket, you want to impress them as well. As a young player, you kind of, again, you're lifted by their presence on the field, and they come up to you and pat you on the back, and that makes you feel fantastic. People who've achieved sort of a huge amount in the game. So there is a lot of benefits to playing in a very good side, even if you're a newcomer and don't know the ropes. That wasn't a very good ball, but he sort of got away with it, really, because it only went for 2.
Who were the players when you were of Tom Law's age, kind of first finding your way into county cricket? Who were those players that you kind of looked up to in the dressing room
Well, I mean, Mike Gatting, John Embry was an England player at the time, off spinner. Phil Edmonds, also an England player. Paul Downton was in the Ashes team in the mid-80s. I mean, fast bowlers, Wayne Daniel, fast bowler for the West Indies and Barbados. I wouldn't say I looked up to, but bowling at the other end to him, he'd frighten the life out of people, and I come up and bowl a few little outswingers and people would have a big shot and get out. So
bowling in partnerships, that's
bowling in partnerships, yeah. You know, there were, in fact, Roland Butcher was the first ever black player to play for England. Again, a wonderful cricketer, incredible athlete. You know, these players, you have a player like that in the field, it lifts your game, because he snaps up chances at second slip which other people wouldn't have reached, or stops a ball in the covers which no one else would have got to. I mean, just makes you, it just excites you as a player if you're playing with the quality that Tom Laws is out there with.
I think I found it very interesting listening to Ben Folkes at the end of the New Zealand series that just passed. He was being asked about his plans for the summer, the connotation being the Ashes.
Yeah.
And he kind of his own accord and very organically said, well, no, I'm looking forward to playing for Surrey. I want to play for Surrey. It was very much at the forefront of his mind that I have not just time to... It wasn't a case of let's get some matches under the belt and let's be ready for the Ashes. It was, I have games to play for Surrey and I want to play and I want to win the championship again. And I think you saw that when they won it here last year. I think Pope and Folkes, if I'm not mistaken, came back after a very busy summer and then with a big winter ahead, and there was a desire to play. They have an incredibly strong connection to the club here.
Well, they've grown up at the club, haven't they? And I mean, I think Ollie Pope was probably here when he was under 12s or something, and you just have a sort of affiliation. There is less, in a way, in some counties there's less loyalty, but it seems that in Surrey the loyalty is pretty strong, and that's partly because they're always challenging for trophies. So you feel, even though you're not in the first 11 all the time, that you could play in a championship deciding match, or you could play in a cup final or whatever. And that's what you dream of as a young player, is to play in those, you know, those big matches and have have an influence on them.
I guess it's the difference between, you might not always be playing, but whenever you are playing, you're always playing for something, or you could always be playing but never playing for something. That's got that kind of balance that you as a player have to work out what kind of motivates you, I guess.
So a field change here with the slip coming out now to extra cover. Ben Brown on 9. I don't notice actually, Ben Brown averages 40 in championship cricket, county cricket, mostly obviously for Sussex, but 23 first class hundreds as well, which is impressive for a man who doesn't get mentioned all that much, a wicketkeeper batsman.
He does. He gave a very good interview with Wisden Cricket Monthly's Joe Harmon, I believe, at the beginning of last season, just after he joined. And I think it was in that interview where he was referring to the fact he'll be chasing an England cap till he's 40 and whatever. Like he'll never give up on that. But
actually steered away for a single out to the offside.
It was the interview was kind of alluding to that fact that here's this player that kind of, you could, if you were a casual cricket fan, there's every chance you've gone about your life without really coming across Ben Brown, and actually he's got a very impressive record that stacks up against everyone's. I mean, imagine if we compared Ben Folkes and Ben Brown's records side by side.
Well, I think Folkes' average is under 40 actually, from memory, more like sort of 38. He certainly averages in the mid-30s in Test cricket. I'm not sure what his first-class average is, but you can. Well, I'll look it up.
Yes, I guess there's always going to be those players who their career will come to an end, and the write-up will say one of the finest players of his generation to have never been capped for England. I hope for Ben Brown's sake that doesn't happen with him, but for Hampshire's sake, they may wish that to be the case, because he's once again setting about bailing his team out of a hole, just as he did in the first innings, where Hampshire were 39 for 4. He's currently at the non-strikers end. Gubbins is on strike to Jordan Clark.
Actually, I did Folkes a disservice there. He does average over 40 in first-class cricket, 40.12, which is good.
I
14
imagine
Test hundreds, 14 first-class hundreds.
I imagine the combination of his game against Lancashire last week may have just
Maybe
tipped that over the edge.
Yeah, possibly.
76 and 103 not out for a total of 179. That does tend to help the average.
Yeah. 32 average in Test cricket for Ben Folkes. It's not easy getting your average into the 40s when you bat at number 7. So the one person who of course has, and I go back to a conversation I had with Glenn McGrath yesterday actually, the one person who really changed the face of wicketkeeper batting was Adam Gilchrist, and he was saying, McGrath was saying, when you look down the list of players he played with, but particularly batters he played with, Matthew Hayden, Ricky Ponting, Damien Martin, the two Wars, Justin Langer, etc., he actually identified Adam Gilchrist as the sort of transformative player, because so often a team like Australia would be 140 for 5, Gilchrist would come in and batter a quick 90 and change the game totally, or take the game completely away from a team as well.
Well, I guess that Australia side of the kind of late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh, is that a top edge? It is a top edge, and it's over the top. Just made it into the front row or second row of the stand. So a top edge 6, very short boundary down there. I mean, that is barely 55 yards. So a little bit lucky really for Ben Brown there. Good bouncer from Tom Laws. He was a bit late on it, I think you'll see here.
I wonder if this is a little strategy from Surrey, because Ben Brown very, very almost got out like that in the first innings, where he was actually dropped by Tom Laws on that boundary when Brown was on about 3. And just with that boundary being so short, you know the batter's going to go after it, because they get any bat on it, does go for 6. But that's almost, well, I guess hindsight, and the result says that Ben Brown is still in. He was in the first innings and he was still in the second innings. But that's twice in the match where Brown has almost fell in the exact same, slightly unusual way. But to go back to, I think we're changing the ball. Are we having a look at the ball?
Well, it may have hit a bit of concrete or something there and just sort of scarred it slightly. Bowlers hate that, when the ball that they've been looking after religiously and trying to polish gets scuffed on the concrete, and that all that lovely polish is lost.
Could also have scuffed up on the side they wanted to be scuffed up.
Yeah, true. Shot, lovely shot. That's really elegant from Brown. Just let that one come onto him, eased it wide of extra cover. Lovely timing. Great reward for your shot square of the wicket, particularly at the Oval, because of all the practice pitches that really help the ball to keep its momentum. So a second boundary from the over. 10 off 2 balls here from Ben Brown, just making a statement for Hampshire. 72 lead now.
Just been combining brawn and beauty there with his first 6 over fine leg and 4 through the offside. And that fielder has immediately dropped out to the offside boundary, which sort of slightly surprises me.
Same shot, but the man's back now, so just a single results. So I think you were talking about
yes
before.
Oh, folks, we moved on to kind of Adam Gilchrist and that Australian side of the 2000s. And I guess I can understand why McGrath would kind of single out Gilchrist, because that Aussie side, they were perfect in almost like the traditional sense. They had a top 6 that all averaged 50. They had a seam attack that had Glenn McGrath bowling lining length, had Brett Lee bowling rapid, Shane Warne bowling spin.
They had a great combination, didn't they? Surely you're too young to remember them.
This is
just looking
the early
2000.
I'm a 2005 baby.
Yeah.
I guess that was really my first series, as meant for many other people.
Right.
But whereas everyone else kind of you could fit them in the box, maybe Shane Warne aside, as just the best of what cricket was. Gilchrist changed that. He was a player that changed the way the sport was played, as opposed to perfecting the way it had been done. And so, well, we can see his kind of legacy 20 years later.
We can, definitely. Shot. That's going to be at least 3. And maybe we'll make it all the way. Yes, it does. Rory Burns has given that up a few times. He's had to run up that slope, that slight hill, to no avail. Rory Burns. Another boundary to Gubbins, who's looked certainly the most compact and organised of the Hampshire batsmen so far. I love watching him bat, actually. I think he's a very skillful player, Gubbins, very adaptable. Got good range of shots and knows his game well. He's on to 31 from 44 balls, 93 for 4, and he's the mainstay of this Hampshire second innings so far.
Very handy over that for Hampshire. 15.
Yeah.
You're never going to be unhappy with that.
No. And it actually illustrates it's a good pitch, isn't it? It's given the new ball bowlers a bit of help, but you also can hit the loose ball away for a boundary.
I think and this might be, correct me if you think I'm being unfair here, but I was thinking about Hampshire's innings, and obviously Middleton got a fantastic delivery from Worrell, but aside from that, I feel like Hampshire they've got out. There's not been much happening. I don't feel like Surrey's bowled fantastically well, and they found themselves in trouble, 4 down.
I think the ball to Felix Organ was a good bit of bowling. You could say it was a half volley, which it was. It swung late, and I sort of forgive the batsman a bit for looking to hit the ball there for 4. Just credit to the bowler, because he got the ball to swing late and got the edge, and the catch flew through to Dom Sibley. So although it looked a loose shot, the bowler should get some credit for that wicket, I think.
I guess it's the difference. You can kind of divide dismissals in between a failure in process versus a failure in execution, and so Organ was potentially correct to play that shot.
Score runs, haven't you?
You've got to score runs. It was a full delivery, and so you say that's a failure in execution. Whereas you might look at Vince's dismissal, a kind of 5th stump line, back of a length, second ball of facing a new bowler. That could be a failure in process and execution, of course, but it's kind of where the initial mistake happens.
So this is Jordan Clark bowling at the moment. Gubbins looking very controlled and very calm in defence. We asked you to send us in your tweets or emails to tell us where you're watching this from. As a lot of sport probably going on this afternoon. It's the Grand National actually in about an hour and 20 minutes time, 5:15 I think. It is the off for the big race at Aintree. But maybe you're at Aintree, maybe you're at another ground watching this game. Perhaps you're at a football match. Let us know anyway. Surrey Cricket, tweet at Surrey Cricket, or the email is surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
I'm very pleased you reminded me, because I have a couple of messages from our leader John Surtees. So we have watching from Brisbane, Australia, here until the end of the university semester, then back to Surrey to steer Whiteley Village Cricket Club to promotion. Come on the Ray from Joseph Horsey. And afternoon chaps, enjoying the stream on my laptop, sitting on the train from Dale Carlia in the Swedish Midlands. I'm sure I've pronounced that incorrectly. Enjoying
Dale
Carlia in the Swedish Midlands, heading towards Stockholm. It's gloriously sunny, but haven't noticed any cricket in any of the fields we've passed. From David Setton. And we've also got John Head in Ontario, Canada. But I don't think there's a message that's accompanying that. It's just he's in Ontario. I suspect there's a second message I haven't quite received yet, which will expand on that. But for now, I hope you're having a lovely time, John.
Canada used to be quite a hotbed of cricket. You know that, I mean, you probably do know this as a student of the game, but the first ever international.
I think I did know that. I think
Canada and the USA.
Yes, I think that's a fact that once reminded, I remember, but had you asked me, I would have got it wrong, if I'm going to be completely honest.
So you're not in my quiz team then?
No,
I won the other day. Simon Mann and I run a little virtual cricket club called World's Best Cricket Club, and it's a bit of an embarrassing name, but it's basically a bunch of cricket fans who love to talk about the game and tweet and chat and send WhatsApp messages and so on, and we have a live interview every other week. And we were actually I've completely forgotten what I was going to say now, but I'll come back to it just a second after this ball from Sean Abbott's back into the attack to Nick Gubbins. We had a quiz in this club, which is very nicely organised by one of our members. I won it, and I've never won a quiz in my life.
And I wasn't going to get in your quiz team.
Well,
I mean,
you don't want to be in my quiz team normally, because you would be certainly at the bottom layer of the finishing group, but anyway, somehow managed to win.
Congratulations.
People tend to say, oh, you're the stats man, but my stats knowledge isn't very good.
Don't let the secret out.
Well, I think that why would you store in your head something you can look up? That's my philosophy.
I might take that with me, actually. I think that's a good. You can get out of a lot of things. If you say, oh, I could look it up. No problem.
I mean, you can look up virtually anything now, can't you?
Exactly. So you don't
Google
have to remember anything.
Or ask Alexa or whatever. God, he's a good bowler, isn't he, Sean Abbott? Look at the way he's followed through, right down, almost to whispering distance, close to Nick Gubbins. There's not much carry there. He only went through pretty low to the keeper, Jamie Smith.
There has been the slightest. It feels like the game's gone in waves of when the ball's been carrying through and when it hasn't, as opposed to it being kind of dramatic variances in bounce. But you are right. Every time Abbott's come onto bowl, he seems to have injected kind of some pace and energy.
That one really is veered across from around about off stump. I wonder whether he should go around the wicket, actually. If he's getting that movement, it'd be much harder to play from around the wicket.
Yeah, perhaps an oversimplification of the game on my part, but I always think if you're managing to make the batter miss the ball, surely the best angle to bowl at him is the one that allows you to hit the stumps.
He's not going to get an LBW, I wouldn't have thought either from here, although that was threatening the stumps, but just a bit full. Good stop actually by Burns. Saved him another run up towards the pavilion. .97 for 4 is the Hampshire score. So a healthy lead, but they have lost the 4 wickets and not a massive amount of batting to come. Good return over from Sean Abbott.
So I think we have just 4 minutes left until the tea break. Now
right.
that is the line I had from someone who an official at Surrey, but he wasn't 100% sure. He wasn't 100% sure himself if it was tea at 4 o'clock. So I won't nail my colours to the mast on that one.
Well, I think it's 32 overs as tea, and they've had 31. So this is the 32nd over, so yes, it will be the last over before tea, because the innings started straight after lunch, didn't it? Oh, 32 left. Simon Mann is saying it should be 32 left rather than 32 bowled.
That would suggest another 50
We're going to be here
minutes.
for hours then. The tea will have gone completely stewed. Stewed
Well,
tea.
what a treat.
I actually, I think this is a bit sad, but I like strong tea, so I tend to actually leave the bag in.
That's fine.
Is it?
I'm very much of the opinion a cup of tea, it's 3 ingredients: water, milk, and tea bag, and arrange it however you see fit. I'm fine. I'm not going to stop people enjoying their tea their way.
Well, the rumours are that the best lunches. Sorry to say this on a Surrey stream, but the best lunches, and that certainly bounced that ball. Just a little hand off the bat from Ben Brown there. And it certainly lifted into the splice and maybe even to the bat handle. So found a bit of uneven bounce there, Jordan Clark. I'm told that it's still the case that the best lunches, and probably teas, are Lords. And still players aspire to a Lord's lunch. And interestingly, I actually had a Lord's lunch the other day, and the lady who runs the kitchen up there, the sort of head chef, she said that she gets advice from all the nutritionists around the country, especially England's nutritionist when there's a test match, or Middlesex or whoever, but she says they tell them that she's told she has to prepare healthy food, but she still gives them the option of the lamb cutlets and the chips and stuff as well, and usually that's what they usually opt for. Perhaps without the nutritionist seeing, because the nutritionists are often not actually there on match day, so you can kind of eat what you like.
Well, it was the great punchline of the Pakistan tour, recent Pakistan tour, wasn't it? England took their own chef.
Yes.
Then he was the one who got ill. I remember them saying.
You were out there.
I was out in
right?
Pakistan. It was great. And I remember they said very firmly, they said it's nothing to do with the food. The chef has insisted it is nothing to do with the food. And you think, well, I think you'd probably have to say that, wouldn't he?
Good over that from Jordan Clark. No easy runs, lots of probing away roundabout off stump.
That is, I've been told to add some context. Everyone was ill. It wasn't just the chef. But if anything, that suggests even further. If everyone's eating the same food, they all fell over. There was a great. Ben Duckett told a good story about on that morning of that Test match when everyone was feeling very kind of unwell, and there was the prospect it was going to be delayed a day. And he woke up and he wasn't feeling the best in the best way, and he went, hopefully this gets a 24-hour delay. Checks his phone, and Ben Stokes has put I'll let Sean Abbott bowl. And Ben Stokes, being the leader he is, has put a very enthusiastic message in the chat saying, "Come on, guys, we're off and we're out now. Let's go and win." And so, in my opinion, they had the option. If they really wanted to, they could have knocked that Test match back a day. And a lot of those players were not very happy. And yeah, I think it was a very important toss to win. But
yes, imagine if they'd lost. That's right, and they'd been in the field for the whole day. Gosh. As it was, a lot of the bowlers put their feet up and watch the display.
It wouldn't have been the Stokes way, would it, to have taken the extra day off?
Well, I mean, he's something of a masochist, isn't he, Stokes? Anyway, I mean, I'm not sure. Was he one of the ill ones or not?
Oh, that's a good question.
But anyway, even if he was, he would still have fought through the pain barrier, wouldn't he?
He was ill because the day before the series was meant to begin, Joe Root had to front up to the media instead, and having just resigned from the captaincy, he was then sat down there again, going, "Hey, again, I thought I'd managed to get away from this." Had another message in from Zander saying hello. "My wife and I are in the garden in London watching the Surrey stream, enjoying yours and Simon's chat. Might pop down tomorrow if it's not all over. Keep up the good work." And then he's added, "Well, she's actually just started using the angle grinder, so I can't hear you anymore." So whether he's heard the shout out, I guess, we'll never know.
Ooh, there was a groan from behind the wicket there. I think possibly Pope suggesting that was taken off the stumps from Ben Brown. He's got off strike anyway, and he middled it, so no argument ensued. So my view is that this could be the last ball before tea, or no, actually two balls before tea. We'll wait and see. The caterers will want to go home. They won't want to be waiting till 5 o'clock to serve the players tea. They'll be wanting to get away early. So Sean Abbott decides to go round the wicket, as I suggested he should actually last over to the left-handed Gubbins. Nice shot, lovely shot. Nice timing, nice little bit of wristy clip there, flick shot. Well, a little push really, past the mid-on fielder, finding the gap between the bowler and mid-on. Excellent. Gubbins 38 not out now.
It's a lovely shot. Given how it was straying quite leg side, I think a lot of other players would have tried to roll their wrists on that and probably hit that through mid-wicket or square leg. Gubbins really stayed through on the line.
Yeah, he stayed through mid-on. He didn't commit his front foot too soon there. Yeah, good delivery to finish. Now, are the umpires going to take the bails off? They are. There we are then. The tee for the teams, with Hampshire on 103 for 4. So a bit of a recovery after losing those early wickets. Gubbins on 38, Ben Brown on 24. The mainstay really of Hampshire's first innings, Ben Brown, until that forthright innings from Keith Barker later in the day. They lead by 87 in the third day of this match. Hampshire against Surrey at the Kia Oval. Opportunity for the crowd to go for a little stroll, find some tea, find some scones. Simon Mann can't understand why they're going off. He's been responsible for some faulty information. They go off after 32 overs of the middle session. That's what I was told anyway. So at tea, Hampshire in their second innings 103 for 4, having bowled Surrey out for 270, lead by 87 runs. So 20 minutes for tea, time for the ground staff to brush up and do a little bit of maintenance. The players to have, well, probably some cereal bars and a shake or two, and we'll do the same, and we'll be back in 20 minutes time here at the Keir Oval.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the club is about to make a special presentation in front of the pavilion by the Galladara stand to honour the loyalty shown by several of our longest standing members, who've been members over 50, 60 and even 70 years. Our members are the lifeblood of Surrey County Cricket Club, and we are constantly grateful for their support. This afternoon's presentations being made by Martin Eden and Steve Elworthy, respectively interim chair and CEO of the club. So, first up is Mr. Edward Bentle. Been a member for 70 years. Next up, a familiar name for many of us, Raman Sabarone, CBE. Presentation being collected on behalf of Raman. And for 60 years of membership, first up, Mr. John Day. Stephen Hart. Andrew Merton. Keith Turner. 50 years of membership. This is Elizabeth Brett. Andrew Shuttleworth. Graham Winter. Paul Mitchell. And finally, Simon Mitchell. A round of applause for all our milestone members. the scores from around the country. The match at Chelmsford has been delayed by rain. Lancashire 167 for 4 in their second innings. Lead Essex by 155. Tea at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 55 for 1 in their second innings. Lead Somerset by 138 runs. Somerset bowled out earlier for 173. Brett Hutton 6 for 45. Also tea at Wantage Road, where Middlesex are 78 for 4 in their second innings against Northants. Middlesex lead by 29 runs there. One match ongoing in Division 2, Worcestershire 293 for 4. Trail Durham by 132 runs. Jack Haynes 2 runs shy of his century at tea. Surrey County Cricket Club and the Carers Trust have joined forces to provide an opportunity for some respite and entertainment for carers of all ages. Young carers and young adult carers have received free tickets to this match. Over 120 guests will have joined us here at the Kia Oval over the course of this game. The Carers Trust works with a network of more than 120 local organisations across the UK, provide funding and support for unpaid carers while campaigning for them to get a better deal. A similar opportunity will be offered to adult carers in May, when they will be able to attend the home fixture against Middlesex. Welcome back the on-field umpires, Alex Wolf and Russell Warren. Rory Burns leading out Surrey into the field. Nick Gubbins and Ben Brown resuming the Hampshire innings.
Hello again from the Kemar Oval. We're about to begin the final session of the day. It could be a pretty long one as well, with a minimum of 43 overs remaining. So that's a session and a half. Could be here till 7 o'clock. The situation of the match: 103 for 4. So Hampshire lead by 87 at the moment, with Nick Gubbins and Ben Brown forging a good partnership. Simon Hughes here with you alongside Taha Hashim, and bright sunshine greets the players. So this should be the best batting conditions of the day, with 33 overs bowled in this Hampshire second innings. Gubbins on 38, Brown on 24. So the ball will have lost a little bit of its shine. In fact, I think it's been changed once already. It's been whacked into the stands a couple of times. It's Dan Worrell to open the bowling. In fact, it's not. It's Jordan Clark to open the bowling after tea. It might be. I thought they might have given Dan Worrell a second spell, given he got a couple of wickets. But they're continuing with Jordan Clark. What do you think of that decision, Taha?
It is Dan Worrell.
It is Dan Worrell. Okay, because it's still on the scoreboard. It still has Jordan Clark bowling, but they haven't called up. Yes, I thought it was Dan Worrell actually. The scoreboard threw me there. In fact, it hasn't clicked up either with that single. The big screen on the ground has now got the right score, but rolling scorecard hasn't. So it's Worrell bowling now to Gubbins. Gubbins has played well actually, and we've now got Clark 0 for 9 on the caption there, which is not right. So I wasn't the only one deceived by that.
Let's see if Dan Worrell can get Jordan Clark his first wicket of the day.
So how do you see the situation here, Taha? 88 lead. We'll just maybe wait for this ball. Just 2 slips for Worrell now to Gubbins, a man back at deep cover, a man back at deep square leg as well. Nice drive from Gubbins, but can't get it past the man at short extra cover.
Well, it's turned into a shootout, and it's been a can't even say it. Been that type of day where just an hour ago you thought Surrey right on it, and closing in just 1 wicket, and Hampshire would sort of almost collapse there and then now suddenly sun's come out. Hampshire have their informed batter in Ben Brown, who's looked very good. And Nick Gubbins has shaped up very nicely. Some really lovely straight drives.
The angled run-up of Dan Worrell, who apparently is known as Frank. I guess that's a fairly obvious nickname for a player whose surname is Worrell, after, of course, the famous West Indies captain. A curving run more reminiscent of Malcolm Marshall, though. Angled run up. I've seen him bowl a lot actually in the Big Bash, and always thought he looked, a good thrusting opening bowler. Strong action, looks to try and swing it away. A little bit reminiscent actually of someone I played against, Craig McDermott, another Australian, big, strong, ginger-haired, aggressive, fast bowler. Did that kind of pivot at the crease just before letting go of the ball, and tried to swing it away.
And especially
too long ago for your for your memory, Taha. I think. When were you born?
97.
97, yeah. So Craig McDermott was long retired by then.
Well,
Ben McDermott is his son, though. He plays in the Big Bash, of course. And who, I don't know who he'd be playing for this year. He's played for a few different counties. That's a good delivery, goodness. Gubbins tried to sort of fend that off and got nowhere near it in the end. So there's still something there for the bowlers, isn't there?
Alistair McDermott, another son of Craig's, is that right?
Maybe, I don't know Alistair.
Played a bit for Queensland, I think.
Okay.
Back in the day.
Right. Maybe you could tell us on the email who Ben McDermott's playing for this year. I should know, but I haven't got the information in front of me. Let's look at that ball again. See that angled run, that strong action at the crease, and that really nipped away. So Pat Gubbins would be happy that he didn't get a nick there. Who have we got? Sean Abbott. So a sort of all Australian attack for Surrey. Gubbins on 38, Brown on 25. When was what's your first cricketing memory then? What was the first match you saw either on TV or in real life?
It's hard to pin down the first memory, but the formative memories are the 2005 Ashes.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, yeah. I think
anyone who was born before 2000 says that their main, their chief memory was the 2005 Ashes. Yeah, it was pretty distinctive.
Yeah, vivid memories of the Edgbaston Test.
Yeah,
watching that.
That's
finale.
Right. And actually, I was with Glenn McGrath yesterday. We were talking about that game, and I said that was the game in which he trod on a ball and didn't play. And I said, what was the feeling in the dressing room after the game? Clearly disappointed because they lost, but they lost by 2 runs. But there was some dispute which was slightly instigated by me that Kasprowitz's hand was off the bat when it was gloved, and therefore he shouldn't have been given out. And McGrath said, look, we didn't complain about that at all. We were very disappointed to lose, but there was no sort of we were robbed kind of feelings. The umpire made his decision, and we accept that.
Yeah, and this is obviously a few years before DRS came in.
A long way before. Yeah, I mean, DRS probably came in 10 years later, I'd say, maybe 8 years later, long time after. I mean, Warne always said if DRS had been around when he was playing, he would have got another 200 Test wickets. Yeah, we had Hawkeye, but we didn't have. You couldn't review anything. Now you can review wides, waist high, full tosses,
wherever you want.
Length balls. That wasn't a half volley. Commentators would be asking for reviews next for an erroneous description, and they want to see the ball again. I mean, it's delaying these IPL games interminably, reviewing a call for a wide, 2 overs from the end.
And they were long enough already.
And they're very slow, actually. The technicians, for some reason, the sort of third umpire system is really slow in the IPL. I don't know why that is. It should be easy. It's just a turn of a button. I mean, it's just a press of a button or a turn of a wheel, and there's your answer. Maybe it's the cynics are saying it's a chance for another couple of adverts to be rolled onto the screen. Are you an IPL fan?
I can't say I've tuned in too much this season.
Okay, so that's no then, effectively. Good delivery from Sean Abbott. Good lead from Gubbins, not being tempted by that one.
I mean, there have been some great finishes.
You have.
See the Rinku Singh 5-6s on the bounce.
Yeah,
that's not too bad. That's great.
Actually, I think 4 of the last, until yesterday, 4 of the last 5 games went to the last ball, which is incredible. I was watching Dhoni and Jadeja trying to get 43 off 2 overs against the Royals, and then the next day, Sam Curran actually of this parish bowled a superb last over to win the match for his team. He's playing for the Punjab team, isn't he, this year?
I feel like I've watched Dhoni and Jadeja try to get 43 of the last 2 overs for the last 10 years.
And they usually do it.
Yeah.
good bouncer from Worrell, maybe just a little bit high. Ben Brown thought about the hook. Looks like it's been given as a no ball. That often that happens when the bowler strains for that extra bit of pace. When if he's pushing the line anyway, and the extra effort involved in the bouncer makes them overstep. 2 for 20 he has actually. She oddly hasn't bowled all that well, but he's bowled 2 very good balls and got 2 wickets. So I suppose he's done his job.
And I do like the wideish angle that he has,
yes,
especially to the right-hander. Means you've got to play everything really, and he'll just try and find just a little bit to move away and bring those 2 slips into play.
It's a similar thing to what Anderson has, and I've talked to Jimmy Anderson and also his original coach Mike Watkinson from Lancashire, and he's got this ability, Jimmy, to make the ball look as if it's angling in because of his release, and then make it swing away. And Worrell's got the same. That ball that we might be able to see again, actually, that bowled out Fletcher Middleton, had that quality about it. Loose shot that time from Brown. Certainly getting the ball to carry through well. He's got this strong upper body action, good shoulders on him that gets him to get that bit of extra zip off the pitch, and the ball flying through shoulder high to the keeper. It's quite fine from Brown, but the man's in the right position, so just a single.
Just going back to that play and miss from Brown there, you know, it's quite wide, but you sense that, especially with the way Worrell bowls in that angle, that's what's helping him there.
This is the wicket, I think, of Fletcher Middleton, and that's unplayable, I think, and it's because of the angle. Just watch the way his wrist releases the ball. It looks as if it's coming into the batsman, especially from slightly wide of the crease. It's coming in, and then there, just at that last moment, it nips away in the air and off the pitch, and that is basically unplayable, unless you have a bat twice as wide.
That is a very Anderson-esque delivery.
Yeah, it is an Anderson. I mean, probably around about Anderson's pace as well. It may be a touch quicker, actually. So he's got good, strong backside and upper body where he generates his pace. And in fact, you need strong legs generally to be a fast bowler. I mean, Jimmy's an anomaly. Most fast bowlers have that, big, strong thighs and backside, because you get a lot of pace from your legs. They are your support and your pivot, and create the momentum to then allow your body to come through and your arms to generate the speed. Not all bowlers. I mean, McGrath, again, going back to him, he was known as Pigeon, and I asked him, why he had that nickname. Was it because he had a pigeon step, sort of pigeon toe run? And it was more because his legs are like pigeons, absolutely stick thin. So he was, again, a rarity in that he didn't have a big frame, although he was tall, very tall, bowled right from the top of his action, very high action, got lots of bounce.
You're talking about physiques there, but I'm curious to know if there's an action that a bowler might have that you think that's what a fast bowler should look to for as a base of an action, if that makes sense.
I mean, I think it's wrong to be too prescriptive about bowling actions. I think everybody's needs to find their way. I think the optimum run-up and action is Jofra Archer. Beautifully straight approach, just very slightly on the angle. I think a slightly angled run-up is good, because if you're a right-arm bowler, you're leading with your front shoulder slightly, your left shoulder, and you want to be able to get that left shoulder and left hip round to face the batsman as you let go of the ball, ideally. So that slight angle run-up, like not as much angle as Worrell, but maybe the way Sean Abbott's bowling here. But as far as body actions are concerned, Archer's is magnificent. He pulls his left arm down tightly, the front arm, and then his bowling arm is very, very high as he lets go of the ball. And I mean, the other key thing about fast bowling is to have a braced front leg, so your front knee is absolutely rigid at the crease, so that you're bowling from a high point, you're not collapsing, and you've got that really strong base to propel the ball from. But you know, as far as the sort of whirl of arms and so on goes, it's very idiosyncratic, and everybody finds a way. I mean, who would have thought Lasith Malinga could bowl like that? But he was an absolute gem. I think Sean Abbott's got good action. I think I like Worrell's action actually. I think it's got a lot of robustness, and you know, I like the way he just slightly pauses at the crease and winds his bowling arm back and then unwinds it again. We'll have a look at it in the next over perhaps.
There's a Surrey bowler who's not bowling today, Gus Atkinson, whose action I also love. It's just very smooth, quite straight on, a bit like Jofra Archer.
Right.
Quite, you know, just quite relaxed as he's approaching the crease.
We asked you to send in your messages, emails and so on about where you're watching from. So we've had a few here. Dean Gwynane watching with hope of a Hampshire victory in 33 degrees in the Algarve. He says retirement great but missed the live action. John McDougall watching the live stream from Tbilisi, Georgia. Sorry, Tbilisi in Georgia. Very envious of you being at the Oval. Haven't managed to see a game since COVID. Goodness. And then, well, I mean, somebody here has asked, how many cricket matches did Simon Hughes play? How many matches did you play? The reply from Alexa is 350 for Middlesex and Durham. I actually think it was more than that, but I'll check. That's from Alex Brooks in Plymouth. And then Sam Wakely says, thank you very much for the answer about Ben McDermott. He is being re-signed by Hampshire this year after playing for them last year. Yes, that's where I thought I'd seen him actually. Also, please could I get a shout out for my friend George, who is a huge Surrey fan, loving the stream today. Thank you very much for all your messages.
So how often do you flick back to your Cricket Info profile and check out those numbers?
Not very often. I don't like looking up stuff like that, but I will do in this case.
I've dug up the numbers for you.
Oh, have you? I was a bit slow. My computer locked itself temporarily. What are the numbers then?
205 first-class matches.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
And do you fancy having a guess on the list?
One-dayers? I don't know. About 200.
202.
Right. So 407 total. So Alexa was wrong then. Naughty Alexa. Go back to school. $110 for 4, Hampshire, leading by 94. They need this partnership to get that up to 150, I suspect. There's not a huge amount of top-level batting to come. Gubbins is doing a good job here, actually. Just sort of steadying that sort of mini collapse. Ian Holland's a decent player actually, coming in next, and then of course Keith Barker as well, who made 50 in the first innings. Actually James Fuller, he can wield a willow as well, so in fact I was perhaps a bit unfair about the Hampshire lower order. But anyway, it's important for this pair to build on this partnership, especially in the excellent conditions now. Sunny weather, it's not really too much of a breeze. Ball isn't really swinging. The odd one doing a bit, but Surrey have gone slightly more on the defensive. Gubbins looks, at the moment, well set. Kept a bit low, actually, that one, didn't it? Just been a bit of uneven bounce, but in the main, the pitch has been good. Let's see what this one did. It seemed away a bit, didn't it? Didn't really carry to the keeper. If he'd edged it, it probably wouldn't have been a chance.
Haven't seen many keep that low today. That might be the first one that's gone at that height.
Nicely turned away by Gubbins for a single. Lots of protection on that side. It's a very short boundary. So the inclination of both teams is to have the man back, the sweeper back, virtually throughout the game. Otherwise it's too easy to pick up boundaries there. Surrey just looking a bit, just lack a bit of energy at the moment.
I'd almost like to see just a return to Tom Laws.
Yeah.
Just as sort of a bit of a partnership breaker.
Yeah.
He's got that thing going for him, and I think he'll get the batters to play. He'll bowl straight. He'll bowl out the stumps.
It's a cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it? That Hampshire don't want to allow any kind of sniff of a wicket opportunity at the moment, but at the same time they've got to think about building this lead. Surrey just trying to prevent them from getting any momentum. Pitch is relatively benign at the moment. You've got to get some enthusiasm and some inspiration from somewhere, Surrey here. There's another good ball. Sean Abbott is asking for that, but it wasn't supported by anybody else. It's a bit of a Stuart Broad appeal, that one. Almost as if he thought it was an automatic wicket even before it had gone through to the keeper.
Gubbins just sort of quite likes to just tuck away that bat. It's not a classical leave, but it's a leave of sorts.
It's a good ball though, isn't it? From round the wicket, that angle, he's getting it to just leave the bat a tiny bit. Still looking dangerous. Bowling a great line. This is when you need the fielders to really back up your support. There's plenty of encouragement from, I think it's Patel, is it, at mid-wicket? And you want the keeper as well, you know, sort of joining in and urging on the bowler. Sometimes you even want the keeper, when it's not carrying through very high, you want the keeper just to shift a couple of steps towards the wicket so that the ball carries through, say, waist high. Then as a bowler you feel that bit better because you've got it through a bit higher to the keeper. You can almost deceive the bowler into thinking he's bowling quicker than he is sometimes.
This feels like one of those moments, especially with the sun out, the pitch not doing too much, where last summer Surrey would have called on Jamie Overton. Just that's something slightly different to go short, quicker than the rest of that attack. And that's just that one slight thing they're missing this summer, despite it being an international class attack otherwise.
Yes, and I think they'll be missing it for a while, judging by what he was saying earlier. He was in commentary box this morning, and he was basically saying that he'll be able to play in the blast as a batter, maybe bowl the odd over, but I guess they might not see him as a championship operator until quite a bit later in the season. 113 for 4 now, 97 is the lead. Gubbins on 40. Ben Brown, who played really well in the first innings, backing that up with a solid 29. And Sean Abbott comes in to complete the 40th, 39th over of the innings. 113 for 4 then. We'll have a commentary change. Simon Mann's coming in.
Well, plenty of time left in this day's play. Hampshire, as they did in the first innings, battling hard, battling back into the game. And it hasn't been one of those games of cricket where the ball's been flashing to the boundary and it's been scintillating stroke play. It's been hard work, but potentially building up to a really interesting finish tomorrow. Adage, 2 types of leave.
Just feels, everything feels a bit nervy at the moment, tentative. No one wants to put a aggressive sort of, no one wants to have that moment of aggression. They're just sort of waiting for the other teams to potentially make that move, and then they'll react.
Yeah. Gubbins and Brown fighting hard for their team, and they're being made to work hard, and vice versa. Bowlers being made to work hard as well in this late evening sunshine. And very welcome sunshine as well. The spectators who are here, most people are sitting in the sun, a few in the shade. Those sitting in the shade must have very good coats, because it's although the sun's out, it's chilly in the shade. A really good game of cricket. A lot to play for. Funny you think, oh, only second game of the season, still bags of the season to come, but you never know how, well, you will discover eventually how important this game is come the end of the season. Hard to determine at the moment. Brown gets another single into the offside. Lead moving towards 100. There was talk, and it's very difficult to work out. People, I've heard it said that if the point system that was used last season, get this right, sorry, the point system was used this season was used last season, then Hampshire would have won the title. Well, I tried to work that out the other day, because Surrey drew more games, Hampshire lost more, so, but Hampshire won more. But and of course the batting bonus point system has changed as well.
I mean, regardless, you'd expect come the end of the summer, these two teams will be sort of right up there.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Yeah. And anyway, going back to that point about if the point system had been used last season, it's used this season, then Hampshire would have won. Well, the thing is, you play the game differently anyway, so you approach your batting differently to get your bonus points. And I also don't think it's necessarily the case, because the gap was something like 26 points between the two teams, and if you recalculate the draws, it only changed it by 12 points. But what is an indisputable fact is that Hampshire did win more championship games than Surrey last season. Surrey winning all one here, but they came up against some pretty flat pitches elsewhere. There was one pitch at Bristol, for example, where I think everyone was very grateful it rained on the last day. That was when Jamie Smith made his double 100, but Gloucestershire responded with 443 for 2. And batters don't mind the odd good pitch here and there, but you don't really want to be playing cricket on pitches where you give absolutely nothing to the bowlers. And this is why this has been an interesting game, because you're in the game as a bowler, but there are opportunities for you as a batter as well, as we saw from Ollie Pope, as we saw from Ben Brown, as we're seeing again from Ben Brown actually.
And you know, if someone gets a big score, you really respect that big score.
Yeah.
They've really worked hard for that. that ton.
And a big score from here could win the game for one of these two sides. No balls called.
That stayed a bit low as well.
It's evidence of one or two keeping a bit low. You often think if you're the side batting last and the ball's keeping a bit low, then that's going to be tricky. I mean, you don't often see they keep really low at the Oval. Normally the pitch stays pretty good throughout the game. Good enough to, anyway, to score runs in the second innings and chase down the total, as long as it's not vast. Well, the lead is 100 at the moment with that no ball. 96 overs tomorrow, 35 left today. If we get them all, we should actually now. The light, I was talking about the light being potentially a problem earlier. Stays like this, then we could well get all those overs in. It does feel at the moment is both sides are just sitting in a bit.
Yeah, sorry, you know, Worrell and Abbott since tea have just really dried things up, playing it patiently, but Brown and Gubbins kind of they seem content with where they are at the moment, and they've done well so far to get that lead by 100. At one stage, it was looking troublesome.
Well, at one stage you thought the game could end today.
Yeah.
When they lost their 4th wicket. Much better day today. Frustrating for everyone yesterday. On, off, bad light. Tougher spectators as well. You look forward to the new season. They'll be shivering throughout the day's play. Oh, that's another fine delivery from Abbott.
I feel particularly sympathetic for those in Bristol to have a game called off that early.
Yeah, it's very unusual for that to happen in the modern game. So way back when the drainage and the covering and that sort of thing wasn't so good, but these days the drainage and covering has improved enormously. But just weight of rain, amount of rain down there. If you haven't heard, that game, Gloucestershire Yorkshire, no play at all, match abandoned. Start 3rd day. Talking about cricket elsewhere, some of the highlights elsewhere, or I might even call them lowlights really. I see Zach Crawley duck today for Kent. Single to Brown down towards fine leg. And he just inching forward.
It's particularly that Kent Warwickshire game. That's some Warwickshire attack where you've got Hassan Ali at second change. Chris Wokes opening up with Chris Rushworth.
So Warwickshire dominating that match. 453 for 4 declared and Kent 98 for 5 in reply. Hassan Ali's picked up a couple of wickets. Wokes wicketless so far. Chris Rushworth, who left Durham, was surprised I think quite a few people to go to Warwickshire. He's got 2 for 25. It was Rushworth who got rid of Zach Crawley for naught. There was an interesting piece by Steve James in the Times the other day about Crawley. I'll come back to that in a moment. Brown gets another single. And just closing up a little bit. So his old stance just a bit more open, just closing that. Difficult to describe it without showing it, actually showing a photograph of it really.
As in trying to correct his technique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically the left leg, the front leg, just round a bit more. So he's a bit straighter in his stance, if you like, as opposed to being open.
Sure.
So
some more square on.
Yeah, yeah. That's the phrase I was looking for. Because if you're quite open, there's a temptation to lift the bat up towards gully. So you're playing the ball comes down at a diagonal angle. Play around it a bit, so you might be quite strong through the mid-on, but you also might be liable to nick it off a bit.
He did obviously.
It's only subtle. It's not a huge. It's not a massively wide open to closed off. It's just a bit more. A bit less open.
He did obviously get a few runs last week, but I feel like that question's going to persist for a while, isn't it? Shot.
He's accessed the middle of the pitch. He's gone very quickly over those cut pitches there, where the winter school was, the big tent. It's quite a sight, actually. I don't know if you've been at the Oval and seen the tent up.
Yeah.
It's a great facility, and I know lots of counties are using it now. Chance to practice in wintry conditions.
Well, it's a particular site when it's, January, February, and they're all they're getting in there and it's freezing, and they've got all their jumpers on, and obviously you get in there. So it's quite nice and nice and cosy.
Shout for RBW and given. That's the breakthrough that Surrey were looking for. Worrell's got it. And Brown, who was so adhesive in the first innings, he's been adhesive in the second, but now he's on his way. Absolutely no hesitation from the umpire giving that out.
We've seen in the last few overs just a couple staying low, and I think one's there just skidded on Ben Brown.
Let's have another look at it. Yeah. And he knew as well, Ben Brown, didn't he? Right back.
But these aren't bad signs for Hampshire, actually.
In the opinion of the umpire, so plumb that almost a finger went up with the appeal. It's that instinctive reaction from an umpire. Anyway, Surrey absolutely delighted with that. It was the breakthrough that they didn't desperately need, but there's a partnership beginning to build. But now wickets change games. It's pressure back on Hampshire again. Fourth wicket went down with Hampshire's lead negligible. Went down at 58, so a 50-plus run partnership for that fifth wicket, giving Hampshire some hope. So Ian Holland in at number 7. The man who's played some cricket for the USA One-Day Internationals. It's an interesting story, actually. Australian.
It's on a talent show, right?
Yeah. He won a talent show in Australia. Well, the toughest ball is often the first one. You get a chance to assess conditions.
Not the only player playing in this match with a bit of an American background. Obviously Cameron Steele, born in the US. He's got that sort of in and around that kind of setup.
Yeah, he was born, Ian Holland, he was born in Wisconsin, grew up in Australia, and he was in the Australian club cricket scene, but he won that talent competition and then ended up playing some state cricket He's off the mark. Chase around. Decent piece of fielding. Kemar Roach down there in front of the Galladari stand. Keeps Holland to 2. 21 for 5 at the end of the over. I mean, it's a story typical of the modern game, isn't it? You know, growing up in one place, being born in one place, then learning your cricket in another, and then going off to play somewhere else as well. You know, having 3 cricket outposts.
We'll just take Dan Royal here as well. Obviously played for Australia, but now, you know, playing here as a local player.
Yeah.
I think he might have talked a bit about wanting to play for England as well.
Well, Gubbin's so important now for Hampshire. Playing the long game. What sort of target in Hampshire set here? And they'd like to double it, wouldn't they? 200 from here. If they possibly can. Would that be enough? Well, I keep them in the game for a while. So Surrey back on top. Small first innings lead and then 5 second innings wickets.
250.
Yeah. I think so often in cricket you see a partnership building, and if you're the supporter of the side against whom the partnership is developing, you start to get a bit despondent, and amazing how a wicket completely transforms your mood and your feelings about a game. And then that's why the old adage, isn't it? Add 2 wickets onto the score and see what it looks like, because it can happen so quickly. We have seen a 2 in 2 earlier today. Gubbins was one of those players, I think, when he first came into the game, there was a feeling that he could go on and play international cricket.
Well, yeah, that great year when Middlesex won the championship in 2016, scored loads of runs, and it felt like he wasn't far off, especially that winter when England toured India.
Nicely played. Runs from here, 2, possibly 3. Rory Burns has a look over his shoulder, and I think he realises that 2 of them out there are not going to keep this down under 3, so 3 more to the total. Yeah, 2016, it was 22, 1,400 runs, average of 60 when Middlesex won the title.
And then I think his fortune sort of followed Middlesex's fortunes, really, because they kind of went down the next year. And Lords proved to be a pretty tricky place to bat, and obviously he made the move to Hampshire a couple of years ago, and he's definitely one of those players obviously that you look at and you think that average should be slightly higher, because he just looks the part. He's played some beautiful drives today. He's looking very good now as well.
Yeah, but his average is 34. I mean, there are a lot of players in county cricket who shape well but have that sort of average, because it is quite tough batting at the top of the order in English conditions, especially when you're batting, you know, April, May, sometimes, well, in September as well. Well, that wasn't the most convincing shot. That crooked, he's going to get a single to deep third. You almost feel the place to bat is 5 or 6. New ball gets a bit softer, pitch eases off a bit. A lot of players down the order, you know, you see a lot of county scorecards where wickets at the top and then middle, lower order. Batters are expected to, well, teams are expected to bat most, if not all, the way down these days. Not many teams have out and out sort of 9-10 jacks. There's a lot of lower order runs. Like Cameron Steele's 100 last week at Old Trafford, so exemplified that in a way. Sean Abbott's half century today.
I mean, take a look for Middlesex so far this season. Oh, their top order. There's been some pretty ugly scorecards there, and then they've had a sort of someone in the middle order sort of bail them out. Ryan Higgins played a couple of very good sort of safety knocks for them, rebuilding their side.
Well, Worrell causing lots of problems here. 3 for 29. Holland new to the crease. It's a fairly defensive field. 5 saving 1, 2 slips.
Doesn't seem to be too chilly in the crowd at the moment.
Yeah, I think if you're sitting in the sun, it's okay. Well, is that a record? Shirts off in April. A few with their shirts off. Those sitting in the shade, there aren't many with their shirts off. They're looking around the ground, the distance, and cloud is beginning to build up again.
There they are.
There we go. Not the only ones. They all come dressed the same. Well, those winter months are tough in the UK.
We're still mid-April, Simon.
Well, yeah, we can call that spring, can't you? It's nice just to feel a bit of warmth on your body. The cold, dark months are behind us now. It's a cricket season. Great time of year. It was a great sense of optimism, I think, this time of year, April, May. A lot to look forward to. Tremendous amount to look forward to on this ground this summer. Pinch a single there. Lead to 110 with 32 overs left in the day's play. If you're wondering why, you've just joined us or joined us fairly recently, why there are so many overs left today, it's not because the play has been really slow or anything like that. It's because we have added on overs from yesterday, so 8.5 overs added on.
Kemar Roach returning to bowl at the pavilion.
Could be in for a late finish, so I think we probably need the sun to keep on shining to get through to potentially, well, it could easily be 7 o'clock tonight. A long day, but it might be a profitable one for Surrey as Kemar Roach comes back into the attack. Chance to really take a firm grip of this match in this evening session. Not much reaction from Kemar Roach first up, but it was a decent delivery. Cameron Ponsonby back in the commentary box.
How are you, Simon?
Yeah.
I've had 2 or 3 stints with Simon then. It's my 4th, but a new Simon.
A new Simon, yeah. There are lots of us about. I saw Simon Wilde down in the press room earlier. He's just written a very good book about the history of...
He has indeed.
England on tour.
I was out in Pakistan with him when he was just putting the finishing touches on the book. I can't quite remember if that Pakistan series was the final chapter, or whether he had to change a few bits and bobs, basically, because obviously it was a very historic series.
I think he did update it. Yeah,
I'd hope so too, because I think if you're writing the history of England on tour, and then Whitewater, they become the first team ever to win a clean sweep, get a clean sweep over Pakistan in Pakistan. We'd hope to include it.
Well, it's well worth a read if you like your cricket, and the fact that you are listening to and watching us on this third day here at the Kia Oval suggests you are. It's a fascinating read. Lots of detail, lots of anecdote as well.
I think Ian Holland here on strike. He had been opening the batting for Hampshire last year, and he's had a slight change in role.
He didn't have the most profitable season with the bat last year.
He didn't. I think I think this is part of the reason for the reshuffle. Is obviously Holland's both him and Felix Organ, who had been teaming up at the top of the order when Joe Weatherly wasn't being picked, both offer with the ball as well. And now they've got Fletcher Middleton coming through. They're obviously backing as a kind of out-and-out batter, but they've still got that role for Holland in the team. He is one of the more famous bits of trivia in the county cricket circuit. That Ian Holland is the literal competition winner.
He is, yeah.
I was just trying to Google it again. He basically won Cricket's X Factor in Australia, didn't he? Has this already been done?
We touched on it, yeah.
I thought it might. I
when
thought
he first came in,
too good to
It's a good
ignore.
story, but I think it's a story that not a lot of people know about. Some of the detail of it, and yeah, the varied career he's had. The fact that he's played for the USA. He was born in the USA. Gets a run there to deep square. Both sides persisting with the two men back pretty much throughout the game. So Kemar Roach's comeback over goes for just the one run. Ian Holland takes the bowling, and the lead for Hampshire is 111. They're making Surrey work, but you feel that Surrey have a firm enough grip on this game to be confident of another victory against Hampshire here at the Oval. Done them in the last 2 seasons. Big wins.
Surrey have felt on top, despite there being long periods of the game where it's on the paper being kind of roughly even. I've always felt Surrey were just ahead of this game, kind of making the running of it. So of course it's Ian Holland and Cameron Steele as US-born players on each side.
Yep. And there's every chance as well. I'm sure people have been reading about various developments in the cricket world and online, newspapers, whatever. That there's every chance that the USA is going to play a more prominent role in world cricket with the new league starting this summer, and it also might have an impact on county cricket as well. Squared up there, good delivery from Worrell.
It will be very interesting to see how because I know some of the largest kind of cricket websites, they have huge readerships from the United States, and it's a diluted cricket audience. There's over 300 million people in the US, and wherever there's pockets of kind of South Asian communities, Caribbean communities, English communities, there's a massive interest in the sport. It's just it's rare that there's a kind of concentration. It's never the major sport within a city, and that kind of diluted interest is what the new tournament's going to attempt to tap up.
And they are building a new stadium, or they're trying to build a new stadium in Los Angeles, just to the south of Los Angeles, cricket stadium there.
They have the ground. There's 2 grounds where Major League Cricket, as it's being called, is going to be at the back end of July. I am, as a freelancer, quite interested in a trip to Texas.
Sure you are.
I know. It's
quite
purely
hot
for
that
cricketing
time,
reasons. Purely for cricketing reasons. No, I am. think I'm sensing an opportunity to sell myself on national airwaves. But no, I would love to go out to America for all sorts of reasons, and if there's an excuse, then I'll gladly take it. But they have the main stadium, I think it's called like Prairie Park or something like that. I need to look that up again. And it's basically the whole competition is going to take place over 2 stadiums, so it's all in one place in Dallas, Texas, and it has just had the go-ahead. And there'll be Jason Roy. Surrey's Jason Roy will be expected to be taking part, I believe.
Third slip's gone in for Dan Worrell, bowling to Ian Holland. Ravi Bopara and Samit Patel went out to play at the end of the English season, you know, in autumn time in a competition in the United States, America. Samit was saying that there were, where they were playing it, there were lots of cricket grounds in a huge sort of park. It wasn't a stadium as such. Lots of games going on in a huge playing area. Well, I was trying to think who he was playing for. It was something like the Houston Stallions or something like one of those great names. End of Worrell's over.
Grand Prairie Stadium is the name I was after. Any guesses of where it's based? Dallas. Grand Prairie. It's very imaginative. They've just named it after the places in. It's fine. It wasn't a trick question. Right. It's a capacity of 7,000. I think it's unsurprisingly originally a baseball stadium that they've converted. Liam Plunkett's made his home over there, moved out with his family, former Surrey player.
You heard from Roach, Gubbins' long vigil. I say long, he's doing his job, isn't he? 116 balls. I suppose in the modern era, 45 of 116, so strike rate under 50. Feels as though you're digging in. What's your feeling early on in the season about how much impact the supposed meeting between England head coach, captain and county coaches about the approach has gone on so far? It seems some teams have been played quite aggressively, and Durham have played quite aggressively so far.
Yes, and Alex Lees in particular seems to be kind of leading that charge. It's also, you'd kind of expect Stoke's own county to be one of the most kind of avid followers of the new mantra. I think I kind of have two thoughts. The first of which is you have to be a very talented player to be able to do it. It's one thing to be able to say, right, we want you to score at 5 and over.
Single to Gubbins. There is that man back.
And it's quite another to be able to go out there and do it. And so it may either unlock some potential within players that didn't realise they had that ability, or it may expose some players who think, actually, I don't quite have the game for this. The second is it really kind of whittles down and makes almost selection for England a bit easy, because the old cliche is it's not how, it's how many, whereas for England it very much matters how you score your runs. So I think that's why they're still so interested in a player like Dan Lawrence.
On the pads there of Holland. Again, the sweeper will do the job, so it's only a single. Sort of cat and mouse game in outfield.
And Dan Lawrence, it was actually Stuart Broad on the New Zealand tour singled him out. A complete tangent. He was of his own accord, he brought him up, and the phrase he used was, Dan Lawrence is walking around the camp like with his eyes on stalks and going, this is amazing, this is so much fun to be a part of, I desperately want to get myself back into this environment. And well, it's a very easy connection to make, but Lawrence started the season with a century. I don't know if we've seen too much in this game, for instance. I think it's a very... I sometimes feel it's a bit of a cop-out when England say this. They say, well, of course you then have to play the scenarios, and there's going to be times you have to absorb pressure. It just feels like they're describing good batting. But it is going to be a case of this match hasn't presented the opportunity for someone to really kind of strike at that kind of strike rate of 70 or 80.
Yeah, this has been old school, tough it out type county cricket against really testing attacks, and with not many weaknesses in them as well. There's been a relentlessness about both sides bowling attacks. So you feel you're always under pressure as a batter on a pitch. As you can see there, there's a tinge of green in it. So it's not been easy to play with that freedom on this surface. We saw Ollie Pope try it at times.
I'll be interested to see how. So the ball's now 47 overs old, and there was a moment in Hampshire's first innings where Keith Barker was batting, and having been very kind of belligerent and unmoving, he started guiding the ball down to third man. Because the ball had stopped moving, there was a trueness to the wicket which allowed him to do so. Pope did the same in his innings as he was kind of getting the balls a bit older. We're just approaching that period of the game now where Hampshire will hope, if they can just kind of hold the fort for a little while, this is their opportunity to score runs and build a convincing lead.
So change of bowler, Jordan Clark into the attack. I think this is the other feature of this game as well, is that on a surface like this, that there is no respite, because both sides are well stocked with the type of bowlers you need.
Absolutely.
On this pitch.
Because there were it wasn't a controversial selection from Surrey to go with Tom Laws over perhaps Ben Geddes, but Surrey had lost Ben Folkes, who was a batter.
Up and over. That's flashed away for 4.
It's a fine shot. It's just helped it on its way up over the slip cord, and he might have got a little bit less on it than he was hoping for. We'll just see from the replay here. Well, he looks in the direction where it goes pretty quickly. Well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
If he had got more bat on it, he might have been in trouble because there's
absolutely.
A deep point and a deep third as well. Almost in that potential hitting arc. So if he did thin edge it, and he did that deliberately, that was a really fine shot. Feeling of extra banks there from Clark.
And look, Surrey had the option to bring in Ben Geddes as the extra batter in place of Folkes and have Jamie Smith or bump Jamie Smith and Cameron Steele up a position, but instead they opted for the extra bowler and then to promote Jordan Clark to 5, and that's meant they've had this kind of battery of seamers. They've had 5 seamers who can keep bowling. Cameron Steele, I think, has only bowled 2 overs, and it was just as a bit of a mix-up for something different in the middle of day 1. And same too with Hampshire, who didn't bowl Liam Dawson at all in their first innings, and just through the nature of how the weather impacting the stop-start way, they kept on coming on and off, and basically that trio of bowlers that they have, their star trio, were able to bowl the vast majority of the overs. It has been trial by seam at the Oval.
Well, they thought about the appeal, but quickly realised that was going down the leg side.
Having a tactical discussion. Don't think anything's changed with the field.
End of Jordan Clark's over. 117 runs ahead then, Hampshire. Still a fair chunk of cricket to come on this 3rd day. Basically a session, 28 overs. The sun has disappeared, and there are some dark clouds away to our left-hand side as we're watching in the JM Finn stand, the Vauxhall end of the ground. So over the Galadari stand, the cloud has built up again, and it looks, I have to say, it does look a bit like bad light cloud potentially later on. There's Roach then.
Gubbins is looking very comfortable, very composed at the crease at the moment. He defended that with next to no foot movement at all, but his balance was perfect.
There are those clouds. You can see Yeah, it was clear blue skies over the oval half an hour or so ago. Some dark clouds have built up.
There doesn't seem to be any. There's the slightest of breezes coming across the ground. The flags have just picked up a tiny bit, which would suggest that those clouds might be moving towards us. But the lights are off, so we will have. I'm sure they'll come on in due course. Hopefully, we'll be able to stay out. But as you mentioned before, it could be a late one at the Kia Oval.
Well, it looks like 7 o'clock finish, I think. We go all the way. Gubbins turns that away nicely, pick up 2 for that one. Cameron Steele in the deep. Not quite having the same impact on this game as he had on the previous one at Old Trafford. He was one who did hole out to deep mid-wicket earlier. That fielder out there for most of the game. Hasn't bowled that much. Well, we haven't seen much of that from Gubbins. That's what Kemar Roach wants him to do.
Ollie Pope and Dom Sibley and Jamie Smith are furiously beckoning over to someone. I think they're going beyond the captain, Rory Burns, to attract someone's attention from the dressing room. They're gesturing down to third, where I believe, I can't quite see, given the profile, who's standing down there.
Edged.
Ooh.
Now, was that a chance to Dom Sibley? It was a very difficult one if it was. It went quickly, low. Kemar Roach is frustrated. Found the outside edge of the resilient Gubbins. And did this carry.
It would have been an absolutely spectacular catch from Sibley.
Well, difficult to tell there. This will give us a much better indication. I'm not sure it did, you know. It seemed to just dip on Sibley. It's got a firm edge.
It has, I think it's just fallen short.
Yeah.
We'll say it was a good save by the keeper. Saved 4 to pump his confidence up. But Sibley, I don't know how Sibley would have gone about catching that, because he's only been taking them at the second attempt so far. It's been very difficult to get that ball up again and caught with his left hand.
Yeah, it's been more juggling than the circus in the slip cordon from Dom Sibley, but at least he's held on to a couple.
Well, he's a very good clown.
Yeah. Just be the single down the ground to Gubbins, who carries Hampshire's hopes here with a bit of support from the lower order, plenty of support from the lower order as well. So 136 for 5. We're going to have a change here. Cameron Ponsonby, we're going to stay for a bit. Simon Hughes is going to join you. I wonder whether the umpires are saying it's time for the lights to come on. Possibly. They're on their walkie-talkies. We'll see how that develops.
Just all that gesturing from Surrey's slip cordon was down towards Dan Worrell, who was at third or fine leg even, and he is taking himself off for a breather, and Surrey substitute fielder Nico Reefer is on the pitch fielding at mid-wicket. Jordan Clark continues and is very well defended by Nick Gubbins, fielded by Ryan Patel. He's had a quiet start to the season, Patel. He played fantastically well at the start of last season in a role as a kind of dashing opener. He's now shuffled himself back down to 4 with the return of Dominic Sibley. Another new role. Ooh. Simon Hughes has returned.
Yes. Thank you very much to Simon Mann, who's done a sterling stint and now he's off to his home nearby. I think he's got to watch his daughter in a in a show or something tonight, is that right? Yeah.
Fantastic.
Got to do that kind of thing, can't miss that. The crowd there were clapping, thinking that was Gubbins 50, but it was a leg by. So he's still on 49. 137 for 5 is the Hampshire score. The lead 121. Field changing round, closing in a little bit for Ian Holland. And coming up from the square leg boundary to a short extra cover position. Still a man at deep point. And someone back at deep square leg as well. Pace from Jordan Clark. He thinks that was a bit of a shaky leave, but there's a lot of bounce there, so it probably was a good decision actually to leave that. Let's have a look, see how much that came back off the pitch. It's quite close to the edge, wasn't it? Look at that carry though. So we've seen a fair bit of slightly uneven bounce. The one that pinned Ben Brown, LBW, kept pretty low. That one seemed to just lift a bit off the surface.
It was something that Henry Moeran spotted yesterday, or just kind of noted that from this end, bowling towards the pavilion end.
Yeah.
The ball does seem to have been carrying through a bit more. You've seen Jamie Smith taking the ball around his kind of shoulder height, whereas earlier in the day we were witnessing it when the bowling from the pavilion end towards the Vauxhall end occasionally be scooting through a bit lower.
There's always a feeling when you're bowling from this Vauxhall end that you're bowling slightly uphill, which I think is an illusion, because there's no hill here. But don't know whether there's a very slight incline in the pitch. It will be minute, but obviously nothing like a slope at Lords or anything. But sometimes I can remember, feeling from the Vauxhall end that you were bowling uphill very slightly. It might be complete imagination.
That would correlate with the idea of there being a bit more carry bowling this way.
Yeah, bowling from this Vauxhall end, yeah. This stand wasn't here when I played cricket at the Oval. It was a sort of fairly modest shed of a stand, really, and just a few seats. Now we're quite up in a more privileged position, quite up high in the new stand. Well, this isn't the newest stand, of course, now, but it's a newer stand anyway than some of them.
The ground's changed. The ground's changed quite dramatically over recent years with the Galadari stand shooting up. It does feel like there's just the slightest
bit of rain.
Slightest bit of rain falling.
There's a rainbow somewhere, isn't there? Probably behind us. Kemar Roach waiting for instruction. That'll be annoying actually for the bowlers if it is raining. You can't quite see that on the camera, but it's just sort of in the air a bit, isn't it? Hopefully it'll blow over.
And just by way of comparison, that's 2 short balls we've had in consecutive overs, but we were talking about that bounce. The short ball from Jordan Clark flew over, whether it was Ian Holland's head or on Nick Gubbins, I can't quite remember. Whereas that short ball from Roach has really stayed low and followed Gubbins, and Smith had to take it on the bounce.
It's quite hard getting real hardness in pitches at this time of year. You need the sun to bake them, as well as obviously a lot of rolling. So it's looking quite benign. Just the odd ball posing problems, but in the main it looks a fairly placid surface, but that's then also partly due to the ball, which is 50 overs old. Gubbins still waiting for his 50th run. He's been out there for 130 balls and well over 2 hours, probably nearly close to 3 hours now. Kemar Roach making him wait, sticking to that consistent line just outside off stump. And absolutely brilliant operator round the wicket to left-handers, Kemar Roach. 260 odd test wickets, not all of them obviously to left-handers, but a high proportion of them are left-handers. I bet he's got a better average against left-handers than right. I'm going to look that up actually.
He was the kind of pioneer of that method that Stuart Broad followed on very shortly afterwards.
There it is, the 50th run. It's going to have to be quick though, but they made it through. And the Hampshire fans in the crowd, it sounds like there are quite a number of them, giving Gubbins a good hand. Well played, very determined innings. Helped Hampshire out of a spot.
He's batted very well. A very patient innings. He's faced 132 deliveries. His career strike rate is almost exactly 50, so it is a slow innings by Gubbins standards. Still, nevertheless, a fine one. It's a very tense period of the game for Hampshire. It's one of those, we can see on the camera now. Rain beginning to fall. Surrey players waving to, I don't know who they're waving to, they're all waving.
Is it a rag they want, do you think, or something?
It could be any number of things. I don't know if it almost looked like they were gesturing to the ground staff to get on the covers at the far end.
So Kemar Roach, test-wise, test wickets, 261 wickets. Right-hand batter, 158. In fact, it's interesting. 158 dismissals of right-handed batsmen with an average of 20.65. Left-handed batsmen, 103 dismissals, an average of 22. So
I'd be very interested to know if you cut those figures in half and halved his career to see what happened over the last 6 years or so.
Yeah. Like the last 5 years or something like that. Let's see if I change it to 2015, say, to 2023. So the last 6 or 7 years, actually about the same. Yeah, it's still about the same, but he's averaging 19 against left-handers in Test cricket.
The rain is falling pretty steadily now at the Oval, but everyone seems pretty content to carry on. If I was Surrey, I would like to carry on. It's one of those periods where the game feels in the balance for Hampshire, because things could get very bad for Hampshire quite quickly with the loss of a couple of wickets, whereas nothing particularly terrible can happen for Surrey in the next hour. They will only see Hampshire build their lead from 120 to 150 or 60.
So you don't mind a little bit of moisture getting on the pitch as well? Might just juice it up, even a sprinkle. Plus, over to our left, I think it's a bit brighter, as Holland manages to get a thick edge for 4 down to third man. A sort of bit of a nudge, I suppose you'd say. Actually adjusting to the line of that ball, was it slightly left him off the pitch, maybe? Just countering the movement. Partly deliberate. Perhaps didn't want to get it quite as fine as that, but it went all the way along the ground. So valuable runs from Ian Holland, who has opened for most of last season for Hampshire, in at number 7 today.
I think that waving from the Surrey team it was another substitution. I think Ollie Pope ran off for a toilet break or something. James Taylor's now on the field as a substitute fielder along with Nico Reefer. So Surrey making them. They've got a lot of players. Might as well use them.
Yeah, big squad. Exactly. It's nothing worse than sitting in the dressing room all day. Even if you can go and run around for 50 minutes and get involved. Good experience if you haven't played much cricket before. Sun's out again now here, so it looks as if the threat of that rain may have passed for the moment. I always thought Nick Gubbins had England potential when he was at Middlesex. Played in that championship winning side in 2016. I always thought he had a sort of essence of Andrew Strauss about him, quite a methodical, obdurate sort of player with a range of decent shots, could bat a long time. I think he from memory, he might have even made 100 in each innings in one game. I remember him making some good runs here in a championship match some time ago.
Just looking back, I think that correlates with what you're saying. In 2016, he scored 1,400 runs in the English first class year, average at 60. But just from that year on, we go an average of 25, 35.
Yeah, I mean, there was some unrest at Middlesex after that. They got relegated in 2017, and then really haven't been much of a team since then. They've tried their best, but just haven't got it together, and there's been quite a change in personnel over the last couple of years. The comings and goings of overseas players, a new chief executive, new coach this year, or well actually last year. Richard Johnson took over, of course, and Stuart Law left. This hasn't been a happy camp particularly. It was partly influenced by poor results. So Gubbins decided to leave to go down to Hampshire and play First Division cricket. Had a pretty good season last year. One of the several Hampshire batsmen who got 800-900 runs. His overall average, county average, is about 34. I think he's better than that. Kemar Roach. A little bit of extra movement away there. Good decision by Ian Holland to let that one go through. As we were saying earlier, a man who has played for the USA in one-day internationals, and also played quite a bit for Victoria, having won a talent search show. I created a talent search show for India in 2006, Cricket Talent Search, and it unearthed one player that actually played in the first IPL.
Oh, brilliant.
The runner-up, who came from a fairly poor district of Mumbai, was a lad called Dinesh Salunki. He was a leg spinner, and he got picked up by the Rajasthan Royals in that first IPL year 2008 and played in the winning team. Didn't play in the final, but played through that first season, played in the winning team. He came through that talent search. It was called Cricket Star. They've just started another one. Rajasthan Royals are running another show over the next month or two to find a cricketer from the untapped areas of India. You'd think that in a way they wouldn't, that there are so many regional teams and so many clubs and so many coaches that they wouldn't miss people, but they do. There have been players actually in this year's IPL that have been dragged out of anonymity. I like the story of Jaiswal. It opens for the Rajasthan Royals, who was living in the groundsman's tent in Mumbai until about 4 or 5 years ago.
It reminded me of I think this was a story relayed that someone was in. It was a conversation between kind of an Indian great and a West Indian great about talent selection, or about talent ID, for instance. And I think it was Gary Sobers, but I can't be 100%. But the idea was how can you compete? How are these two nations able to compete with such vastly different populations? And how, more to the point, how does Barbados manage to churn out so many high quality cricketers? And the answer was kind of a bit bullish in that, well, we're so small that if we have a good player, we know about it, and so we're able to get all these players and put them in the right place, basically.
Yeah, I mean, club cricket in Barbados is very strong, or at least it always used to be. It still is, I think. I mean, Kemar Roach is from there, isn't he? And there's a rivalry between clubs. I think Barbados has produced something like 80 Test cricketers.
It's a lot. There's I know it's a kind of internal politics over the West Indies, the Bayesian bias, and It's always it's the same. It's amazing. You hear people talk about that kind of selection politics, and regardless of where you are in the world, it's the same conversation.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Good over from Roach, but no way past that Holland defence.
Just snuck in a couple of no balls there, Kemar Roach. A couple of overstepped a couple of times in consecutive deliveries. I don't know if that'd be maybe surface slightly slicker. The rain did get heavier for a little bit, but everyone seems quite content. This will be making lots of people very happy in the idea of getting on with the game. I've felt ready to be telling the audience that they're going off at any moment now, but we're still playing. The sun's poking out again.
Shot. Nice forceful back foot drive from Gubbins. It's going to pick up a boundary there. The ball's slowing up, but it's going to beat the fielders. And that's the first boundary for a while, actually. So there've been some tidy overs. Jordan Clark into his 8th now. Gubbins on to 54. Of course, the reason why Jofra Archer left the Caribbean to play for England was because of the strength of Barbadian cricket, and he couldn't get a game in the side. He played for the West Indies under-19s, but couldn't really get a gig in the Barbados side. And he said because of the strength in depth of Barbados, he had to go further afield to realise his dreams.
We're talking to Josh De Silva, the West Indian wicketkeeper. He's from Trinidad.
He's the guy who made 100 in.
He did indeed, and he
in the series against England.
He was talking about club cricket in Trinidad. And basically, there's 6 clubs which are the clubs. It was only 4 or 5 years ago. He was playing the 2s because he just couldn't force his way in.
Oh, that could be close. Jordan Clark likes it. The umpire doesn't.
Well, there were 2 noises.
Yes.
My instinct was he's hit it, but we are, of course, many a mile away. See on the replay, but I think Surrey were pretty confident he's got some bat on that as well.
Yeah, bat and pad very close together there.
Potentially both pads. I think there's enough doubt there for Surrey to not feel too aggrieved.
Probably going down, if anything. Good appeal though. Tries that same delivery again, and this time Gubbins gets a bat on it. Oh, they've got lots of bowling options. Surrey, certainly seam bowling options. All asking a question. Just got an inside edge on that. Kept a bit low. 22 overs still remaining today, if the light holds, which I mean quite often it does actually at the Oval. You often find, well, this is typical of an English summer, isn't it, that you get murky conditions in the afternoon and then all the clouds clear away, and when players being called off for the day, 8 o'clock at night, it's a beautiful evening.
I guess the inverted commas problem of the Oval is the sun dips behind the JM Fin stand that we're sat between, and this shadow, which is currently about 1/3 of the way across the ground in front of us, grows and grows and grows, and then the light can dip quite dramatically quite quickly. But definitely for those on the far side of the ground at the pavilion end, they're currently sitting in late evening April sunshine. It looks very pleasant indeed.
If you get the right spot, yeah, the experienced viewers are in the Galadari stand over to the sort of southeast corner. Field on a bit more on defensive there from the Surrey captain Rory Burns. He's put a couple of men out to cover those boundaries square on the offside and on the leg side, but Gubbins happy to let that one go. So end of the 54th over, thanks to Cam Ponsonby, placed by Taha Hashim. The players I don't know what they're discussing there. Rory Burns perhaps talking about the ball again. Always happy to ask a question of the umpire just to put it through the hoop, but at the moment they're happy with the ball. Tom Laws is about to bowl. The fifth of the Surrey seam attack. Already taken 1 for 34 from his 6 overs. Just 2 slips now against Ian Holland. Bustling right arm, medium fast. Might just get the ball to skid off. Might even be a hint of reverse swing with the slightly older ball. The pitch drying out.
Well, he's been a bit expensive, but he's looked a threat throughout his 6 overs. Bowling full, targeting the stumps. I actually would have liked to have seen him come from the other end potentially, where the ball stayed a bit low from Dan Worrell. And with the way he's been bowling throughout this match, really, I feel like that might have added to the threat he's already possessing.
Can we have the wicket of Dawson? No. Angled away on the offside. He's just getting a little bit of out movement, keeping the batsman honest. He probably looked to try and bowl. I think he should bowl over the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins has had to deal with quite a bit around the wicket from Kemar Roach. No, in fact, he's decided to go round the wicket to Gubbins as well. I think with that shape he had there against the right-hander, it would be worth bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, trying to slide it back into his pads, but he's elected to go round the wicket. It's quite a hard, if you're a natural outswing bowler, as I think he is, it's not that easy bowling round the wicket. Better off if you're a Kemar Roach that's naturally an in-swing bowler to go round the wicket to left-handers. See what he produces here. Just angling in, good pace actually, and just an inquiry to the umpire there with perhaps a bit of thickish edge onto pads. Often bowlers think optimistically that perhaps it was the pad first. I'm pretty sure Gubbins got his bat in the way.
Bit of rain around now.
Is it again?
Yeah, I think so.
It's just hovering around, isn't it? Easy to think that a match like this is a long way off till the championship title is decided, but often early season matches where you can just sneak a win, or from some valuable points, can be a huge decisive factor at the end, especially if it's a game like this between two quite fancied teams. And just making sure that you get into good positions early in the season can be such an important aspect of the outcome really of county championships. You look back at the end of the season, you can often think, oh, if we just worked a bit harder at getting into a stronger position in that match in mid-April, we wouldn't now be third, we'd be title winners.
And both sides will look to last week as well. Surrey obviously drew at Lancs. Hampshire got the win at Notts. If Hampshire get 2 wins in a row, and having kept last year's champions winless so far, that looks really nice.
It's a silly story really, but it concerns one of the teams playing today, Hampshire. And I mentioned earlier that Hampshire last won the championship in 1973, 50 years ago. In 1985, I think it was, Middlesex played Hampshire mid-season, and I was playing for Middlesex, and we were set about 200 odd to win in the final innings. It was a match at Bournemouth, in fact, which they don't play at anymore, Dean Park, Bournemouth, and we could decline to 83 for 8, but just before tea, and I was number 10, and Malcolm Marshall was in the Hampshire attack, and somehow we held on for a draw. We batted out the last session. We finished up at, I don't know, 140 for 8 or something like that, and it was a draw. And Hampshire and Middlesex were top of the table, the top 2 teams in the table at that point. Hampshire should have won that match, but we denied them, I don't know, 8 points or something, 10 points maybe. And the outcome of the championship, Middlesex won and Hampshire was second by 5 points in that season. So, you know, if Hampshire had won that game, they wouldn't now be looking back at 50 years of hurt. It would be more like 40 years.
So you got a nice forward defensive in against Malcolm Marshall?
Well, not many forward defensive, more back defensives, ducks and a few flinches than... He didn't pitch too many up, but luckily it was a pretty flat pitch, so his bouncer wasn't that dangerous. Yeah, Dean Park, Bournemouth, it was a feather bed of a pitch. Oh, here comes the rain, pretty heavy from that angle. Jordan Clark doesn't seem to mind. They've moved the lone slip a little wider there, quite intelligently, right on the spot where Gubbins tried to run that ball. I think it's going to be a sharpish, short shower actually, and the sun is sort of still peeping out over to the west side. And the black clouds will probably make the light decline in a bit, but they'll pass over the ground. It's blue sky over to the left where the weather's predominantly coming from. Yeah, that's sort of gone, that weather, yeah, but you can see the rain certainly falling pretty heavily. But actually I don't think it's going to be much, and the umpires, I think, have guessed that, sort of waiting for it to pass over. Nobody in the crowd seems to be too bothered, do they? No one's shifting their positions or putting up umbrellas.
It's still a beautiful day.
Flamboyant drive from Gubbins. Now, can it be intercepted? Yes, good stop on the extra cover boundary. Is that Cameron Steele?
Yep.
He saved a run for his team. In fact, I think he saved 2. They just made a couple out of that. Gubbins on to 57. Holland has 18. 158 for 5. The lead 142. So Hampshire have bailed themselves out of a tricky spot, but I guess they'll want 300 lead if they can. Who's your money on at this point?
I'll still go with Surrey.
Really?
I think
a lot of depth.
Hampshire need at least 250 probably.
You fancy Surrey getting some wickets, and they've got a lot of batting, haven't they?
Yeah.
Ollie Pope, the lone slip now. Nicely pushed into the offside. He'll have to hurry, but that's all right. There was a fumble by Patel, is it, at backward point.
Hampshire obviously have 2 sort of young, promising openers, but if you look at that Surrey top order,
yeah,
especially with the
test
situation
players, test players, 3 test players, top 3, aren't they?
The situation they'll face when they, you know, chase.
Yeah.
You'd kind of back their experience and their skill to come through that. But that's still going to be some test, especially with that Hampshire attack.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact is, you know, you need 10 good balls to bowl a team out. It doesn't really matter who the bowlers, the batsmen are. It's funny actually, somebody was saying, because I was telling the story earlier of Viv Richards and how he learned to bat, how he learned to hit the ball over long on, because there was a big wall where he used to practice beyond long on, and he knew that if he hit the ball over long on from wherever it was pitched, it would come back into play, whereas if he hit it over long off, it went into someone's garden and wasn't ever returned. So that's how he learnt to hit it over long on. But, you know, great player, amazing player. I bowled at a few times, and he took us to the cleaners on occasions. But other times, I got him out, you know, fairly early on, just by either him being a bit lazy or I happened to hit a little spot on the pitch and the ball did something. So, you know, any bowler can get any batsman out on a particular day, and you have to believe that. Hampshire will have to believe that, even if they only get a lead of 200, and they will think to themselves, well, there is a pretty impressive Surrey lineup with the bat, but it only needs 10 good balls.
Yeah. And that being said, having bigged up Surrey's top order, you take Ben Folkes out of that middle order, and you know that's a significant loss.
Yeah. Although Jamie Smith's no mug, is he? What was it? The fastest
100
in a
for England
over?
Lions in a 4-day game.
In a 4-day game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean that when I talk about Folkes, I'm talking about his, I guess, recent form. You know, the way he played last week, the way he played over the winter.
Sure.
And just that kind of cool head you'd want in a fourth innings chase. They're missing that.
Yeah.
So there's just a bit, you know, Ryan Patel. He's a good player, but he's adjusting to a new position, having, you know, been a top order player last summer.
So he's now at number 4, isn't he?
4.
Yeah. Do you think that's a permanence? Well, assuming he performs, because he was opening, wasn't he? But Sibley's come back to open with Burns. I suppose he might move up when the Test matches start, or when the Test match players are moved out or removed from the county championship. I suppose Ryan Patel will shift up to Pope's position at number 3.
Yeah.
Almost like a third opener. 19 overs possible for the remainder of the day, which I suppose, if the run rate goes at 3 and over, will mean that Hampshire will have a lead of about 200, assuming they don't lose further wickets. That'll be their target. 1 day left in this match. A lead of 144 at the moment. And a new ball due in 23 overs, so we're not going to get one tonight. So if this pair manage to bat out the next, I don't know, 45 minutes or so, then it'll be that morning session tomorrow with the second new ball that determines the match, I'd say. Well, it's only 1 day left anyway, so something will have to happen in the morning to make sure there's a positive result.
Just a bit of frustration there from Nick Gubbins, not getting the middle of that shot.
You've got a man on the drive, deep extra cover, to kind of cover. He's obviously encouraging, Rory Burns is encouraging Jordan Clark to pitch it up, go for the drive, with a bit of protection at on the extra cover boundary. That's probably not where he wanted it, really. Nicely turned away by Gubbins. You should come back for the second.
He has looked good on the drive today, Gubbins, especially when he's pierced, you know, gone to the left of mid-off, and there was a covered drive a few overs ago as well. It was just cut off by Cameron Still for 2, but he looked really good as he played it.
He's a very efficient batsman, isn't he? He's not flamboyant, really. You know, when he punches, it's a sort of punch drive when he drives, rather than a big flow of the bat. Good wrist control, and sort of an economy of movement, really.
Just quite organised, I guess.
Yeah. Not a big back lift. See, he doesn't pick a bat up as high as some players. Good concentration. Look at him there walking away from the crease each ball. That's his method, like so many batsmen, keeping their concentration going by shifting away from the crease and just clearing their mind, forgetting about that last ball, then refocusing as the bowler starts his run up. It's the only way really to play a long innings. That's a nicely judged quick single. It's the only way to play a long innings though, is you've got to kind of clear your mind in between balls. You can't stay focused for the entire sort of afternoon session or several hours at a time. You have to kind of divide up that concentration into little segments. Some people are better at doing that than others. Alistair Cook is peerless, and you know he still wins the Essex fitness challenges as well, Alistair Cook. Even now, age coming up for 39, he still beats everybody else in the yo-yo test.
I mean, the thing that stands out with Cook is the kind of desire to keep playing at the level he's playing.
Yeah. That's right. Slashed away by Gubbins, and a 4 to that very short third boundary. It's actually a good area to explore because it is so short down there. It's literally a little chip if you were a right-hander.
Just chopped on it.
Yeah.
Quick hands. Lovely shot.
Yeah. Yeah, very good.
Just on Cook there.
Yeah.
With you see so many players, especially the level he played. You know, when players play at the level he's played and they retire from international cricket, they usually retire from the whole game itself. There's kind of, it's hard to sort of go back to their kind of county grind really and have that same sort of desire, but he's had it now, and it's been a few years. It's been now nearly 5 years since he called it a day with England.
Yeah, it was here, of course, wasn't it? Oh, it was a funny sort of duck hook shot that from Gubbins that time. He maybe just took his eye off it for a moment there.
Sort of patted it away like
he
was
like
disgusted by it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's watch that one again. There's a good bouncer into the sort of armpit area. Yeah, he sort of took his hand, his eye off it. Yeah. Good ball. Let's get it from this end. Flapped it away with one hand. Effective. Picked up a single. Gubbins on to 66. 168 for 5. 167 for 4, Lancashire against Essex. Talking about Alistair Cook. They'd lead by 155, Lancashire in that match at Chelmsford. Cook, of course, pinned LBW by Jimmy Anderson, a 40-year-old and a 38-year-old, a duel in that match.
I saw that. Cook was a harsh call, that one.
Yeah, he didn't get very far forward, did he? It was sort of hit on the move, I think. LBW Anderson. Bet he loved that, didn't he? I bet there was a few words spoken afterwards, friendly words on the dressing room balcony, or you know, in the bar at Chelmsford. Good probing spell this by Tom Laws. Just getting the ball to hurry off the pitch a bit, especially when he bangs it in short. That bouncer that he's bowled a couple of balls this over, doesn't get up much, skids at the batsman without making it easy to duck out of the way of it. But they've survived. It's at Hampshire and they're playing well here, these two. Partnership now is, let's see, last wicket. We did the last week. The partnership's actually 50. In fact, that brought up the 50 partnership. That single.
Cameron Steele.
No, now we're going to see some spin. For the first time in this innings, Cameron Steele's going to bowl his leggies. Another very useful addition to the Surrey squad, to have someone who's a reputable batsman to call on to be able to bowl decent leg spin.
I guess it's only sort of really come back into his game since he joined Surrey. I think when he played at Durham, he was very much the top order bat, and that was the focus. Having been a leg spinner when he was quite young, and it sort of went away from his game.
Yeah. A little bit cold for a spinner. This weather, it's not easy. He was blowing on his fingers there just to warm them up a bit. You've got to fingers feel a bit stiff when you've been in the field for a couple of hours on a day like this. Let's see what he can conjure up.
Even as a fast bowler yourself, is it?
Yeah.
How do you sort of feel when you're watching a county championship game and there's just no, obviously it's this time of year, but there's just no really spin involved? You know how?
Yeah, although actually in the first round of games there was quite a lot of wickets taken by spinners, wasn't there? I know Dom Bess got a 5, Jack Leach got 4.
Matt Parkinson took.
Matt Parkinson got a 5. I mean, they were all quite expensive wickets, weren't they? I think Dom Bess went for about 140 or so. Jack Leach was 4 for 100 or something, and Parkinson was 5 for 120, wasn't he? So, yeah, they weren't cheap wicket hauls, but it's good to see spinners in action. And actually, plenty of runs scored, weren't they? So, the spinners, they needed the spinners, the various teams. I mean, it's not easy in cold weather being a seam bowler either. If you've been standing in the field and waiting for your bowl, you'll find that your elbows and your wrists and things feel very stiff to start with, and almost uncomfortable when you bowl your first 2 or 3 balls. This sort of jar, you know, and it almost kind of gets a sort of juddery feeling in your muscles until they're warmed up. That's why it's always nicer to play. Well, that's a good delivery from Cameron Steele. He's asking for LBW there, I think.
He's got the ball to straighten a bit.
Yeah.
And take it away from Holland's outside edge.
I think the bounce and it probably, even the line was probably missing off stump.
Might have skidded a bit as well.
Good delivery. That's probably off the pad, I'd say. Fine attempted sweep by Holland. No, it looks like he got a bit better bat on it. So, or it's given us buys. So went straight through, missed everything. Lead him now 159 by Hampshire. Gubbins on 67, Holland 21. Could do with a wicket here, Surrey, just to get back into this game. 54 stand by these two. Actually, sorry, it's more than that. 56, in fact.
When they got Brown, they must have felt, yeah, we're in here. But Holland's put up a pretty decent resistance, and Gubbins has just kept on playing the same way he was when he was with Brown.
Run rate creeping up to 3 and over. Holland, the non-striker for this over. Tom Laws again from round the wicket, trying the shorter pitched deliveries. They've got 3 men back on the leg side now. See the field, wide of the field. So maybe they're going to try a sort of rib tickler kind of tactic. It was the ball that discomforted Gubbins in the last over from Laws, and he's got a man sort of deep forward square leg and a deep backward square leg and a long leg, and he's obviously going to try to get something out of the middle of the pitch. Will Gubbins take it on? If it was Ben Stokes or Ben Duckett, left-hander, I'm sure they would, but maybe Gubbins has decided to just ride those deliveries. Silly to get out when they've set an obvious trap. and especially when he's put so much into this innings as well, playing in a very methodical sort of way. Again, he fends it off. I wonder if they might try a short leg, actually.
It's been 2 balls in a row now that he's kind of fended off that area. I wonder if you can bring Ollie Pope in there.
In fact, he's signalling for a short leg now, isn't he?
Yeah, and just move Rory Burns around a touch.
I never quite understand it, actually, when a bowler decides for this sort of short type approach with the men back on the right of screen here. You can see those 2 men hovering on the hook shot. Now we can see the deep forward square leg moving up into a mid-wicket position. In fact, he's going to be the short leg, I think. It looks like Patel's taking off his cap, so he's going to be put in a short leg. And it makes more sense, that, to me, because it puts more doubt into the batsman. If he's got all the men back and nobody in close, he can just fend it off without any danger. Whereas if you have a short leg as well, then he thinks, well, should I fend it off or should I take it on? And that causes a batsman a more of a problem. That is there's Amaverdi there, the off spinner, Surrey off spinner, ferrying out the helmet. Haven't seen much of him in the Surrey first team for a while. So I've actually decided to leave that deep square leg out there. So there's 3 men still on the hook, 1 in front of square and 2 behind, and now the short leg. I think he should get in a bit closer, actually, the short leg as well. He's almost saving the 1 there, getting a bit tighter here. And in fact, he doesn't go with the short ball this time. I would have that short leg fielder just slightly behind square, actually.
Just
all on square, perhaps. At the moment, he's just in front of square. Now, can Laws get one just to bounce a bit more? It's not easy to duck because there isn't all that much bounce. And he's gone for the pull this time, and he's hit it well in front of square, so he sort of knew what was coming there, and he dealt with it excellently. Nick Gubbins, good shot. But you know, that's all right for the Surrey team, because it implies he is going to take it on. It only needs a little bit of extra bounce, and that might result in a top edge. What do you think?
I just wonder if Laws is the right man for the short ball job.
Right, yeah.
I think Abbott's bouncers looked particularly sharp today, and I think he might be the one who could work from that end. I'm not sure about Laws. I think Laws is better off when he's pitching it full.
Here he comes again. That time very short, and Gubbins easily ducked out of the way of that.
Laws, they've obviously got this field for him, but what worked for him in that first innings was getting it full.
Yeah. He
took Abbott's stumps out. He got Ben Brown in the 90s out with a fuller delivery. Don't forget to use that one.
This is an impromptu drink session with this very long final session of the day. Still 15 overs to go. They've been out there round about how long since tea? Nearly 2 hours since tea. They've been out there, haven't they? Tea was taken at 4 o'clock, and they came back out at about 25 past. So they've been out there nearly 2 hours. Still possibly another hour to go. Although I think the light may fade before that. It's still the leg spinner to bowl, his second over. Ian Holland keeping Gubbins good partnership here, good company, not taking any risks, not being tempted so far by the leg spin. Nicely clipped through the leg side. He might get a second run there. Yeah, they're coming back for 2. That moves the partnership on to 62.
Both mid-on and mid-off up. Just leave that sort of tempter for the big shot over the top.
He's not really that type of player, is he? I don't think. He's probably going to work within his limitations and just look to knock it around. One man back on the leg side, one man back on the offside.
I think it doesn't matter what type of player you are. If you see sort of one lobbed up, the devil on your shoulder might just have a word with you and say,
yeah, that's true.
Let's go for it.
Yeah. Invitingly short boundary on the offside, just past extra cover. Wouldn't take much to lift that for 6.
It seems to be more of a sort of overspin type of leg. He's going to try and skid it on.
Yeah, he doesn't look as if he gets right over the top and really spins it. Looks like he sort of almost pushes it out of the front of the hand. That's the googly, in fact, and well read by Gubbins. Another over 14 to go tonight, and I suppose with the leggy on, those overs will rush by from one end anyway. 72 to Nick Gubbins now.
They're going to persist with this short ball ploy.
Do you think?
From Laws.
Yeah. Sending the men out. The scouts are out again.
Still there.
Yeah.
I think Ollie Pope might have had a word with them just after the last over about just maybe adjusting his line slightly.
Yeah.
Crabbing up potentially a bit more.
The trouble is, I think he's going to have to bowl it very short to get it high enough.
They've added another man into that mid-wicket region.
Yeah. See, that is so short.
Yeah.
It's a wide. It should be a wide. In fact, it's been given as a no ball, but that was a sort of tennis ball delivery. It's got to somehow. It's not easy. You got to find that middle ground between a ball that balloons over the batsman's head and one that sits up and asks to be hit. Something that's going to get him round about the rib cage, under the armpit, but at good pace. And that just hasn't quite got up enough. And it's a good shot by Gubbins. Stood tall there, just forced it away off the back foot. He's trying to get that ball just in that awkward height, without it being so short the batsman can see it a mile off. And the ball obviously is very soft now as well, so that's an added problem for the bowler. See, that didn't get up much at all, and Gubbins, well, he decided to duck, but he had to get very low to get underneath that. Good effort this from Tom Laws.
It's also been impressive with Gubbins that as the short leg moved in, he's not kind of flapped about it, and he's adapted as soon as he's seen that man come in.
Yeah. So 2 men in sort of the mid-wicket region that I suppose are effectively catchers, and 3 men back on the hook on the leg side. And again, very short. I would give that as a wide if I was the umpire. Don't know how the batsman's supposed to reach that.
They've moved one of those mid-wickets out
to a sort of, he's going to go backward point now, isn't he? Sort of gully position. Dominic Sibley. Oh, and now they've moved the short leg away again. So
it's all over.
He's going to go back to conventional bowling.
It's fun while it lasted.
Maybe he'll bluff. Maybe it'll be another bouncer. Yeah, it's all change here now. Deep square leg coming into mid-wicket. 2 men back still on the leg side, but a more conventional field. Oof. And that's down the leg side, and I think off the pad for a boundary. Despairing dive by Jamie Smith. Didn't get a mitt on it. Useful runs for Hampshire. Takes the lead to 175. The lights are on full here now, but actually at the moment it's a really pleasant evening. Sun still coming in from the west. Clouds, the dark clouds, most of those have passed by, so we should be able to get through to get in most of these overs, I reckon, till the sun goes behind a building or something.
Still a Still a decent crowd in. I think the shirtless lads have departed though, or they put their tops on.
They put their tops on.
Yeah.
And if they're allowed to, sometimes you get rules with these supporters groups that if they adopt a particular dress code, they've got to abide by it for the whole day. There's a chap I used to know actually who supported Derbyshire, who used to sit at Derby in the old days when the ground was very open and pretty bleak. Oh, what a good delivery that was from Tom Laws. Cut Ian Holland in two. Where did that come from? Amazing.
That's the bounce he was looking for to Gubbins.
Excellent take by Jamie Smith actually as well to end that over. There was a chap called Big Jeff, and he was a Derbyshire fan, absolute kind of die-hard Derbyshire fan. Look at that cutback. That was a hell of a delivery actually. Goodness me, and a fantastic take by Jamie Smith. Well, wow. And Big Jeff would always wear a cheesecloth shirt, unbuttoned to the navel, in any weather, and no jacket or coat or anything in any weather. He used to sit at the Derby ground, which was windswept on a good day. This is in the olden days before it was redeveloped. And he said, "Well, man, I don't feel the cold." He was a big lad. He had fairly ample flesh on him, but he had the old, sort of lumberjack shirt, unbuttoned to pretty much to the navel, and withstand any weather and any misfortune that befell Derbyshire as well.
Steele just getting the odd ball to trouble Holland.
Got to a bit of a tangle there, Holland, didn't he? He's got too far across, and the ball's a bit full, and I think it probably wrapped him on the toes almost. He almost yorked himself. Yeah, pitched outside leg, didn't it? So an optimistic appeal, but quite an interesting bit of bowling that. I wonder if Gubbins could get to his 100 before the close. He probably won't be thinking about that, but it's a possibility, isn't it? If he goes at 2 and over for the rest of the day's play, if we get all those overs in, another 12.2 left. 195 for 5, Hampshire. Steele now to Holland.
Well, we've still not had 100 all game. 2 men out in the 90s. Ben Brown for Hampshire and then Ollie Pope for Surrey. I mean, in the context of the match and also the two sides playing, if you do get 100, it's going to be one that's going to be remembered pretty fondly.
Yeah. Ooh, well bowled. That looks as if it just gripped a bit from about a middle stump line. He's causing just 1 or 2 issues to Ian Holland, Cameron Steele. Yeah, skidded on a bit, didn't it? Didn't really turn a huge amount, but maybe just deceived him on line a tiny bit. .64 overs bowled, 16 to the second new ball, which looks increasingly likely to be a very important key moment in this match. We won't see what actually happens with it until tomorrow.
You also wonder at what point Hampshire recognise that new ball and say that, look, we do need to
press on a bit.
Yeah, especially potentially with Steele as well. Do they take the odd risk?
Yeah. Yeah, I suspect, with a little bit uncertain how much longer we'll play tonight, I suspect they probably won't do anything extravagant. And they'll curse themselves if they get lured into a mishit that gives a wicket. And also when the light starts to fade, it's much easier for the batsman at the crease, somebody new coming in, will find it much harder. So still, they're trying this short ball tactic to Gubbins again. And that was a potential danger ball actually. You can easily get a glove to those just down the leg side. Try and play it to glance it, and it can just flick the glove. He did well to get his arms out of the way of that one.
But you do wonder, you know, the way they've played Steele, who has bowled well, but he's not going to bowl tomorrow.
No.
So your chances to attack him are just tonight.
That's the ball. That's the ball. That's the one that can just pose a problem. He got that line and length quite well.
Didn't get the line right there, but I do like it when he's
pitching it
going
up.
that full.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of danger there that isn't coming from the short ball at the moment.
See, he's still holding the ball seam up. Sometimes when you're trying the shorter ball tactics, it's worth bowling cross seamers, because some balls will hit the seam and bounce, and some balls will hit the shiny part and skid, so they create a bit more uneven bounce by short ball tactics with a cross seam grip. But now he's obviously trying to pitch it up, so he's hoping for a little bit of seam movement, so he's probably bowling it normally seam up. And that's a loose shot actually from Holland there. It just seamed back. He could easily have dragged that into the stumps, but I suppose he's felt that he hasn't scored at a particularly swift rate, Holland, so he thought that was a wide one it was worth having a go at.
Just jagged in quite a bit
jagged
as
in
well.
a bit, didn't it? Yeah. Actually, I always find it strange when bowlers in the modern game practice their slower balls endlessly. They have 3 or 4 options for white ball cricket, but you never see them in red ball cricket. They seem to hardly ever bowl a slower ball, a back of the hander or a cutter or something, even in situations like this where actually when you've got a batsman on the back foot, as Laws had with Gubbins in the last over, sometimes after a couple of bounces it's worth trying a slow ball, because the batsman's sort of planted on the back foot and might see a full ball and eyes might light up, but it's a slower ball, it might cause a miss hit. But you very rarely see that in red ball cricket. It seems like it's almost like it's not allowed to bowl a slower ball with a red ball.
Well, I remember a few years ago, obviously we know Neil Wagner as this kind of short ball merchant, kind of just focused on that.
Yeah.
But I remember a series against England in 2019 where he showed off this knuckle ball that was just brilliant, and it really did kind of confuse a lot of batters.
Yeah, and that's a good example of why it would be effective, because he likes his short ball ploy, and if you do that, it does tend to get the batsman planted a bit on the back foot. So then a slower ball or a knuckle ball like that can actually catch them out. Full toss worked away by Holland, but there's a man covering that one at deep mid-wicket. So that's just a single.
I remember when Jofra Archer started playing for England as well, one of the balls he showed off as knuckle ball, and he didn't just restrict it to one-day cricket, it was there in Test cricket as well.
Yeah. And he picked it up very quickly actually. It took him a couple of net sessions to work it out. Ben Stokes said, I've been trying to perfect this ball for years, and you can do it in 10 minutes.
Even a sort of slower ball bouncer, you know, it doesn't just have to be one that's pitched up.
No, absolutely. It's almost like they forget their repertoire when they're playing red ball cricket. Right, what are Surrey going to do here? I wonder if they're going to try anyone else. Tom Laws has bowled a fairly lively but lengthy spell. We're going to try some more spin. Doesn't look, surely not Ollie Pope's not going to have a bowl, is he? He's taken his cap off.
I think they're going.
They're going off, are they? Yeah, they're going off. Yeah, you're right. So the light finally has had its final say, and both umpires deciding that the floodlights have taken over the daylight at 23 minutes to 7. Very good partnership between Ian Holland and Nick Gubbins. 79 is the partnership so far, which has led Hampshire to 198 for 5, a lead of 182. How do you see the game, Taha?
I still see Surrey coming through.
You do. You still feel Surrey on top.
Yeah. I think Hampshire might have just missed a little opportunity here, just to push it down a bit in these last few overs. I mean, the light was going to play a factor at some point, and Steele bowled well there, but I just felt like they could have taken a couple more risks and really pushed down on Surrey. But they're not in a bad position. We've got a terrific final day in store.
We have. So there's the Hampshire score in their second innings. They bowled Surrey out for 270. They've replied with 198 for 5 in 66 overs. Nick Gubbins, excellent, obdurate, very organised, accumulating 79 from 181 balls, and a good partnership with him and Ian Holland. Ben Brown played his part. They lost some early wickets, but they've recovered well. So 198 for 5, some determined batting by Hampshire. Surrey trying 6 bowlers. The standout, probably, well, Dan Worrell bowled a little bit erratically early on, but he did take those 3 wickets. One with an absolute jaffer to Fletcher Middleton, and Sean Abbott and Tom Laws have taken a wicket each. Nothing so far for Cameron Steele or Kemar Roach or Jordan Clark. So the situation of the match with 1 day to go is that Hampshire, 198 for 5, lead by 182. There are 14 overs to go to the second new ball. That will be the decisive period of play tomorrow morning. We'll be on air from 10:50 to cover the final day's play on this stream. Just want to say thank you to all the other commentators today: Simon Mann, Taha Hashim, who's with me now, Cam Ponsonby, and we had some good contributions earlier on in the day from the injured Jamie Overton as well. And also thanks very much to our excellent director Jay Cutley and all the cameramen as well for this stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. As I say, back tomorrow at 10:50 in the morning. You can follow us on YouTube and of course on the Surrey website, kiaoval.com. So hopefully see you tomorrow. Thanks very much for watching.